1. Westby, Montana. Good morning, beautiful. Ted stood at the window of the house where he and the others had spent part of the night. After escaping from the Minot Air Force Base and surviving a few hours of darkness hunkered down in the marsh, they'd hiked through tree cover until reaching a remote homestead. More importantly, they'd found a working SUV. He'd driven them north until reaching the Canadian border, then he turned west. 2 hours later, they were in Westby, Montana, which sidled up to the North Dakota state line.
"Ah, Ted, you're too kind,"
Emily said, with an amusing, "I see a cute puppy" tone of voice. He turned to face her, staying serious. "I was talking to the beautiful state of Montana out there. It's sunny, probably 60 degrees, and absolutely gorgeously free of men wearing black who want to kill us."
"Aw, shucks."
Emily feigned being hurt as she slapped a pillow on the pull-out bed. He'd let her take the sofa sleeper while he'd alternately kept guard and slept in a recliner chair nearby.
"Is it because I'm not looking my best? Running through airports and swimming in swamps has gotten me too far in front of my presidential makeup artists."
The hard miles had not been kind to either of them, which was why they'd all taken showers when they broke into the abandoned house. Her hair was frizzy and unkempt from the night's sleep, though he was extremely curious if she was in or out of her stolen uniform. He stood there only wearing his borrowed black trousers. "These black clothes aren't too flattering, huh?" he said, to keep from dwelling too long on her attire. Then, realizing there was no point in holding back his feelings while in private, he added, in a quieter voice, "I might have been also talking to you when I said good morning." Her smile radiated brighter than the sun.
"Thanks. You're not too shabby yourself."
"Should we wake up the kids?" he asked, meaning Kyla and Meacham. The two young women had taken the bedrooms at the rear of the house, giving them privacy. "Us kids are already up, thanks," Meacham said from the kitchen, not sounding pleased to be compared to kids, even as a joke. Kyla laughed.
"Good morning, gorgeous people."
He and Emily shared a humorous oops look with each other, then he finished getting dressed. Once he had his shirt on, he strode out the door and didn't look back. Emily was getting out of her covers, and while confirming her sleeping attire, or lack thereof, was of keen importance to his male brain, it was critical he keep his head on the survival of his niece. "Hey, Kyla." Her smiling face made him forget about their desperate situation for a few moments. It reminded him of the times he'd been at Rebecca's kitchen table. For many years, Kyla greeted him with that smile, though there were some rough patches in those middle teen years. Today, she was the old Kyla, without her warrior face of the recent past.
"Hey, Unc, we made breakfast."
She pointed to a box of nacho cheese-flavored Pop-Tarts on the table. "Yuck! Who thought up such a hideous combination? What's in the water up here in Montana?" He eyed the open cupboard and pulled out some beef jerky. "Now here's a meal." Neither woman seemed bothered by their injuries. "You two doing all right?" he asked. Meacham had been shot through the shoulder, though she'd toughed out a motorcycle ride and a long night in the marsh. It impressed him to no end. She barely bothered to look at him to reply. "I found a first aid kit in this house. It wasn't much, but Kyla helped me clean my wounds and bandage 'em up. I did the same for her." Kyla wore a bandage on her neck where she'd been nicked. Both were lucky to be alive. "Good work," he said. "If you need us to stop to rest today, let me know." "We won't," Meacham replied, remaining serious. He looked at Kyla, evoking a smile in reply. "I'll be fine, Unc. You worry about the prez." After making sure Meacham wasn't watching, she winked at him. The girl had it in her mind to play matchmaker between him and Emily and was thoroughly enjoying the effort. He figured it was innocent fun, especially if it took her mind off the wound. He was done eating by the time Emily entered the kitchen. In the few minutes since he'd seen her, she'd brushed out her brown hair so it no longer looked like a wild animal mane. When she came in, Ted stood up. "All rise for the honored President of the United States of America, Emily Williams." She waved them off. "Please, are we going to do this for the whole trip? As your leader, I should be able to change the rules of decorum for the office of the President. As my first act, please stop with the pomp and circumstance." Her eyes betrayed her words. He figured there was some appreciation of the recognition given by him and the others. No one could deny being the leader of the free world was a big deal, even if the nation's citizens could fit around an old Formica table. She plopped into an empty seat, grabbed one of the Pop-Tarts, and chowed down. Tanager would have never given up the regal nature of the office. He loved this stand-for-me crap. I think he would have dialed it up if he could. Ted knew a little about the former president. As a pilot for Air Force 2, his paths sometimes crossed with the leader of the free world, though he'd never had much of a chance to socialize outside of his formal duties. He'd gotten his picture taken with him once, which was as close as he'd gotten to an informal setting. The presidential challenge coin had fallen into his possession after his recent trip to the White House. It was the last symbol of a dead national leader. "We struck a blow for the rebel movement yesterday by taking the nuclear briefcase offline, but I'm concerned at the way it happened. How was it Lieutenant Ramirez, knew to be at the base in North Dakota? And how did the defense mainframe know Emily was ranked as the president instead of vice president?" Emily chomped on another Pop-Tart, seemingly oblivious to the hideous taste combination. "You said you had a theory about that." "I do," he said, before taking a pause. "These guys are big on technology. They use it to compensate for their relatively low force numbers. If that's the case, then they may have programmed the mainframe to default to the person on the line of succession list who wasn't confirmed deceased. Ramirez knew Tanager was dead, but someone must have reported the alive and well Emily when we were in New York City. That put you back on the computer's list." He twitched his head sideways, toward Emily. "So, it was a simple explanation?" she replied. "Maybe," he cautioned. "But it almost seems too simple. Why wouldn't they assign a new person to the list, someone they knew would be on their side?" Ted glanced over to his niece. "Kyla, are you positive you deactivated the briefcase?" She was forced to chew and swallow to answer him. "I'm positive. That whole place was trying to break into the briefcase coding. It looked to me like they weren't making much progress. Having Emily in the server room and using her eye biometrics is what short-circuited the whole affair. Unless they somehow figured out how to fake the entire interface and the code behind it, I'd say I'm close to 100% sure the suitcase is dead." Ted leaned back in his chair, surprised at how the uncomfortable wooden slats drilled into his ribs. "Well, now I guess we can say for sure Tanager is dead. It's something that's been on my mind since Washington, D.C. He pulled out the challenge coin and spun it on the table. "It was Ramirez who gave me the president's coin. He was the guy who told me the president was dead. I guess I always held out hope somehow. For whatever reason, Ramirez was lying about that. I wanted to believe the president survived." Kyla seemed interested in his line of thought. "But how do you know for certain he didn't?" The coin twirled around on the wooden table for a few seconds, then flopped over on its side. "Because if he was alive, Ramirez would have taken him directly to Minot to force him to hand over control of the nuclear codes to David." They all ate until they were full. "So what's next?" Meacham asked, as if wanting to get to it. He looked out the window again. There were a few trees beyond the house and a smattering of homes on the street of the tiny town, but beyond was the open farmland of Montana. As he'd said before, it was truly beautiful when the bad guys weren't around. Unfortunately, they had to go find those bad guys. Even if their strike into Minot Air Force Base was a small win, it wasn't total victory. To finish it, they'd need to go to David and remove his ability to access the nuclear arsenal. They'd also have to figure out how to disable the superweapon that had destroyed his picture-perfect nation. Why not make it more difficult? We drive south. We're going to NORAD. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado.
I've got to get out of this place.
Tabby looked up at the ceiling of the business office serving as her jail cell. Yesterday, she'd been shown her future when David brought her to see the formation of other young women in their blue Buck Rogers skin-tight uniforms. The war against America was over, he'd said, and she was going to help repopulate the continent. Before she'd had a chance to do more than recoil, he'd whisked her away and stuck her in the room to think it over, as he'd stated. As tired as she was after all her travels, she'd barely slept at all. Thoughts of Audrey and Peter kept her brain in overdrive as much as the fears about being made into someone's baby-making machine. Escape was the only item on her agenda for the new day. The jail may have once been an office, but the solid door of her cage had been replaced with a swinging metal grate with a wide hole for sticking in food trays. One sat on the shelf of the entryway at that moment. And she wasn't alone. Outside her cell, she counted at least 5 other metal doors on what must have been other offices in the complex. At times last night, she saw men and women stand at their doors as if waiting for the mail. Now it made sense. They'd been waiting for food. She got off the cot, intending to see what was being served, but observed the thin gray blanket had fallen to the floor. Last night, she'd needed it to cover up and protect her from the chilled air of the NORAD facility David had taken over, but it must have slipped off the silky smooth material of her jumpsuit. However, seeing it on the ground gave her an idea.
Nobody says I have to accept this as my uniform.
Tabby was a modest young woman. The form-hugging, neck-to-ankle bodysuit was made for someone who didn't mind the whole world knowing her business. She'd already unraveled her braids, so the long locks obscured her chest, but she saw how to do one better. If there were cameras in the room, which she prayed wasn't true, they would know what she was going to do as she slid the blanket underneath one of the legs of the cot. After lining up the rectangular sheet the way she thought was correct, Tabby sat on the cot and yanked as hard as possible. The material ripped with a satisfying zip.
Gotcha!
Cut shorter, she was able to wrap the 2-foot by 5-foot piece of material around her waist and tuck it in, creating a somewhat fashionable skirt for herself. There was no mirror in the office to see how she looked, but the covering made her feel 1,000,000 times better than how she'd been dressed before. Satisfied at her act of rebellion, it was time to go for her meal. A bowl of soggy Cheerios sat next to a banana. The drink was a small cardboard carton of milk, which could have come from her high school cafeteria. Still, it could have been worse, she reasoned, so she made like she was going to grab the tray and return to her bed. However, the man in the office directly across the hall caught her attention by his manner of speaking, though he wasn't talking to her.
"Poppy, where'd they take you? Come back! I'm sorry!"
The guy didn't seem very old, but his medium-length black hair almost stood up straight, like he'd been electrocuted. His face and hands were dirtied with soot, and he wore a baggy white jumpsuit with huge orange stripes from head to toe, as if prison bars had been painted on him. He was locked in, like her, suggesting he was a fellow prisoner.
"Excuse me, mister, are you all right?"
He glanced over to her, but seemed more interested in looking up and down the hallway. She expected him to reply, "Sir?" A moment later, she figured out he'd been badly beaten. His face was bruised and bloody. One of his eyes was swollen shut. A dried river of blood coated one side of his neck. Yet the man wasn't tending to his wounds. He was looking for someone.
"Who'd you lose? Maybe I can help you find him."
"Well, duh," the man snapped back. "You couldn't help me find him. My bird is a her, you stupid normal. Not that you would know the difference if you saw her. No one ever sees her."
"Oh,"
she deadpanned. "You're a nut," she didn't add, though she wanted to. He looked at her again, then shook the bars of his cage door. "Poppy! I need you to come back! Get me out of here! Don't let this bitchy woman hurt you!" "Hey!" she cried out, not willing to take abuse from some idiot who didn't know a thing about her.
"Watch what you say to me. My name isn't Bitchy Woman, it's Tabitha."
The man harumphed. "I'm Dwight. If you're the one who hurt Poppy, I'm coming through both these cell doors, and I'm gonna burn you where you stand. I did it to Bernard and the other Bernards. I can do it to you, too." Without another word, she took the tray off the shelf and went back to her cot. She could still hear Dwight calling for his avian friend, but he no longer seemed interested in her. It was a minor thing, but she chalked it up to being the first victory of the day. An hour later, she looked up and saw David and his gleaming golden jumpsuit at the cage door.
Time to escape.
Chapter 2. Westby, Montana. While Uncle Ted sat at the kitchen table and chatted with Emily and Meacham, Kyla excused herself under the pretense of gathering her few belongings for the ride south. Since it was going to take all day to get to Colorado, and they'd be in the truck the whole time, she figured it was the last chance she'd have to be alone. She closed and locked the door to the bedroom where she'd spent the night. The things she owned amounted to one pistol, which she kept stuffed in her waistband, the stolen uniform, and one computer tablet. She pulled the tablet from where she'd stashed it under the bed. If any of the others found it, she'd be raked over the coals for sure, since her uncle had instructed her to destroy it back at the swamp. However, she knew how close she'd been to accessing the entire defense mainframe with the valuable piece of tech, so instead of tossing it in the water, she yanked out the little battery, rendering it useless. Kyla wasn't a fool. It was a dangerous tool to be used only by a trained professional. But she was also more than aware they were in the middle of a world war. There were no professionals. Only her.
"I'll just pop on and call for help."
Uncle Ted had gone on and on about how NORAD was the target of their day. It contained the leader of the enemy forces and controlled the nuclear arsenal of the regular United States military. He'd also talked a lot about how difficult it had been to find a way to communicate with U.S. forces overseas. They were the only ones with the power to swoop in and take care of business. She slid in the thin battery pack, and the tablet showed a boot screen. The colorful logo displayed the Southern Cross emblem, which was a globe tilted toward the continent of Australia and a fancy X in the water to the west of it. Finally, it brought her to a screen showing the hacked admin-level login. Once inside, she started a command prompt which let her interface with the code directly. It was how she'd fool the enemy about her identity.
"Excellent. Here we go."
She checked the door, out of habit, though it was closed. She couldn't get caught at that second, or she might not have time to complete the shadow executable to scrub her location. It made her type fast, and with reassurance she was doing the right thing. Only when the command prompt showed her success did she relax a bit. Anyone looking would see her node as being on the mainframe network, not outside it. It was how she could have worked from home while she did her programming for the Navy, though she never dared to do anything so dangerous back in those days. If caught, it would have been instant termination and possibly legal trouble. Today, the stakes were a lot higher.
Kyla intertwined all her fingers, cracking the knuckles of both hands, before typing some more. At first, she only wanted to explore the network traffic within the NORAD system, but it surprised her to learn someone on their end had a link with what was left of the civilian internet. You didn't... It seemed incredible. Someone would leave a major hole in their security, but then again, no one in North Dakota seemed overly concerned with security. The base had been wide open until they'd arrived, and the server room wasn't even guarded. If someone on their side wanted to check an auction on eBay while they took over the world, who was she to point out their error? 10 minutes later, she found what she was looking for. It was, "Kyla, we're leaving in 5. You okay in there? You weren't lying about your wound, were you?" "Yeah, Unc, I'm fine," she replied in a hurry. "Just doing, girl stuff." She cringed, hating to have to use such a lame excuse, but it would serve its purpose. Mom had used similar outs a lot of times over the years to get guys off her back, though for reasons she never really thought about, until that moment. "Sounds good," he said, clearly flustered. "We'll leave when you're ready." "Thanks," she replied, getting right back to the computer operation in front of her. She soon found her way to the home page for Ramstein Air Base in Germany. If there was time to poke around, she might have tried to track down someone on their end who was online and talk back and forth. There wasn't time, however. Uncle Ted might further question her about what was taking so long. If she tried to use the girl stuff excuse again, she was positive he'd enlist Meacham or Emily to come in and confirm. The shortcut was in front of her. She clicked the Contact Us tab and followed it to a form to fill out. When prompted, she selected the option to send a note to the Public Affairs group, assuming more than one person would check their email, thus increasing her chances of finding someone who would help her. "My name is Kyla Justice. My uncle is Major Ted McInnes, USAF. I am on mainland USA, currently on the run from enemy forces. I cannot say where, as they could track me down using said information. I have learned the enemy headquarters is in NORAD Mountain." Something about that wasn't right. Kyla couldn't remember the exact place where the headquarters was located, and she couldn't go ask her uncle or the others. Uncle Ted had said the name last night, but it wasn't on the tip of her mind. NORAD was definitely at a mountain, though. "If you get this message, send a satellite over it, or whatever you need to do. I was already able to take the nuclear briefcase offline to protect this country, but they still have control over the arsenal from NORAD. You must destroy their headquarters as soon as possible. If you don't, I'll have to go there and do it myself." Kyla remembered about OPSEC, operational security, as her uncle once taught her. In situations like this, where everything was on the line, she had to reveal places and names to establish she wasn't some crackpot from Cracktown, but she didn't want to give away her exact location, any routes they planned to take, the alive or dead status of her uncle or Ms. Williams, and so forth. After a simple closing, "Cordially, Kyla Justice," she hit send. She ripped out the battery a second later, content there was no way anyone could have tracked her intrusion. Kyla packed both components into her ill-fitting black jumpsuit, patted her pistol to be certain it was with her, then unlocked the door. All she had to do now was be patient. With a little luck, the U.S. Air Force would get the message and blow NORAD sky high before they ever got close to danger. Westby, Montana. Ted wasn't going to wait around for Kyla. He'd learned the hard way over the years you couldn't flush out a woman from behind a closed door. Since they weren't in an urgent rush, he gave her the space she needed to prep for the day. However, he went out into the front yard, craning his neck to see both ends of the short street of the tiny town. Emily had followed him. "What are you looking for? Can I help?"
Don't hate me, but I'm going to stereotype residents of this town. If I find the right vehicle, I think maybe I'll find some more firepower." He looked over his shoulder back toward the house. "Don't let Kyla hear me say this, but I miss my rifles. They were built exactly the way I wanted them. Now some jerk from the other side is going to find them back at that grocery store."
"You need a moment? I think there's some tissues inside."
Her eyes sparkled with the mirth in her voice. She was right, of course. It wasn't worth worrying about personal items. He'd lost his Jeep, too, and he didn't complain about it. They could always find new ones. The best he could do was flash her a bah humbug wave.
"So what are you looking for exactly?" she continued, more seriously.
"We're in Montana. Your parents live here." He didn't say lived, though that was more accurate. "Do they own rifles or some sort of guns?"
"My dad had a collection. I can't tell you what they were or what they were used for, but he was proud of it. He kept a big safe full of them."
It warmed his heart to hear such good news. People in the state would have given David and his band of merry assholes a hell of a fight if it had been a fair war. Still, the people were gone, but not the guns. It's not necessary to know all that. What matters is I bet every other house on this street has guns inside. We only have to find the one with the most. He stressed the word most.
"Which one will have the most?"
She scanned the street, though he hadn't told her how to identify a potential target. Several houses had pickups and four-wheel drive SUVs parked in front, but he looked for a certain one. A few houses down, across the street, a bright red Ford pickup called out to him. It was lifted, with tires bigger than the ones he had on his Jeep Wrangler. The back window was littered with American flag stickers, an Iraqi campaign service ribbon, and an oversized Gadsden flag with its angry "Don't tread on me" snake. The truck was parked on the man's lawn. He was sure it was a guy, and not in his driveway. "That's the one." He glanced over to her, held out his hand, then asked, "You want to go for a walk?" She held out her hand in return.
"Lovely morning for it."
As soon as they touched the pavement and were out of earshot from the house, Emily casually switched gears in the substance of their conversation.
"So you haven't said much since last night?"
"What do you mean? I've talked you all to death." It was true. He tried to include the three women in as many decisions as he could. They were all able-bodied ladies with good heads on their shoulders. He'd wanted their input on almost all the critical choices he'd made during the escape from Minot.
"I think you know what I mean."
She squeezed his hand, confirming what she meant had nothing to do with the others. Emily went on before he needed to answer.
"You clammed up after Kyla caught us kissing like a couple of seventh graders. Are you embarrassed by me?"
She chuckled in her typical way, but he interpreted the subtext as her being a little hurt. "You may have just said the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. What man would be embarrassed to have the eye of the first female president of the U.S. of freaking A?"
"Then what's the deal? I know you feel the same way I do. I could tell by the way you kissed me."
She leaned against his arm and bumped his hip. It was charming coming from an attractive woman like her, but it also cut to the bone of what had him bothered. He could have pushed on and pretended like it was no big deal, but he also wanted to work through it. "Step into my office," he said quietly as they strode by the big red truck and to the side of the prospective house. The door was unlocked, so he went inside, Emily trailing. "Honey, I'm home." No one answered. He went into the living room and had a good look at the bedrooms and kitchen from where he was, but he stopped and faced Emily as she joined him. "I'm having a hard time processing you being my boss, the boss of the whole nation. I wouldn't date a female superior in the Air Force for the same reason it feels wrong to show feelings toward you." She stepped closer.
"You're saying it's you, not me?"
He was taken aback. "Yeah, I guess."
"But if you were interested in me, would you let me step closer, like this?" She closed the distance to within inches and looked into his eyes. She was a bit shorter, so she had to look up. "Yeah, this is fine. And if you were interested in me, despite being your boss, would you want me to do something like this?" She leaned in to kiss him, and he willingly went to her, but before their lips touched, Emily halted. "You were right! Look at that!" She pointed into an adjacent room. He was disappointed to miss the kiss, but she'd found the jackpot. A black gun safe hung wide open. The large number of rifles inside seemed to beckon him like a cornucopia of goodies at Thanksgiving. The owner of the giant truck had proved him right. "Thank you, Montana," he said dryly. Ted moved to go look at the treasure, but Emily caught his arm. "This is to be continued. I'm going to seriously think about firing you from the Air Force to get you out of my chain of command, you hear me? Anything to get you to stop thinking this is weird between us." In the moment, that sparkle in her eyes was meant for him alone. It was infectious and irresistible. Despite his misgivings, he knew the weirdness was already melting away. It was always nice to be wanted. At the same time, they had work to do. "To be continued," he agreed. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Dwight had spent a considerable portion of his later years with bruises and cuts all over his body. Life on the streets was brutal and a relentless struggle. Other homeless folk pushed and shoved when the demons in their heads told them to. Drug addicts would come down an alley kicking and screaming, looking for their next score. Police would sweep through every so often, oddly enough, also kicking and screaming. All of them eventually inflicted some degree of pain. However, nothing compared to the beating he vaguely remembered getting the night before. He did recall the fire. It had been branded into his eyes. Bernard had gone up in flames, along with the rest of his fire team in the city of Folsom. His memory got fuzzy after that. There was the escape. A liquor store. Lots of drinking. A bunch of Bernards appeared and beat him until both his feet were in the grave. They could have put the rest of him in the ditch, but he blacked out. It was caused by all the pain, but he'd also put away something close to his body weight in alcohol. When he woke up, he was in an office prison. The door to the outside was lined with bars. A pretty young girl stood across the hall, wearing a blue costume of some sort. It was hard to see, since one of his eyes was swollen shut. "Puppy, where did we end up?" The bird was silent. He tried to scoot off the cot, but the droopy thing wrapped around him like a taco shell. Or more likely, he simply lacked the strength to free himself. "Puppy, I need help," he slurred. Perhaps minutes or an hour later, he woke up on the gray industrial carpeting of the floor. From there, it was a lot easier to get to his feet, though he used the metal bars to steady himself as he searched for his friend. "Poppy, where did they take you? Come back, I'm sorry." Whenever she disappeared, it was usually because he'd done wrong. The pretty girl was back at her door. "Excuse me, mister, are you all right?" His green and red bird wasn't on her shoulder, which was a good sign. If Poppy had abandoned him for some stranger, he was going to be boiling mad. Yet his bird friend wasn't up or down the hallway either. "Sir?" the girl pressed. "Who did you lose? Maybe I can help you find him." "Well, duh!" he barked, pissed she would imply he'd lost anyone, but also wrecked to learn she didn't even know the sex of his bird. "You couldn't help me find him. My bird is a her, you stupid normal. Not that you would know the difference if you saw her. No one ever sees her." He remembered that much. Anyone he asked about seeing his bird always gave him the same look. Often, they ran the other way. "Oh," the girl replied unhappily. He dared not let go of the bars or he'd fall to the ground. For the first time, He noticed the ugly white and orange outfit he wore. He held on even tighter. "Poppy, I need you to come back. Get me out of here. Don't let this bitchy woman hurt you." "Hey, watch what you say to me. My name isn't bitchy woman, it's Tabitha."
Tabitha? What kind of name is that? He wondered. If he found Poppy, he intended to ask her if it was even a legit name. "I'm Dwight. If you're the one who hurt Poppy, I'm coming through both these cell doors, and I'm going to burn you where you stand. I did it to Bernard and the other Bernards. I can do it to you, too." The girl scoffed at him, then pulled a food tray into her room, out of his sight. Her disappearance suited him fine, as it gave him time to study every possible hiding spot where Poppy might have gone. He yelled for her. He paced, hoping she would appear. He closed his eyes, wishing her to reveal herself. Eventually, he opened his eyes and saw the girl in blue, along with a golden man with white hair. They stood in the hallway, outside his door. "You two, have you seen Poppy?" The white-haired man tisk-tisked and glanced over to the woman. "It looks like your neighbor is going through alcohol withdrawal. Such a nasty thing." She seemed disgusted and sympathetic at the same time. He vaguely recalled the same queasy glances from tourists back in San Francisco. Sometimes, rarely, he found genuine concern in the eyes of those people. That was when he knew he was going to get a large payday from them. "Mister, all I want is my Poppy." The man came to his cell door, unafraid of Dwight. He spoke with a haughty, better-than-you tone he also recognized from highbrow tourists. "My name is David. You should know. All I want is the 6 men you killed. You have committed the ultimate crime against the Legion, and you will suffer greatly for it. The sentencing is in a few hours." Mentally, he prepared a list of cuss words he was going to wield against the blurry man standing outside his door. After impressing and shocking him with his command of English language cursing, he'd stick his tongue out and blow spit at the guy. It would be glorious. But the golden moment passed in a heartbeat. His stomach didn't want to play nice, and it wouldn't give him more than a few seconds to prepare for what was heading his way. Dwight did what came naturally to someone suffering withdrawals so soon after consuming too much liquor. He puked. Chapter 3. Westby, Montana. It took 10 minutes for Ted and Emily to clean out Mr. Patriot's gun safe. As he suspected, the person who lived in the house took great pride in 2 things: his truck, which was a pristine late-'80s lifted Ford 150, and his guns, which were a mix of well-treated rifles, automatic shotguns, and factory-fresh Beretta handguns. He also had a drawer full of knives. "I told you this house would have what we needed," he bragged, though Emily had already stated multiple times how impressed she was with his selection. By the time they stood there loading the guns into the back of the silver SUV, she feigned being tired of his playful crowing. "You found something?" Meacham said, as she walked up with Kyla, apparently ready to move out. "He found the jackpot," Emily said sarcastically, "though he's kind of shy about explaining how." The Marine's eyes lit up. "These M9s are like the ones we use in the Corps. I trained Kyla on these." Ted cracked up, happy to let his guard down for 5 minutes and have some fun. More importantly, the discovery had done a little to soothe his pain at losing his own firearms. "I think this guy owned a gun store. These are expensive." He picked up one of the ARs, which was somewhat similar to the Bushmasters he'd built, though they were of much higher quality. "This one is a Bravo company with a Steiner Optics long-range scope. This glass might cost as much as the rifle." "Do we have ammo?" Meacham asked, always practical, liberating a couple of knives. Yeah, I was going back to grab it. It took all of them to collect the heavy boxes of ammunition. Each shipping carton said there were 500 rounds inside, and though each box was only about the size of a toaster, they weighed 20 pounds, making them unwieldy to carry more than a couple. Meech grabbed 2 under her good arm, so he was compelled to match her. Emily and Kyla each took 1.
"Do we need more than this?" Kyla asked when they had the first load in the truck.
"You can never have too much ammo," Meacham replied, already headed back inside. He shrugged and followed her. "We have the room in the back of the truck. We might as well take it all." While he was inside, he snagged the man's cleaning supplies, a couple of large rifle cases, earplugs and safety glasses, as well as a box filled with leather and nylon pistol holsters. The man truly had it all. "Now we've got everything," he said in a satisfied voice, closing the rear door of the truck. "Let's get out of here." The 4 of them piled into the stolen SUV. He started it up, scanning his instruments. A GPS had been mounted on the dashboard, but it flashed an error code about no signal. His intention was to spend the day navigating old school. The sun would be their guide. A buzzing sound came in on the wind, catching the attention of all 3 of them.
"Is that—"
Emily began, holding her breath.
"A drone,"
Kyla said, with disappointment. "We're going west," he exclaimed, hitting the accelerator. "I'm sure the drone is coming from Minot. They must be widening their search." He could barely contain his anxiety at being spotted. The women looked to the sky as if expecting a missile to come down on them, but he kept his eyes forward. Their only chance to avoid detection was to get out of the machine's field of view before it could acquire them. He didn't go easy on the gas pedal. They had tree cover for a few hundred yards getting away from the houses, but the landscape soon opened up to treeless, grassy plains. Grain silos and farmhouses dotted the horizon. Those would be the only places to hide. As it was, he sped over a small rise, putting a bit of barrier between them and the town of Westby. It wouldn't save them from the eyes of the drone, if it was looking to the west of the town, but it would prevent them from being spotted by anyone on the ground back there. He assumed search parties were everywhere.
"How did they find us?"
Emily asked, still craning her neck to the rear.
"Maybe they're following a pattern," Kyla suggested. "If they're automated, like everything else, it would make sense for them to be on pre-planned routes."
That settled his mind enough for him to suck in a calming breath. His heartbeat was dangerously fast, and he'd begun to think who would use which of the new rifles for a last stand if they'd been spotted. Minutes later, with the truck's speedometer up around 110, he figured they might be in the clear. "Nothing's up there?" The women scanned everywhere, searching for eyes in the sky.
"I don't see any, Unc. I think we made it."
Kyla sat in the back seat directly behind him. He saw her smile in his rearview mirror. Emily exhaled with relief. Only Meacham seemed unconvinced they'd gotten away. She had her window open and hung out like a puppy dog, always watching behind them. Ted gripped the wheel, wishing he had the black Camaro he and Emily abused while getting into New York City. Without a speed limit, or police anywhere along the route, he was certain he could cross the state of Montana in record time. A low roar reverberated in his lungs. He and Emily shared a confused look.
"Damn!"
Meacham exclaimed.
"Look back there!"
Emily bumped her head on the window, trying to see behind them.
"My God! They blew up the whole town!"
Ted slowed a tiny bit, so it was safe for him to look over his shoulder. 10 miles back, on the smooth plains of Montana, a black plume of smoke rose as if a nuke had wiped out the city of Westby. Given the small size of the town, a nuke wasn't even necessary. It was more likely a heavy gravity bomb dropped from some enemy bomber in the stratosphere. The 3 women alternately cussed or spoke in awe of the rising cloud, but he could only speed up and keep them on the road. He wanted to believe Kyla's theory about automated search patterns and luck, but he thought things through with an eye toward the new style of warfare surrounding them. If the enemy was smart, and he always assumed they were, maybe they tapped into the computer systems of the water company this morning. Since the entire nation was gone, any unusual water consumption would stand out on their computer screens. Their showers might have tipped off the enemy as to where they'd spent the night. He'd need to be a lot more cautious going forward. They would jump in a lake to get clean, if necessary. "Belt in, everyone. We're not dropping below 100 until this thing is out of gas." NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado.
Tabitha, I'm sorry I couldn't get you before lunchtime. As you can imagine, I'm very busy with the invasion of the old America.
"I bet,"
she snarked. David took her from the cell, but stopped at the door of the crazy man. "Hey, I have a special delivery coming for you, a present that's going to blow your warped little mind."
"Ah!"
the man yelled from deep inside his office cell. David seemed unconcerned. He waved her forward, out of the prison area. Tabby was glad to be out of the cramped quarters and away from the rude guy in the other cell. However, other than location, her situation didn't improve. David made her uneasy in a way she found hard to put to words. When she'd first met him, she'd found him not the worst-looking guy in the world. He brandished a charming smile and a friendly demeanor that made you want to talk to him. He was a little older than her dad, maybe in his late 40s, but he had the long white hair of an elderly man, which gave him an unusual, almost elfish quality. In any other situation, those unique features might have made him an interesting character. However, once she learned who he was and what he'd done to her parents, she only saw a monster with malevolent, dead eyes. Yet he talked like a pleasant librarian as they strolled the halls. "I understand your confusion. You dislike I found you attractive enough to save, but you hate yourself for being flattered by it. You're glad to be alive, while at the same time crushed your family didn't make it. You feel rebellious and vindictive, yet you hate knowing you lost a war you didn't even know was coming to your shores." She wouldn't ever give him the satisfaction of knowing her pain. "I'm not confused at all. You killed everyone I loved. What more do I need to know?" He waved her through another door, guiding her forward as if it were a chivalrous act. "That's why I set aside some time for you. I know I can't make you want to be here, but I think I can make the case you should accept this as your destiny. Maybe you'd even see it as an opportunity." "You want me as your wife, don't you?" She'd been fearing this moment since she first saw the other women in the gym-like chamber. If she and the others were to be the mothers of a new generation of Americans, and he'd gone out of his way to capture her after seeing her on the unauthorized broadcast in St. Louis, it stood to reason he'd try to get her to like him. "No freaking way that'll ever happen." He laughed politely and brushed some of his long locks out of his face. "Oh my, you're a wonderful young lady with a gift for straight talk. However, you're half my age. Do you believe I'd really do such a horrible thing?" "Isn't it why I'm dressed like a prostitute from Star Wars?" She swooshed her hands down her sides, showing off her blue spandex attire, along with the added skirt. "You don't like it?" he asked, with what seemed like real surprise. "The other girls love their outfits." She snorted. "I'm sure they'll tell a male dictator holding them captive deep inside the earth what they really think about their spandex school uniforms." They traveled deeper into the hallways of the underground facility. She knew nothing about NORAD, besides it was a military bunker in the mountains. As best she could tell, based on where she'd spent the night, part of the facility was reserved for office space. They walked down another nice hallway, but came to a set of double doors which seemed to hold back darkness on the other side. David leaned against the door as if to open it, but then stopped abruptly, almost making her bump into him. "Tell me, what would you have done if I'd forced you to be my wife?" His dead brown eyes searched her for the answer before she could voice it. She immediately wondered if the whole thing was a test. Maybe she was supposed to want to be his wife rather than be forced. He could then feel good about not being an ass, and she could presumably feel her new career path was worthwhile. Mom and Dad might tell her to take the deal, if only to give herself time to figure a way out of it. She, however, "I'd find a way to kill myself," she said in a "I'm empty inside" tone of voice. They stood there for a few moments. He watched to see if she'd been serious. She, in turn, searched her feelings to decide if she'd really go through with such a scenario. Seconds later, she thought maybe she could. She'd rather die than have to be a slave to him, right? He laughed out loud. "I knew it. You're truly a wonderful addition to our team." He held up a finger. "Not as my wife. Goodness, no. I don't want you to hurt yourself, but I do have some young men I'd like you to meet." "Calgon, take me away," she mumbled. It was a phrase her mom often said when tourists at the mine were being difficult. She had no idea who Calgon was, or where she'd take her mother, but saying it reminded her of the feisty attitude she wanted to emulate. David threw her a sideways glance, bemused at her word choice, then pushed through the doors. "Follow me." The underground facility changed in an instant. They entered a tunnel chiseled from raw stone. It was about 10 feet tall and wide, with an organized bundle of wires running along the base of the wall on the right side. A row of bulbs hung in a line about every 20 feet on the ceiling. "What is this place?" she said in a wonder-filled voice, despite herself. "Have you ever heard of the word antipode?" he asked, mysteriously. "No," she barked, anxious to cancel out the sound of being interested. "Well, you will. Down this hallway is the weapon which has made it so easy for me to be here, deep inside your country, without a scratch on me." David walked a few paces ahead, obviously excited to show it to her. She followed at a slower pace, wary of what she would find. It wasn't so much the weapon that worried her, but his cagey questions and wandering eyes. Whatever else he said to her, she was convinced a power-mad invader like him would have no qualms about making her be his wife. The problem, despite the bravado she displayed on the outside and the half-hearted attempts to convince herself otherwise on the inside, was she really didn't want to die today. Chapter 4. Devil's Tower, Wyoming. They escaped Westby and headed south, away from the explosion and search drones. They made it through the entire state of Montana without sighting any additional enemy patrols or aircraft. When they saw the dark shape of Devil's Tower on the horizon of northeastern Wyoming, it gave them a place to aim for a quick stop. "You've got 60 seconds to enjoy Devil's Tower," Uncle Ted remarked, sounding like Clark W. Griswold of Vacation fame. She was well aware they had no time to sightsee. The only reason they'd stopped was the prospect of finding a place to eat and gas up in a state scarce on towns or gas stations even before the reboot. As they all expected, the gift shop had a snack bar attached to it. "I'm buying some new clothes," Emily replied, walking inside. "I'll not wear the uniform of my mortal enemy a second longer than necessary." "I can't stop you," her uncle replied to her. "But don't throw them out. The uniforms might come in handy again." "I never thought I'd see this place," Kyla admitted, still hanging out on the front porch. She pointed to the nearby natural wonder, which was a mile or two away, and spoke to her uncle. "Mom always wished she could take me to national parks out here." Above them, the monolith stood about 1,000 feet tall, with a flat top. The black obsidian structure had distinctive lines down the side, as if a volcano's lava had cooled inside the mountain, all the outer rock and dirt had been stripped away, and then a giant used a trowel to cut grooves from top to bottom. Your mom would have loved places like this, no doubt about it. She'd probably beat bongos as she hiked around the trails up there. Kyla laughed, openly acknowledging her mom's eccentric side. "What's the big whoop? Looks like the world's biggest tree stump," Meacham said, unimpressed. Her uncle chuckled. "Don't ruin the moment, people. Take in the nature. Do your business while I find another car willing to give us some gas." Uncle Ted grabbed a hose and gas can, both things they'd found when they'd gassed up a couple of hours ago. He then hurriedly walked around the end of the wooden building. "I'm going over this way," she stated. Uncle Ted popped back around the corner. "Make sure you have your rifle, Kai." She tugged on the rifle strap and smiled, glad to have it. The attack in Westby, after they'd left, had spooked her thoroughly, and the lonely drive had given her several hours to think about whether she'd been the cause of it. There were a million ways to look at it, but in the end, she judged it dumb luck the enemy drone appeared when it did. She'd been quick on the tablet and disassembled it immediately. There was no way a drone could have been on top of them so fast. However, no matter what it was, she desperately wanted to check at least one more time to see if the people at Ramstein had received her call for assistance. While the others were inside, or scouting vehicles for gasoline, she snuck to the rear of the building and pulled the tablet from its hiding spot under her black shirt. Kyla studied the tablet for a long time, going back and forth in her head about whether to take the risk of firing it up one last time. If she did, and got confirmation the military knew where to attack, she was going to break it to bits to ensure it couldn't give away their position. If she didn't fire it up now, well, they might be driving into a war zone. "I have to know if my message went through." Without realizing it, her hand was wrapped around the battery. Was it a sign? Did she instinctively know what was necessary? This was the time to be bold and save her friends, and the country. Just a peek. Devil's Tower, Wyoming. It had been a long several-hour drive from Westby to Wyoming. They'd exited the truck in Montana only once, at a hardware store, giving Ted a chance to ensure the weapons were properly slung over their shoulders, safeties on, and were the models each person wanted. After grabbing a length of hose to use as a siphon and a gas can, he let each of them practice firing while he got fuel. They stayed away from the shirts and socks, blowing down the street. On the road again, Meacham had cracked open the boxes of ammo and loaded magazines. When everything was good, she broke apart her pistol and put it together about 20 times. Now they were at Devil's Tower for another fuel stop. "Stay close to the truck," he warned, walking to the back to distribute weapons. He selected a Benelli automatic combat shotgun as his primary weapon, thinking it would be best for close-up work if they were surprised. Kyla and Emily each took AR-15s. He deemed those as medium-range weapons, though they only had red dot scopes. He gave Meacham the AR with the Steiner optic scope. Well, it was more like she took it for herself. The good news was there were still 12 other rifles in the back of the truck, along with a few shotguns and a couple leftover M9 pistols. The man in Montana was truly a firearms enthusiast. After some brief small talk with Kyla, he grabbed the hose and gas can and took off into the large parking lot of cars. When he got about 50 yards away, he tossed them down and unzipped his fly. "Oh, man, I made it," he exhaled to himself. He hadn't needed to go when they stopped at the hardware store, but it had been building up every minute since then. Stressing out while doing over 100 miles an hour in a flying brick didn't help his bladder. At all. Minutes later, Feeling 1,000 times better, he got himself together and went to work securing their next tank of gasoline. He found a similar SUV on the lot and went to work opening the fuel tank door. For a few seconds, he considered whether it made more sense to borrow the new SUV than take its gas, but he'd gotten comfortable in the other one. He knew its limits. Ted also considered taking a sportier vehicle, like that Camaro, but there was nothing like it on the lot. While thinking through all his options, he noticed Kyla standing behind the gift shop building. He looked away, afraid she was using the public restroom, but was glad to know where she was. His duty as protector of his sister's daughter went on no matter what. Ted used the siphon to drain a full 5 gallons for his red plastic fuel container. After securing the cap and grabbing the hose, he took a few steps toward his truck. Motion caught his attention in the back seat of a plain-looking minivan parked in the next row. Since everyone in America was supposed to be gone, there was no possibility it was 2 teenagers rolling in the hay, an activity Kyla's mother fretted about constantly. But what was it? He allowed himself a few tentative steps toward the van, stopping when he was next to the open sliding door panel. When the attack happened, the owner of the van had been loading or unloading, like the van back at the lighthouse. The father's clothes were on the ground below him. A child's pajamas were there, too. Don't look at them. With deliberate slowness, he craned his neck to peek around the edge of the door. The thing on the seat was about the size and shape of a large, rolled-up sleeping bag. It was brown and furry, like someone had left a snuggly blanket on top of the bag, but it was also moving. Ted's heartbeat picked up the threat before his brain. He instinctively knew it was dangerous, but his mind was unable to spell out what it was. As his flight response kicked in, he remained fixed on solving the riddle, if only so he could tell the others what to be afraid of. Was it a dog? An oversized raccoon? He took a step back, wondering if he could lock it inside. He'd have to close one door and then run around to the other side of the van to shut the other. But it could be done. Kyla interrupted his plan when she screamed. He whipped his head to see what she was dealing with behind the building. A brown blotch ambled through the brush about 20 feet from her, grunting and snuffling. It was the moment he figured out what was in the van. Ted glanced inside one last time. A small head had popped out of the furry ball. A young bear cub seemed to listen for its mother. When it saw him, the thing showed a level of confusion he could appreciate. It let out what at any other time would have been a cute little growl. Over by Kyla, the mama bear stood on her hind legs, looking right at him. "Oh, shit!" Unwilling to leave his gas can, he carried it as he crouched down and hustled away from the den on wheels. He suspected there were other brown fur balls in the rear of the van. If he scared them all, their mama would be relentless in terminating the intruder. As he got a few cars over, he poked his head up to confirm Mama was lumbering toward her babies. It was the opening he needed. "Kyla, get out of there!" He assumed she'd heard him, so he ducked down and continued his way across the parking lot. 10 cars later, he was far enough from the scene of the crime. He sprinted to the front of the store, shouting as quietly as possible, "We have to go right this second!" Ted tossed the gas can and hose in the rear hatch of their SUV, then slammed it shut, keeping an eye back where he'd come from. "What about my shirts?" Emily called from inside. "There's a pissed-off mama bear coming to protect her cubs. We have to be out of here in 10 seconds. Hurry!" "Oh, I will!" she cried out. He scrambled into the driver's seat, trusting the women would jump in after he started it up. Kyla appeared from around the far side of the building. She'd gone the long way to avoid the bear. Meacham, rifle out, waited until his niece was inside, then climbed in the rear door after her. Emily was the last one in. When she slammed the door, Ted hit the gas, causing her to roll sideways in her seat and almost tumble onto the center console.
"Whoa! Let me get buckled."
"Sorry," he replied, laughing a bit at her struggle. Once safe and off the lot, he looked back. The fat mama bear stood next to her den, watching him drive away. She seemed to study him intensely, almost daring him to come back. He slowed to a crawl while looking in his side mirror at the majestic creature.
"Why the hurry for bears?"
Meacham asked from the back seat.
"We could have blown them away with some 5.56 NATO."
Emily gasped.
"You'd shoot a mama watching over her kids?"
The Marine spoke matter-of-factly.
"I wouldn't take pleasure in it, but we're in a war zone. We have requirements to fulfill which are necessary for our survival. If we have to kill to keep our people alive, we have to be ready to do it swiftly and humanely."
After seeing Baby Bear's little head stick out of its puffball of fur, he wasn't sure he could condemn it to death by killing its mother. But there was a lesson in the encounter, and Meacham was the most practical about it. It was going to take extreme measures to protect those he loved. Amarillo, Texas. Brent Whitman finally made it back to the prison after a long night and early morning evading the enemy forces swarming the city of Amarillo. They'd struck a blow against the enemy by sending those fuel trucks into the airfield. He expected them to want payback.
"Hey, boss man,"
a voice said from the darkness of one of the cells. There were only 6 of them, including Brent, which was why they hadn't left anyone at the prison to guard it. Thus it came as a shock to find someone already inside. His old heart stopped, took a few seconds to collect itself, then resumed beating. "Holy shit! Who's that?" he finally managed to sputter out. A young man emerged from the cell. His dark skin, long black-haired ponytail, and narrow eyes made him appear foreign, perhaps one of the Asian countries. The distinctive look helped Brent finally make the connection. The man was inside Terry Long's cell. It had to be him. "Long," he said with relief. "We thought you were with these assholes." Brent pushed the man in the black and brown jumpsuit until he went into an adjacent empty cell. He'd come within a second of killing the man outright last night at the Cadillac Ranch, willing to write it off to the cost of war, but he changed his mind before he could pull the trigger. He'd been wondering if he'd made the right decision ever since. However, he had access to an entire prison. It wouldn't cost him anything to hold the man, even if temporarily. "Who is he?" Long asked. "His name's Will. He works for the people who wiped out America." "Wiped out?" Long looked around at the other ex-prisoners. The 5 men who stayed with Brent after being given their freedom. The 5 men who'd done significant damage to the as-yet unnamed enemy trying to gain a foothold in Amarillo. He also caught sight of Trish. They all nodded. Brent replied, "There are thousands of men like Will. They came to the United States after the weapon erased everyone upstairs." They all understood he meant the upper floor of the prison. All the men up there, guards and prisoners alike, had vanished on day 1. "But it wasn't only upstairs, and it wasn't only in Amarillo. This is happening across the entire country." Long seemed to get it. "I went to my mom's place up in Lake Meredith after you let us go. Stayed there for a few days. At first I didn't think anything of not seeing people. It was during the week, after all. But eventually, it worried me not seeing a single boat on the water, besides empty ones. I got curious and tried knocking on many doors of the other lake homes. Found absolutely no one, but lots of their clothes. Yesterday, I was totally jacked in the head, knowing the place had gone super wrong. I came here because you were the last people I'd seen. I thought I'd find someone, anyone, even you, boss. But the joint was empty. I might have been strangled by a bedsheet if you hadn't come back when you did." He laughed, not sure what to make of the guy. Most of the men who served time in the minimum security prison were a mixture of good and bad. Often they got caught up in events bigger than themselves, acted stupidly,
and ended up in the hoosegow to work it off. But he had a hard time remembering what Long did to get tossed in jail or what his record was. He'd transferred in only a week or two before the world fell apart. "You're welcome to join us," Brent finally replied, knowing he couldn't stop him. Long saluted him from the same cell where he'd done his short stint. "Thanks. I don't care what you guys have in store for me. I'm only glad someone is left alive to talk to." Chapter 5. Big Thunder National Grassland, Wyoming. Ted had a couple of hours behind the wheel to think about what happened at Devil's Tower. He'd come to the conclusion he hadn't been weak, but instead was simply being cautious. Sure, he could have shot the mama bear, but a wounded animal was unpredictable and dangerous. The safe play was removing his people from the situation. Since he'd done the retreat with success, his self-imposed after-action report was positive. However, it got him wondering about what was up ahead. "We need gas," he said dryly. An abandoned passenger car was a little to the side of the road, as if it stopped soon after its driver vanished. "This looks like a rather unique place to stop." He drove around the car, then put the SUV in park, and shut it off. "It's wonderful, Ted. Nice work finding this tourist destination. Can we get out and walk around?" Emily remarked in a sarcastic tone, stretching her arms. Ted looked in a 360 around the truck. They were on a slight rise in the road, but there was nothing but flat ground from horizon to horizon. They'd passed a sign announcing they were driving through a national grassland, and it lived up to the name. Wild green grasses were the only thing, besides the road, drawn into the landscape. After a quick check to the skies, he decided they could afford to all get out. "Stick close to the truck. After last time, I want to make sure we always have a buddy with us. Kyla and I both stumbled into the bear, situation because we were by ourselves." Kyla laughed nervously. "I don't see any bears this time, though I do see—" He checked out his window. Kyla was looking toward the side of the road, but with bemusement, not fear. She followed her eyes and saw the objects of her delight. "Prairie dogs." When he opened his door, the prairie dogs cried out in tiny barks, possibly to warn their peers. The creatures were about 2 feet tall, thin, with brown fur and curious black eyes. They stood on their hind legs, much like the mama bear, and watched from their piles of dirt to see what he was going to do next. As soon as he stepped on the pavement, the few animals closest to him went into their holes. The others squeaked their warning cries. "I've only seen these on television," he admitted. "I'm on fuel duty," Meacham remarked, striding for the parked vehicle with the hose and red gas can. "Roger that," he replied, thankful for the help. It gave him time to stretch his legs, which, he admitted, were suffering from the endless sitting. "What's on your mind?" Emily asked, as she walked around the front of the truck. He looked back to Kyla. She had the door open but stayed inside the SUV as she observed the prairie dogs. When she saw him, she flashed a big smile, happy to be there. "Walk with me?" he asked, waving her along the shoulder in front of the truck. They went about 50 feet before he stopped to look at the dogs near the road. He pretended to be interested in them in case Meacham or Kyla wondered why he and Emily had split off. "You have me worried," she said quietly. "Did something happen I don't know about?" "No, not at all. You're the first person I'm talking to about my thoughts." He glanced over to her. "That bear attack did one thing for me. It made me realize we haven't even gotten to the dangerous part of our mission. If we're going to NORAD, and if we're planning to hurt them, I seriously don't know how I can keep her safe." "So, are we changing our plans? We could go to Canada. Eventually we'd have to run into someone, right?" Emily always impressed him, and how she seemed to catch up to his line of thinking.
He made a thoughtful tapping sound with his tongue before answering. I did have Canada in mind, but not for you and me. You want Kyla to go up there alone? I don't know. No, he replied. Not just her. Meacham, too. Emily put her hands on her hips, thinking. After a short time, she seemed to arrive at a conclusion. Okay, then. We'll tell them what's up. It's for their own safety, give them provisions, and that's that. He chuckled. You don't have any kids, do you? She'd never mentioned children. It was a risk bringing up her family situation, but he didn't mean anything by it. I don't either, mind you, but Kyla is my niece. I've seen her and my sister butt heads for years. It's never a simple matter of telling her what's in her best interest and expecting her to do it. She's out of college, Ted, not a kid anymore. We can be adult with her. Ted cracked up. I love your optimism. She huffed. Well, I could order Meacham to take her. As president and commander-in-chief, it would be a legitimate mission for a Marine. Yeah, maybe. But I had a different idea. He explained his rationale over the next couple of minutes. When he was done, he searched her eyes for whether she thought it was going to work. He'd gotten to know her fairly well over the last several days, but even that experience didn't provide a clue in this instance. He knew enough to guess it was because the plan wasn't without its downsides. Give me some time to think about it, she said distantly. The barks of the prairie dogs were no longer so cute. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Tabby allowed herself to be led through the rocky tunnels until she and David arrived at what appeared to be a heavy metal door. David tapped a keypad before stepping back. NORAD built everything with an eye toward nuclear strikes. It was dogma back in the days of the U.S. versus the Soviet Union. She displayed only indifference. Through here, you'll see the weapon responsible for wiping away your people. Tabby strode through, heart pounding. If she was being led into the heart of the enemy camp, perhaps there would be an opportunity to disable it, or reverse it. That was how it went in the movies. Lights came on, revealing a circular chamber about 50 feet across. Unlike the hallways outside, the walls and ceilings were painted white to brighten the place. A number of futuristic block figures glowed on the wall, reflecting light throughout the curved area. The floor was lined with non-skid metal grating, as one might find on the wet floors of a ski lodge. The central section of roof had a 10-foot-wide hole above a similar void on the floor below it. Come on, don't be shy. David walked up to a stout metal railing which encircled the dark pit. He pushed on the rail. See? It's safe. What am I looking at? She said with unabashed wonder, looking up and down. The hole went up several stories before it ended in a metal barrier. Down was absolutely black after about 100 feet. Part of my weapon, as I told you. He leaned over the edge, looking below. Far down there is a part of the device. Another was built on the roof of this NORAD bunker, and yet another is far above that. She reached for the rail, distressed to learn that destroying his weapon wasn't as simple as hitting an obvious self-destruct button. David might have mistook her displeasure as discomfort, so he tapped on a small tablet hanging on the metalwork. Sometimes it helps to see it. He motioned for her to keep looking down. As she watched, lights came on in 50-foot sections, giving her a better sense of what was in the hole. One after the next, sections of the pit lit up and stayed on, giving the impression of a drill pushing far into the core of the earth. The process went on for a couple of minutes before the light seemed to meet at a point at the bottom. As you can see, the hole is too deep to see it all. This goes down for 10 miles. Is that a lot? She asked, still angry at her interest level. However, she'd spent years in the mine back home, so she had a natural curiosity for rocks. She wanted to study geology in college to help further her understanding of the Earth and what was inside it. Her parents were also experts in Earth studies, but looking into the abyss, the deep borehole was unlike any mining activity Mom or Dad had ever talked about during their tours. By far, the Soviets, whom I just mentioned, managed to get a thin shaft down about 7 miles in their country before they ran out of money. NORAD must have taken their lessons and tried to drill down here in Colorado, but they didn't get as far. It took a contract with one of my companies to get it done. Ours is 10 feet wide, too. Plus, we took it a step farther. There are 2 elevator shafts next to most of it. He pointed to the far side of the room. The elevator doors looked like they belonged in any office park, not deep inside a government bunker.
So you have 3 shafts going down 10 miles? This is your superweapon?
He laughed. The elevators don't go straight through. We had to install waypoints, stops, if you will, since the technology doesn't exist to get elevator cars straight through to a depth of 16,000 meters. Plus, you don't want to be stuck waiting if it has to go 10 miles before it reaches you, right? Tabby shrugged, clamming up again. Besides, the weapon part is along the walls down there. Don't you see it? He pointed down into the shaft. The walls weren't smooth or rocky. Long vertical pipes hugged the curvature of the hole around most of the perimeter, running to points far below. Small LED lights blinked in various locations as if there was energy flowing through them. As impressive as it was, it still didn't seem like a weapon. It certainly wasn't a weapon she could sabotage. When she didn't reply, he kept talking. We drained a water aquifer by accident. People in nearby towns were furious, but we blamed it on a fracking company. He snickered mischievously. We tapped into it during drilling, and it drained to a larger void down the tube. Good thing for us. It saved us having to pump it out. It would have delayed us a long time.
That would have been a shame,
she taunted. Yes, I'm sure you mean it. But consider what we've built here. Well, with NORAD's help, of course. The shaft goes down 10 miles. We have superconductors and cooling installed in the walls, giving us 10 miles of heavily shielded pathway for accelerated particles, the foundational elements of the universe. Without warning, he spun around and leaned back against the railing. His golden outfit sparkled from the lights on the ceiling. Of course, outside the tube, it's 400 degrees Fahrenheit down at the bottom, so it gets difficult to keep it cool, but my companies did their jobs in that regard. Now, a person could comfortably live down there. She brushed bangs out of her eyes after looking straight down.
If this is your superweapon, tell me what happened to my dogs. How did this,
she pointed to the pit,
kill them?
David pursed his lips, as if she'd disappointed him. Is that all you worry about? Everyone else? Your friends? Your dogs? The country?
Just tell me,
she insisted. Fine. If your dogs were caught by one of our mobile units, those machines have a lot less power, obviously, than our main gun here. They still tap into the base structure of the universe, but they don't have the same granular control as—
Are they dead or not?
He looked at her anew. Probably not. They've most likely been punched into a parallel universe.
A parallel universe?
She said dismissively.
You expect me to believe that?
David shrugged. It's all ones and zeros as far as I'm concerned. You arrange them in the right order, with enough power behind them, and you can send signals across the universe. You can open doorways between quantum-entangled particles, and you can send puppies into neighboring blocks of the multiverse. You can't believe it because your people weren't the ones to figure it out. She leaned hard against the railing, thinking. The dark tunnel of blinking lights below took on a new, sinister appearance.
It wasn't simply a strange weapon. David and his army had invented technology far beyond the ability of the United States. So far ahead, they were able to defeat her country without anyone knowing about it. And there she was, in the maw of the supergun. "Your weapon can be destroyed," she blurted out. He waited a few seconds, as if she might say more, but then he chuckled softly. "Everything can be destroyed. The universe persists under the pain of entropy, as I'm sure they taught you in science class." She decided to antagonize him. "It's just that you seemed invincible up until this point. I almost thought your weapon was designed by aliens or something. Now that I see it, though I have no idea what it is, I know one hand grenade down in the shaft can destroy all you've created here." "Do you have a hand grenade?" he asked, with interest. It drove her mad he didn't seem to rise to her prodding. David seemed to see her as a child who needed everything spelled out for her, and in return he displayed endless patience at how she didn't catch on. "No, I don't have a grenade. You can see what I've got in this stupid unitard." She pointed to the unforgivingly tight blue covering. "But you would blow it up if you could," he said, in a studious voice. She nodded enthusiastically. "That's my job. I'm an American. You killed my people. What did you think I would do? Marry you after you showed me this?" His shoulders slumped, though it was difficult to say if he was putting on an act. "You misunderstand why I brought you here. I don't need to explain what we've already done. I'm showing you what we're going to do. America is gone. You have to accept it. Other than a couple of pinpricks in Texas and North Dakota, and 2 lousy ships fighting us off the coast of New York, your people don't even exist in your homeland anymore. I'm trying to get you to see there is a way out for you. A way to make the best of a bad hand which has been dealt to you." She crossed her arms over her chest. "Let me and my friends go, and we'll call it even." David sighed, finally giving her a moment of triumph over him. He leaned off the rail and headed for the same door they'd used earlier. "Come on. I want to show you what your alternative is." She followed, wondering what could be worse than a weapon designed to kill continents. Chapter 6. Glendo, Wyoming. Kyla woke up in the back seat of the truck after a nap. She expected the scenery to be different from what it had been since they left North Dakota, as that would prove they'd made some distance in the time she'd been asleep. However, the world outside was almost the same as it had been. Flat, grassy, and boring. "There's a town coming up I'd like to take a look at," Ted said from the front seat. "It's called Glendo. It looks like there's a lake there, too. I see signs for fishing, camping, and motels." The clock on the dash said it was a little after 3 in the afternoon, but she was ready to call it a day. They'd been driving, often at over 100 miles per hour, since they rolled out of bed. She was beat, and was certain Uncle Ted was toast as well, though he'd never say it in front of his important friend in the front seat. She smirked at her own thoughts. It sounded funny thinking of the president as her uncle's girlfriend. Was there protocol for such things? "Hey, Unc, if you and Emily are together, does that make you the first boyfriend?" He glared at her in the rear-view mirror, though Emily laughed as she shifted in her seat to look back at her. "I like the way you think. There's an office in the White House which could answer your question, but I don't think they're picking up their phones. I do, however, quite enjoy the thought of my boyfriend—" "Friend," Ted interrupted, without conviction. "My friend," she said, with heavy sarcasm, "being the first friend, at the very least. That would make you the first friend's niece." They had a good laugh at Uncle Ted's expense. Even Meacham thought the naming game was hilarious, which probably embarrassed him even more. "All right, here we go." He pointed ahead to the little town. As he exited the highway, they remained wary for enemy forces wandering around, but the place was like everywhere else.
Empty. It was also a postage-sized location with 3 or 4 short streets at most. They went through without stopping. A few miles down a remote road, they found a large log cabin near a lake. It sat at the top of a rolling hill, tucked away inside a grove of tall pines, which was unusual for the grassland area. "This is it," her uncle declared. "We have tree cover from those drones. We have the high ground on this flat terrain, and we have access to a large lake." He backed the truck up to the front door, presumably to make it easy to unload their gear. There were no vehicles parked there, which meant they wouldn't be able to refill on gas, but it also suggested there wouldn't be any bundles of clothes inside. That was good, too. Uncle Ted still wouldn't look at her. When the motor was off, he got out of the truck as if it was on fire. "Did I say the wrong thing?" she asked the 2 ladies. Emily glanced outside to make sure Uncle Ted was out of earshot, then she leaned her way. "Ted is a private man. I think he's ripped to shreds about having the hots for his boss." "Well, he should get over it. He's not going to do better than you, and I don't just mean because the rest of the dating field has been wiped off the planet. You're the freaking prez." Emily's lips curled up in a wicked smile. "It's fun to tease him, isn't it?" Meacham chuckled. "I'll leave you hens to it. I'm going to secure the premises. This is going to be the White House for tonight. Needs to be checked." She took a rifle, leaving her and Emily alone. The other woman stared at her for a drawn-out moment, then seemed to snap into action. "Come on, let's see what this place has to offer for food." She hopped out, catching sight of her uncle going around the side of the wooden cabin. Emily went directly for the front door, following Meacham, so she tried to take her uncle's advice and never leave anyone alone. Kyla found him standing on the crest of a gentle hill leading down to the water, about 50 yards away. The deep, clear blue of the reservoir contrasted harshly with the vibrant green grass on the far shore, maybe a mile away. "Hey, Unc, I didn't mean anything back there." He looked over his shoulder for a second, but went back to watching the scenery. "You're a lot like your mother, you know. She loved gigging me about my girlfriends, except for Priscilla. I should have known my marriage was doomed when your mother didn't take a shine to her." "Nope, she didn't like her one bit." He chuckled. "I always thought it was your mom being dramatic. Like maybe she consulted one of her crystal energy chandeliers, and it told her to be indifferent to my wife. I couldn't see she was trying to help in her own special way." "I'm trying to help, too. Emily really is the total package. If you pass on her, I'm going to go out with her myself, just so I can get a fancy title." He glared at her. "You know what I mean. She's a catch." They stood there, side by side, for another few minutes. The scenery of the afternoon couldn't have been nicer, at least for their part of Wyoming. The water surface danced with tiny waves. Wind blew through the pine boughs. It smelled like a Christmas tree lot. However, all at once, Uncle Ted patted his pants pockets as if he'd forgotten something. "Dang it, I left my spare magazine in the truck. Will you hang out here for a sec? I also remembered a story about your mother you're going to appreciate. Just wait, okay?" She waved him off. They'd shared a million stories of Mom over the years, so she doubted it was anything new. However, if Mom was gone forever, she was willing to tolerate any repeat stories, so they would burn into her memory. "I'll be here." Uncle Ted walked away, but stood by the corner of the cabin for a few extra seconds. She heard his footsteps in the crunchy pine needles when he finally strode away. A stunning blue jay squawked at her from up in a nearby pine, diverting her attention back to the big show Mother Nature had put on for them. Minutes later, her uncle still hadn't come back. It didn't bother her at first, but after another brief wait, she started to think he'd forgotten about her. That wouldn't be a surprise, given all the things going on, and how tired he was, but loneliness made her want to rejoin the group. She She stared around toward the front of the cabin, ready to give him grief for not coming back right away. When she arrived in the front yard, she stopped in her tracks. Her stomach rolled sideways, not wanting to be a party to the sight. What the... The truck was gone. Glendo, Wyoming. Ted's conscience nagged him about how things had gone down. He shared a tender moment with Kyla while overlooking the beautiful lake, but he'd left her without saying goodbye. Now he and Emily were in the truck, racing to get away from the person he loved the most in the world. "Meacham knows what to do?" he asked. "Yes," Emily said, sympathetically. "I made it clear her mission in all this was to make sure Kyla stays safe. I have to tell you, she made a compelling case why you should have been the one to stay behind, and she should be the one to go with me to NORAD." Ted thought back to how he and Kyla had been standing behind the cabin, alone. If Meacham wanted to do it, she could have gone with Emily and snuck off. "Did you think about going with her, instead of me?" It had never crossed his mind to stay behind. He wondered what calculus whipped through her head to arrive at the conclusion she did. "Well, when you talked to me back at the prairie dog town, I wasn't sure leaving Kyla behind was the right thing to do. As we got near the cabin, though, and saw how remote it was, I began to wish I was the one who could stay." Emily swished her hair as she gazed out her window. "But," he prodded. "But apparently, my eyes are required to access the sensitive parts of the defense mainframe. It was either go with someone to the enemy base or send you with one of my eyes. I rather like being able to see with both of them." She laughed with a nervous energy. The truck sped through the tiny town of Glendo. In about 30 seconds, he had them back on the empty highway, heading south. It gave him time to digest her statement about picking who she would travel with. "So you selected me because of my fighting skills." They'd been running and fighting for days, so that had to be the reason. "Well, not exactly. I think Meacham could take you in a hand-to-hand cage match." He chuckled. "You might be right about that." After a pause, he continued. "So, the reason you chose me was—" He was fishing for her to admit she liked him. Their various kisses notwithstanding, it still felt wrong to pursue his commander-in-chief. "You have more experience in areas I think I'll need during this mission. Your piloting skills could be critical when we need to cross a lot of ground. I've seen you with a rifle, so I know you're solid there. Plus, you have a proven track record of keeping me alive. That counts for a lot." She looked right at him, smiling. Those were all fine reasons, but not the ones he'd hoped for. "You said I had a blind spot when it comes to you," he began, watching the road. "And I guess I do. All the joking back when we were all together in the truck makes me uncomfortable, but I don't really feel that way. Not when I'm alone with you." "Ted McInnes, is this your convoluted way of saying we're going steady?" He shrugged. "If you really want to, I could take it or leave it." She sat frozen in her seat for so long, he needed to peek over to her. When their eyes met, they both broke into laughter. Being alone with her removed all his inhibitions, as well as the normal social order of boss and subordinate. They were simply two people heading out into the apocalypse to do a job. He had to look to the road for a second, but when he returned to her face, he knew he couldn't keep her hanging. "Yeah, I guess I could take it." Having a complicated girlfriend wasn't exactly protocol for an Air Force lifer such as himself, but Ted accepted the necessity of letting his guard down for Emily. It wasn't only a result of being attracted to her, he needed her on a more personal level. While she may have joked about ditching him and taking Meacham, he had thought about ditching all three of the women and going on his own. When it came down to it, he found he couldn't. It wasn't a journey he could do alone. In the end, he hated leaving Kyla, but there was no question she would be a lot safer, and that was what he promised to his sister. The second they did their work at NORAD, he was going back to Glendo to collect her. He looked in the rearview mirror. Kyla and the cabin were already miles behind. "I'm sorry, Kai. I couldn't tell you to your face, but I think this is going to be a one-way trip." NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Dwight had a terrible morning. After the white-haired man took the girl in blue away, he spent hours spilling his guts into the 5-gallon bucket serving as his toilet. When he wasn't tossing his cookies, he yelled for Poppy to come back, though she never did. It was almost a relief when a man dressed in black came and opened his door. "David says it's time for your sentencing." The man spoke dryly, as if Dwight was far beneath him. "Can we take a car? I'm not sure I can walk." He sat hunched over on the plastic chair. His prison attire needed a visit to the laundromat. "Get your ass moving, traitor. I can guarantee you won't like it if I have to get help to yank you out of there." Dwight stood, wobbled for a few seconds, then started for the door. His stomach felt like a dirty dish rag tangled in the garbage disposal, but at least he wasn't dry-heaving anymore. It was the headache that was going to kill him. The guard walked him out of the office area and into a dank hallway made of stone. He learned not to ask questions of the man, though he kept what passed for a lookout for his bird. "Please, Poppy," he whispered. The colorful bird never showed up during the walk. His attention went to what was ahead. Double doors were being held shut by a couple of guards, and lots of voices were beyond, as if a party was going on. It reminded him of the celebration back at the warehouse in San Francisco. Things worked out for him there. Maybe this would be no different. "Put this on before you go in." A guard handed him a black sack, though his brain couldn't fathom what it was for. "Are these pants? Underwear?" He held it at different angles, searching for leg or armholes. "Idiot," one of the men replied. "It's a black hood. You and the others aren't supposed to see what's in there until we say you can." "Others?" he said with a shock. Based on the posture of the guards, he realized there were other men behind him. They'd walked the same hallway as him, though he was in the lead. All wore the same orange-striped suit as him. Most were injured or infirm, save for one perfectly normal young girl standing directly behind him. When they locked eyes, he asked the important question. "Have you seen Poppy?" The teen was going to answer, but a guard smacked Dwight on the back of the head. "Shut it! Just put the damn thing on!" Hood on head, Dwight let himself be led into a big room. He knew the size because of all the echoes. At first, one man was speaking, but applause soon followed. Only when he was stopped did he listen to the words. "My friends, the last thing on the agenda for this meeting is the sentencing of our traitor. This man—" Dwight's hood was lifted. He was on the stage in a gymnasium set up with a basketball court, perhaps at a college or university, though he'd never gone to one. Hundreds of people dressed in black stood around a white-haired man on a raised platform at about mid-court. He appeared to be the source of the talking. "Is responsible for the death of 6 legionnaires in Folsom, California. As you know, we are a new nation built on total adherence to laws. The law for murder, such as what he committed, says he must be put to death. But as you know, I abhor violence." A female voice snorted with barely stifled laugh. It silenced the whole room. It took him a moment to identify the girl in the blue outfit standing on the podium near the talker. He was sure it was the same gal from his prison cell. The speaking man looked at her, but she didn't make another sound. "So this man's sentence will be non-violent. Put him in." Dwight was shoved into a metal box framed around 10-foot glass windows on the outer walls. It was about the size of an elevator car interior with a roof lined with complicated-looking equipment. When the door was closed, the man spoke, though Dwight could no longer hear him. Soon enough, the compartment filled with white light. It was so bright, even putting his hands in front of his face couldn't keep it out of his eyes. Soon, he wasn't sure he even had eyes. Chapter 7. Fort Collins, Colorado. Once Ted accepted the need to keep Kyla out of the next fight, he settled into the drive through Wyoming's High Plains eastern border. They mostly kept to the back roads, avoiding the larger interstates and the enemy troops they assumed were there. All they saw was the occasional hawk and dozens of pronghorn antelope. They were a speck on the endless scenery of rolling hills and wild grass, though the fast-moving one. "I've been thinking," he said slowly, after 15 minutes of silence. "Uh-oh, that means trouble," Emily replied with a sharp tongue. "Har har, Ms. Comedienne. I'm being serious. It seems incredible Ramirez ended up at the one place we needed to go in North Dakota. Do you think they know we're going to NORAD in Colorado now?" "How could they?" she replied without hesitation. "Or more to the point, why would they? If it's their headquarters, it's the last place they would expect a small group of American rebels to show up." He tapped the steering wheel for a moment. "We have to think several steps ahead of this invasion force instead of vice versa. Maybe we can throw them off the scent." "Like a diversion?" "Yeah, but there's only 2 of us now. It would have to be a pretty amazing act to truly divert anyone." Emily pulled at her seatbelt to let out some slack. He commiserated with her. They'd been riding almost the entire day. It was a simple matter to take off his seatbelt, but it would be his luck to get into a wreck, even though there were no other moving cars on the highway. He didn't want his gravestone to say, "He would have saved the country, except he flew out the window in a crash because he got uncomfortable wearing a seatbelt." When she was situated, she went on. "They undoubtedly know I'm alive. There's no way they haven't figured out our identities after going into their base and spiking their computers. Maybe there's something we can do with that knowledge?" Ted experienced a momentary pang of regret about Kyla. She'd been instrumental in ensuring they all escaped from the air base at Minot. If he hadn't brought her, he and Emily might be permanently out of the game. At the same time, if things had gone differently, they might all be dead. "Let's assume they're on the lookout for us, and they don't really know where we're going next. Ramirez had a clue we'd have to go to NORAD to disable the entire system, but he never contacted anyone before Meacham took care of him." "Makes sense," she agreed. "Then they'd most likely jump into action if a sign popped up showing where you were. All we have to do is make sure you aren't there by the time they arrive." "Sounds easy." He nodded, thinking to himself again. They could get on the radio somewhere, an airport perhaps, and taunt the enemy forces. It might serve what they need, but maybe it wouldn't be enough. "You have an idea how?" she said a short time later. "No, not really. I was thinking about how we saw the girl on the television recording back when we were in Minneapolis. If we could get you into a TV station, maybe we could put you on the air. I could declare war on those jackwagons." He laughed. "Is that what you call them?" She reached over and bopped him on the shoulder. "It's what my dad used to call bad language. He wasn't a cussing man, but when someone really steamed him, he'd break out the wagon. It seemed to fit the situation here. Anyway, whoever they are, they'd have to come running if you got on the TV and announced a declaration of war. I mean, we all know the declaration is redundant since we're fighting for our existence, but it would still be a legitimate use of the airwaves. We might even get some friendly troops to get off their asses and recapture some of this great land." He motioned outside the windows. I'm happy to go on television and say whatever, but where are we going to find a working studio? And if we found such a place, what are the chances it's being operated by the bad guys? The girl he'd watched on the TV monitor appeared to be in a normal, everyday studio, but she'd been there shortly after the attack on America. Things were still working back then. Now, everywhere they drove, power was off. That small detail might stop them from even trying to find their own microphone. He wanted to toss an alternative out there for them to discuss, but only one thing came to mind, and it wasn't an act he took lightly. We could sabotage them. Oh, I like that even better. Really? Her enthusiasm surprised him. As long as we can do it without getting hurt, like starting a fire or blowing up a bridge. You're the expert. How do we inflict the maximum damage so they'll come running while also not endangering ourselves? He almost said it was impossible. Working behind enemy lines, especially when the goal was to get yourself noticed, was the epitome of dangerous. There was a reason it was normally left to special forces. Look, houses. He pointed down the roadway. A larger town appeared in the distance. I think we're at Fort Collins. We must have crossed the Colorado state line while we were jaw-jacking. She rubbed her hands together. Let's find a way to strike back at them, Ted. I think you've got it correct. The only way we can make our assault on the NORAD base a little easier is if we make some of them come out to look for us. If I remember, Fort Collins isn't too far from Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado. The home of NORAD, he agreed, knowing the main facility was actually a few miles away at Peterson Air Force Base. However, if there was one thing he was sure about, it was how an invading force would want to take over the bunker under Cheyenne Mountain. Nothing like an impenetrable vault inside Fortress America to give your team an edge. Still, there were always ways to maximize their chances of surviving another day. Ted briefly thought about those boys fighting in Texas. The guard at Minot said the Americans had struck a blow against them down in the Lone Star State. He wished he could watch the news to see how they did it. He snapped his fingers. The news? Seriously? Yeah, we can kill 2 jackwagons with 1 stone. I'll explain in a second. He drove over some grass to leave the highway, then he steered onto a side street at the edge of town. Let's pick one of these homes and take a break. I have a plan. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Tabby followed David from the big hole, the thing he called his superweapon, to another interior chamber in the rocky bunker. When she walked into the large room, she immediately became embarrassed by her tight-fitting attire. There were lots of young men standing around a raised platform in the middle of a gymnasium. She skidded to a stop before going in. What is this place? David didn't stop. Speech time. Then I'll show you how I deal with those who refuse to follow our rules. She gathered her chestnut-brown hair so the long locks were once again evenly draped over her chest. It seemed ridiculous to the extreme, and she was thankful to have the skirt, but Mom always taught her about modesty. If she had to suffer the torture of walking into such a room, she would do it on her own terms. She jogged to catch up, hating how David was her guide, but not sure where else to go. The white-haired man went up a few steps and indicated she should join him on the platform. He picked up a microphone and tapped it to be sure it was on. Men, thank you for gathering on such short notice, but I'm positive you will want to be a part of this. He motioned her over. This is my new friend. You wish. Tabitha Breeze. Tabitha has come to us from the old America. She's the last of them, but I hope to make her one of us in no time. However, while I have you men here, I want to share a milestone we're about to reach. The audience stared at David as if he was a preacher and they were sinners in his flock. She could maybe see a slight appeal to the man, minus the eyes, but not the over-the-top adoration she saw on the faces of the young men in the audience.
Ironically, she thought, none of them were openly looking at her. The whole affair made no sense. When all our pieces are in position in the European strike zone, we can eliminate the next largest threat in our mission. Currently, the nations of the European Union are too busy trying to expel the remaining Americans, so they've not had any thoughts of coming here to stop us. Once they're gone, it's on to the Russians, the Chinese, and the rest of them. He lifted his hands, which caused the men to clap and chant. "Free America! Free America! Free the world!" She got a better look at them. They wore black jumpsuits, like many of the others, but they had 3 white stripes down the sides of their chests and white stripes on the cuffs of their sleeves. Looking at them again, she found a passing resemblance to priests, though they couldn't be religious. David lowered his hands, and the applause ceased. "My fellow members of the Reboot Legion, this invasion would not have been possible without your dedication, hard work, and allegiance to the law. My new friend here," he gestured and turned to face her, which seemingly gave the onlookers the green light to gawk at her outfit. She fought the urge to blush. The young men were not anyone she could cede an inch to. They were her natural enemies. "Has come to get a better understanding of our code of justice. Lucky for her, it's fairly simple." He cleared his throat and spoke louder. "What is the penalty for rape?" "Death," they replied as one. It made her uncomfortable he would lead with that particular crime, but it was strangely comforting to hear what awaited anyone who tried. "And what is the penalty for doing drugs?" "Death," they repeated. While death seemed appropriate for rape, she had some trouble getting behind the same penalty for doing drugs. It wasn't due to any fondness for them, but she knew friends and family who'd tried them here or there. Mom even admitted to smoking some of the wacky tobacco when she was in college. "And what is the penalty for stealing food?" "Death." The list went on and on. She almost told David she got the picture, but she preferred to stay off his radar. Maybe the death penalty was reserved for young women who interrupted him at meetings. "And finally, what is the penalty for murder?" She almost chanted with them. "Death." "That's right," David agreed. "Let it begin," he added, cryptically motioning towards someone she couldn't see. On stage, a black curtain pulled back at both ends, revealing a giant cube. Tabby noticed a line of men stood quietly next to it, as if it was a well-trafficked portolet. It was impossible to know who they were. They all wore black hoods. "My friends, the first and last thing on the agenda for this meeting is the sentencing of our traitor. This man—" The hood of the first person in the line was ripped off. She recognized him as the crazy guy from the jail. The sooty-skinned, black-eyed, beat-up man searching for his friend Poppy. It seemed poetic the rude prisoner would be so reviled by David. "Is responsible for the death of 6 legionnaires in Folsom, California. We are a new nation built on total adherence to laws. The law for murder such as what he committed says he must be put to death. But as you know, I abhor violence." Tabby couldn't stop the laugh from bubbling up from her belly. If she found it ironic they'd taken a crazy guy and lined him against the wall to die, it was absolutely hilarious David would say what he did. She snorted noisily as she tried to temper the laugh. David's eyes turned to fireballs of hatred for half a second. She'd pissed him off in front of his little friends. 9 times out of 10, she'd tell him to stuff it, but all the talk about murder made her reconsider. She bowed her head in pretend penitence. He took a long moment, probably considering what to do with her. Eventually, however, he spoke to the group about the original target. "So, this man's sentence will be non-violent. Put him in the David Cube." "He named it after himself?" One of the guards roughly pushed the injured man through the entrance to the cube, then shut the heavy door. When it was securely locked, the guard nodded to David. "My friends, observe." The cube filled with white light, almost as if it was water. In seconds, the entire box was solid white, glowing on the stage like a little sun. A short time later, the energy seemed to drain until it was gone. To her surprise, the man was still there. "Get him out." When the guy came through the door, he was happy as could be. "Poppy, you're back! I missed you. Yeah, it was like another world in there. Is that where you were hiding?" David flashed her a bemused look, as if breaking the man's brain was intentional. The leader spoke to the others, but continued to watch Tabby. "He appears fine, but this is only part one of his debt to our society. In a few hours, we will be able to see part two. In the meantime, his sentencing served as a warm-up for what we have in store for the next prisoner in the line." All the men turned their eyes back to the stage, but David leaned in closer to her. She smelled his nauseating coffee breath as he spoke low enough so only she could hear him. "You will never conduct yourself with such an emotional outburst in front of me. I have a special guest coming up, and if you make any sound, speak any words, or express any of that rebellious spirit, I'll be sure to throw your other friend in there." "Other friend?" she asked, afraid the question was wrong to ask. He stood tall and waved to the stage. "Take off the hood of the next one." She craned her neck, anxious to see who David meant. As she watched, she realized it wasn't even necessary for them to remove the hood. She'd recognize her scrawny friend anywhere. She'd spent most of the past week with her. "Audrey." Chapter 8. Glendo, Wyoming. "Come back!" Kyla screamed. The silver SUV was well out of the pine grove, driving across the plains toward Glendo and the highway. There was no possible way of catching them on foot. "Hey, Dudette," Meacham said from behind. Kyla hopped 6 inches off the gravel. "Oh my God, you scared me. I thought you all left me here." She laughed a bit, walking back to the warrior woman sitting on the lone step at the front of the cabin. "Is Emily with my uncle? Are they coming back?" She wanted to see Meacham smile and tell her the lovebirds had snuck out for a few minutes to be alone. It wasn't possible they'd leave her and the Marine behind, not for any reason. The two of them were valuable to the fight. The short-haired woman came off the porch. Her demeanor changed from seriousness to a more friendly one. "They went back to the town we just came through. Emily said she saw a pharmacy. She needed some meds, I guess." Kyla instantly relaxed. Of course it would be something simple. Meacham continued. "It's only 5 miles. They shouldn't be long." After giving her a cursory glance, the Marine sat back down on the porch step and proceeded to break down her service pistol. It was her way of saying, "Take a chill." She didn't like the splitting up, but Kyla grabbed a spot next to Meacham. After a short time of sitting there listening to the wind blow through the pines, she yanked out her phone. What could it hurt to text Uncle Ted? She didn't get far. "Well, that figures. My phone's dead. Do you have a charger?" She laughed. "I had 3. One was with my work laptop, which is now lost. The other is back at my car parked in the lot next to the JFK. The last one is in Williamsburg, Virginia, at my abandoned apartment." "Was it a common phone? You could search the houses around this lake. I'm sure someone has a charger you could borrow." When she'd been standing behind the cabin, she'd seen no other houses in their line of sight. It wasn't a very developed lake. However, her phone was one of the more popular models. It shouldn't be hard to eventually find a replacement charger. "Is this something you say to new recruits to keep them busy? Go check all the houses which may or may not be out there for a charger which may or may not exist?"
Meacham kept pulling pieces from her pistol, then placing them on her thighs to keep them off the dirty porch. She glanced up once, but went right back to her task. It was an answer. Kyla leaned back on her hands, content for the moment to wait for her uncle and Emily to return. After an hour, she was positive a disaster had befallen them. She hopped up off the step and glared at the gravel road, sure she was going to make the SUV appear in the distance. When it didn't, she spun on her heels toward Meacham, who had the pieces of her gun laid out on her legs, as usual.
"This is getting ridiculous. We have to go find them. This doesn't feel right."
Meacham grabbed each part in turn and shoved it back into the frame of the pistol. In less than 30 seconds, she had a functioning firearm again. It was impressive to watch. Instead of breaking it down once more, she slid the weapon into a holster. "Your uncle had a message for you," she said nonchalantly, while getting to her feet. Kyla's anger flared up.
"What the hell are you talking about? You've been with me the whole time. My phone doesn't work. How could he—"
She stopped, realizing she'd been tricked.
"He's not coming back, is he?"
Meacham continued.
"He said to tell you the thing he remembered about your mother is she would have wanted you safe at any cost. It's why he left you here and put me in charge of making sure you don't follow them."
"I knew it," she replied, before realizing how untrue it was.
"What I mean is, I knew this was all wrong, us sitting here, them going to the pharmacy. Before leaving, he told me he was going to share a story about my mother I would appreciate. Well, I don't. At all."
Kyla went into a defensive posture, hands on hips, chin up.
"And he wanted you to be my babysitter?"
The Marine shrugged.
"I'm sorry for doing this to you. I really am. I tried to argue it, but the president ordered me to let them get clear."
A small arrangement of firearms had been laid on the front porch, along with cartons of ammo and the small box of medical supplies they'd secured from the house in Westby. Kyla had thought it was there for their protection while they waited, but it was theirs for much longer.
"Here, it's time to change our dressings."
She held up a wide bandage intended for Kyla's small neck wound. She swiped it from Meacham.
"Damn it, this isn't what I want. Sitting in a cabin nursing my wounds. We need to be out there."
She pointed down the gravel road.
"Amen, sister." "No, I'm serious."
She tossed the bandage and pulled the tablet out of its hiding place under her shirt. Meacham saw her reveal it.
"Oh, girl, you didn't—" "Don't worry, the battery is out. No one can track us. However, I used it back in Westby to make contact with U.S. forces in Europe. I got on a second time when we were at Devil's Tower before the bear attack. I've been thinking about it every second of the car ride here. Since we were stopping at this cabin, I'd planned to share what I'd done and learned so we could talk about it in a quiet place. My uncle was probably going to explode, so best not to do it when he was driving."
Meacham made a whip-snap realization.
"That's why they bombed Westby, isn't it? They tracked your tablet."
Kyla cringed with sheepish embarrassment.
"I thought I was fast enough to hide myself on the network, but listen, this is bad. If the enemy draws a line between those 2 points, they'll know exactly where your uncle and the chief are headed. They might also search here."
She seemed to rethink it.
"We have to get you going in another direction. West is good."
She huffed to get the woman's attention.
"Hey, listen. It's much worse than you think. When I made contact the second time, some general talked to me on chat. He wouldn't come out and say it because of OPSEC, but I think they're going to use a nuclear missile to destroy NORAD. I told them it was the invader's base of operations."
She switched gears, getting more restrained in her tone of voice.
"Meech, like I said, I was going to mention all this to the group tonight. If Emily and my uncle drive to that base, they're in grave danger of being nuked. We can't allow them to die because of me."
Meacham seemed unconvinced.
"My orders were to protect you."
Hands back on her hips, she stood in front of the Marine in a pose of defiance.
"I'm going to find a car, drive like a maniac to catch up to my uncle, and warn him to stay away from NORAD. You've taught me everything I know about war and fighting, and I'm thankful for it. But because of that same training, there's no way I'm going to sit out the biggest conflict in human history.
You know, that should have been my line, the other woman said dryly. What line? That I taught you everything you know? Ha! Nice try. No, I don't want to sit on my hands either, but I also have to follow my orders. I'll help you catch up to your uncle and pass the warning, but then you and I continue our mission to stay outside of the main battle space. Unless we get new orders when we find them, she said with a wry smile on her lips. Meacham caught on. I really have taught you too well, Dudette. Nah, you're an excellent Marine. You follow necessary orders. Luckily, I'm not in the military and Uncle Ted is family. Like my mom, I don't have to do whatever he says. Uncle Ted was right about her mother in one important regard, however. Her pacifist tendencies would have been all over the idea of Kyla sitting in a remote cabin doing nothing. But she'd been around two strong female role models for the past several days. It simply wasn't in her anymore to sit on the sidelines. Fort Collins, Colorado. I forget there's no power, Ted remarked while staring at the powerless television set. He'd jumped out of the truck and ran inside the abandoned home to tune into the local cable TV stations. If they were on, it would have meant Fort Collins still had a working studio. They even have the Southern Solar digital TV equipment connected to this flat screen. This would have been perfect. Emily studied the living room, then walked toward the kitchen. The layout was large and sprawling. He'd purposely driven to one of the biggest houses he could find, assuming they would have the digital TV service. Since the man leading the enemy forces owned the Southern Solar Network, it stood to reason, if the station was still online, it was a result of his ownership of the hardware. Ted assumed if they could hurt his local television operation, they would hurt the enemy leader. Less than a minute after she'd left, the driven woman came back in holding a phone book and a Twinkie. This will have her answer. Where'd you find that? She somehow knew he wasn't asking about the book. They have everything in their kitchen. Still fresh, too. She took a modest bite, getting white filling on her lips, which she absently licked off while focused on the book. Dang, that looks good, he said, speaking of both her and the sugary treat. He ran into the kitchen and found the open box on the counter. On the floor, a woman's nightgown had been discarded, along with a necklace and a mobile phone. Sobered by the sight, he tentatively walked around them and reached for the treasure. Thanks for letting us be here, he mouthed to the clothing pile. Ted retreated from the kitchen and carried the mostly full box to the living room. Emily had downed hers by the time he started his first one. He was impressed by her singular focus on the thin yellow book. Using it to look up a number seemed quaint, as opposed to always tapping his phone to search for information, but it served their purpose. He took a big bite, talking while chewing. I wish I had a Kit Kat. We used to break those apart and dredge out Twinkie filling. They made great bonus treats while doing long tours across the sky. She flipped a couple of pages. So that's what you did while waiting for excitement to happen on my plane. He laughed. You have no idea. Here! She tapped a page with her fingernail. The local affiliate is right here. She finally glanced up, smiling when she saw him. You've got some of that great filling on your whiskers. You might need to shave soon, too. He hurriedly used his black sleeve to wipe his mouth, which then required him to scrub the conspicuous blotch away with his other arm. Emily laughed. You know, there's a whole kitchen of wash towels and napkins. Ted felt foolish, but it was hard to avoid while eating the moist tube of cake filled with creme. He tried to think of something sensible. We should load up as much food as we can carry. They took the phone book, since it contained a map of the area. They also filled 2 plastic tubs with as many canned goods, crackers, water bottles, and utensils as they could fit. They both moved around the woman's pink nightclothes, respectful it had once been a person. Back in the living room, he threw in the box of Twinkies, sure they would consume the whole supply before the day was out. Let's roll, Emily said once their supplies were ready. Wait,
This house seems pretty soccer momish. Do you want to see if they have any clothes you can wear? Based on the modern art on the walls, 2 cars in the garage, clean carpets, and lack of pets, he assumed an older couple lived in the home. Tasteful clothes might be on offer. She paused to think about it, but ended up shaking her head. First of all, soccer mom? I don't even have kids yet. Second of all, I'd say these jammies are what we need to get us into the studio, don't you? They'd talked about changing clothes for most of the morning, and she'd even grabbed a few tourist T-shirts from Devil's Tower, but it wasn't urgent to change. It might never be. The black jumpsuits they'd taken off the dead men would give them an edge. That's a good call, Madam President. As always. They both hustled to the door, but he stopped abruptly before going out, sliding on a throw rug at the entryway. Wait. What? She asked anxiously from the front porch. We have some time. He spoke in an if you're interested tone as he looked back toward the empty home. Emily walked back inside, curious as to what he was looking at. Ted found it fun to watch her be so clueless, and he wasn't going to do anything to help her figure it out. Do you need a rest? She finally asked. He rolled his eyes. What? She pressed. He strode through the door, sure she was going to figure it out at some point. As expected, she came out after him, still not catching on to his non-specific request. What am I missing? She said, finally sounding upset. Ted gripped the door handle of the truck, but watched her come out onto the driveway. She flipped her bangs out of her eyes in a way he'd come to appreciate as being part of her nervous tics. It was very cute. You know, for being the most powerful woman in the entire world, you have a blind spot to certain things. He'd done it to remind her she'd used the same line on him and what it meant. She glanced over her shoulder as if noticing the empty house for the first time. I'm an idiot. She thumbed back toward the doorway. It's still empty if you want to check it out. He sighed heavily. Nothing would be more enjoyable at that moment than sorting out some feelings he had for his travel companion, but he'd ditched Kyla to do a job. He intended to take Emily into harm's way. It had been wrong to tease her and tempt them both. We can't. It's getting late. I want to get to the station before they shut down, assuming they work normal hours. Rain check? She said with optimism. Deal. He got behind the wheel of the SUV. Now let's go break some things. Amarillo, Texas. If we're going up to Colorado Springs to take on NORAD, we should have better weapons than this, Long commented to Brent as they surveyed what they'd tossed into the back of a black police Chevy Tahoe. We have access to every weapon left behind by the United States military. Why don't we go steal some? Brent closed the rear door. We have pistols and shotguns for the up-close defense we need. We're going up against a huge army. As much as I'd love to get a 5-finger discount on a tank or a fighter jet, those aren't what's going to win the war for us. We have to think like guerrilla fighters. Travel light, strike fast, blend back into the land. Besides, after the success of those tankers last night, I intend to get some more for the next battle. Long considered what he'd said before walking off. Trish came over and stood in the vacated spot. Brent, are you sure this is the best way to strike back? Maybe we should lay low for a while. Last night at the airport was great, but we got lucky. How many more times do you think they'll let us get away with it? He chuckled. One simple berm would have made our attack useless, he said dryly. They must not have anyone from a proper army working for them. It's Defense 101 when on hostile shores. Yeah, well, maybe they learned from it. The next target might be worse for us. Brent gave her a dismissive wave. Bah! No one can improve their defensive posture overnight. The sooner we hit them, the better. We have to do it before they figure out how exposed they are. You think they're in Dallas? El Paso? Maybe we should check.
Hit those targets first?"
She leaned in and spoke so only he could hear her. As two experienced guards, it was a mode of communication they were good at.
"Then we could swing by and check on Will."
"I appreciate what you're trying to do," he replied. Will had weeks' worth of food and water in his cell. He was the least of their worries. "I know this isn't how we planned our retirement, but learning about NORAD as the center of their command structure might have been a bigger score than destroying all those planes. We have a real chance to strike a blow against the people in charge of this shit show." He pointed to the prison and all the mounds of dropped uniforms. She did her best to smile. It made sense to see her have such reservations. She was the young, short-haired blonde who helped run a non-violent wing of an out-of-the-way prison. Tough, yes, but she wasn't a soldier. "Come on." He gave her a chuck on the shoulder. "You can take first shift behind the wheel. I'm going to get some rest." He'd been going strong for days. A mandatory timeout was in his immediate future. The rest of the men saddled up into their police trucks. He got in his own and worked the CB radio. "All right, men, say goodbye to Amarillo. We're going for a little ride." Trish climbed in while he was speaking. The two of them had cleaned up and put on fresh uniforms from their lockers. The rest of the men broke into other lockers to secure their own uniforms. Brent wanted his band of merry troopers all wearing the same color so they could identify each other. They all agreed wearing prison orange would be counterproductive, so they went with guard attire. Looking at his female companion in the seat next to him, she seemed almost normal. It was a brief glimpse back to the old days of a week ago. They could be gearing up for a routine prison transfer rather than an assault on a deadly enemy. The feeling went away as soon as she cranked over the motor. Brent let go of a long exhale, a deep breath before the big show. "To Colorado Springs!" he exclaimed into the mic. Chapter 9. Fort Collins, Colorado. Ted thought many of the towns in Colorado and Wyoming were built by the same people. Fort Collins fit the mold of most of the others they'd passed through recently. It had wide, tree-lined avenues, was as flat as a table, and the touristy downtown was crowded with 100-year-old storefronts that could have time-traveled from the Old West. The central business district, which did have a few modern office buildings 4 or 5 stories tall, was surrounded by miles of residential homes.
"It's just around the next corner,"
Emily advised, tapping the phone book's map. "All right, be ready for anything. Like we talked about, we're going to try to get inside with these uniforms, then get ourselves on television. By force if needed. Then we scoot on out of there." Saying it out loud made it seem a bit ham-handed, but he was of the opinion there was no other way to get on the air. He was convinced there was still an NSA field office monitoring every transmission happening anywhere inside the United States. If they got a message out, no matter how brief, it would be heard by the right people. That alone would bring the bad guys running. The target building was 2 stories high and about 100 yards long, with off-street parking all along the entire face of it. When everyone disappeared, there had been a good number of people inside, if the number of cars in the lot was any indication. Or a lot of cars had driven up. "I don't think we should take our rifles inside," he said. "Pistols only." Emily didn't seem surprised. They'd done the same thing when they went into the server building back at the Minot Air Force Base. He was about to compliment her for rolling with all his changes, but he caught sight of motion in his peripheral vision. "Wait," he whispered, a second before she opened her door. She whipped her head toward him, then she followed his eyes to the 2 people coming out of the Southern Solar Affiliate studio. The 2 men walked with video equipment, including a big news camera. They moved with haste to a white van that was obviously used for on-location reporting. "When they're gone, we'll go inside." "Or we could follow them," Emily replied, her voice steeped with conspiracy. "See what they're going to film. Why would we do that? He wondered aloud. She sat low in her seat, as if the men might be looking for her. If they're doing a live broadcast somewhere, it might be easier to get on their camera than if we fought our way inside this building to do the same thing. You think they're going to be live? It did make sense logically. Any enemy coming to America would have a lot of ground to cover communicating with their own troops. Jaden Phillips, a.k.a. David, and his Southern Cross Industries already had a ready-made comms system. His digital TV platform beamed the signal down from solar-powered aircraft, which were presumably still flying. The camera guys were proof that Fort Collins Station was operational, and wherever they were headed, they were likely going to be live and on the air. "It's a risk," Emily replied, "but it's probably less of a risk than sneaking inside and dealing with people in charge. Besides, if we don't like where they go, we can always come back here, since we now know where it is." He couldn't argue with her logic. By the time they'd discussed it, the two men had pulled away in the TV truck. He started the SUV and followed at a distance. The van drove through the empty downtown of Fort Collins. Lots of cars remained in their diagonal parking spaces in front of the little stores, but a tractor had come through and shoved the derelict vehicles out of the main route. Lots of shirts, hats, and every color of underwear had collected against storefronts on the east side of the avenue, as if a westerly wind shoved them all there. However, heavy shoes remained in the street gutters and on the sidewalks. The breeze was unable to move them. After passing through the dense part of the city, the TV van headed along a 4-lane roadway with a central median lined with giant, leafy trees. He took his eyes off the van for a few seconds to admire the quaint imagery of the pleasant street, but when he looked back to the road, the van's brake lights flared. "Oh, shit!" he said, hitting his brakes and angling the truck toward the shoulder. "They saw us," Emily deadpanned. "Are you sure?" He'd asked the question almost at the same time as the driver of the van held out his arm and motioned for them to pull alongside. He then answered his own question. "Yeah, you're sure." He was faced with a difficult choice. If they drove away, it would lead to questions. If they went alongside them, it might expose who they were. Ted put it back in gear and slow-rolled the 100 yards. "I don't suppose you have your handcrafted mask from when we were in New York, do you?" She'd torn a woman's blouse to make masks to keep them hidden. It didn't surprise him she hadn't kept hers. "No, but I do have this." She reached behind her seat and grabbed one of the T-shirts she'd taken from the shop at Devil's Tower. "Can you rip it?" She handed the light blue shirt to him. He had to put his foot on the brake, but he was able to rip the cheap material in a few seconds. The torn piece was roughly square, which was what she needed to wrap it around her neck, then cover her nose and mouth. "If anyone asks, I've got the flu." He got the truck moving once more, rolling down Emily's window along the way. Properly outfitted, she sat up in her seat, as if unafraid to talk to the news crew. It was part of acting as if the black uniforms were real. She waved first as they arrived next to the van. "Hey guys, what's the problem?" The driver gave her a serious look, but then cracked a slim smile. "We saw you two following us. I hope you don't mind us being nosy, but we have a question we want to ask you." "Oh?" Emily replied in an upbeat voice. Ted listened too, but he also squeezed the grip of his pistol, now hidden between the two front seats. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Tabby was shocked at how fast her situation had spiraled into dangerous territory. She stood there next to her captor while watching the line of hooded prisoners outside the strange white box. A high school football team cheered it all on. The scene was surreal. "Don't put her in there. Be quiet. I won't interrupt you ever again." She was quick to offer those concessions, but there were other, more permanent ones Tabby wasn't willing to give up. "Don't worry. I'm not going to harm her. The obsidian energy can be fine-tuned to any number of channels, from the painful to the pleasurable. If I really wanted to threaten you, or your friends, I could. However, all I am doing here right now is illustrating the power and science you old Americans are up against. I want you to know how utterly and completely you've been defeated. Then, when you accept it, we can move on to the next room, where I assure you our discussions will be a lot more pleasant." Audrey had been shoved into the box by the handlers. The crazy guy stood off to one side, still without his hood, talking to himself. By her estimation, the white light was designed to wipe minds. It was the exact sort of thing she imagined from a tin-pot dictator working to take over her homeland.
"I'll be good," she pleaded. "Don't hurt her."
David swooshed his white hair out of his eyes. "I promise I won't hurt your friend." At the same time, he dropped his arm, which was a signal to whoever was controlling the box. The energy turned on, seemingly erasing Audrey as she stood inside the cube. It once again became as bright as a small sun, until it abruptly shut off. "Bring her out," David commanded. The helpers pulled Audrey from the cage, dragging her and her baggy white jumpsuit out the door. Tabby was angry at seeing her tossed around, but she dared not express her feelings while on the raised platform in front of David's men. After studying Audrey for a few seconds, the white-haired leader turned to her. "See, she's fine. I assure you she's in peak physical health now that you're here." His tone implied her health could change quickly if Tabby did anything he didn't like. As such, all she did was display a fake smile. "Very good," he went on. "Now we don't have to watch what happens to the others. I mainly wanted you to see your friend and the first man. He's today's highlight." He strode off the stage and headed for the same doors they'd used to come in. The young men in the crowd reached out to him and slapped his hand, as if congratulating a winning coach. She trailed behind, anxious to stay close to him, lest she get swallowed by the sea of black. At one point, she had trouble scooting by a thick gathering, and one of the young men slapped her hard on the butt. David didn't see it happen, and she wondered if the culprit was risking death by being so brazen with her. If so, it meant the guys around her were only putting on a show for their leader. She fought to get right on David's heels, though by the time she'd made it, the audience had thinned out. "This way," he advised her, sounding like he didn't have a care in the world. As they went through the door, Charity stood at attention in the hallway. The redhead still wore her hip-hugging white spacesuit, leaving zero to the imagination. David gave her a nod, and she went through the doors back into the auditorium. It left her alone with David. "You've passed the first and only test. I've shown you most of our secrets in this fortress. The technology you've seen is unknown to practically everyone remaining in the world outside. As you can see, your war is over. Now is the time to embrace what comes next." She knew better than to argue. After a short pause, Charity came through the doors again, trailed by one of the young men from inside the gathering. The woman in white halted, brushed the shoulders of the guy's white-striped jumpsuit, then patted him gently on the side of his face.
"This is Victor."
If she'd met him in real life, he'd fit in as a junior or senior in college, putting him a couple years older than her. His square shoulders and tall height were traits she didn't mind at all on normal boys. His face wasn't unattractive either, and he actually had kind blue eyes. However, he was part of the invasion force. She clamped her teeth together to avoid revealing any expression. When Victor held out his hand, she glanced over to David. His smile suggested he knew she was going to take it.
"Pleased to meet you,"
she said dryly. "You too," Victor said anxiously.
I'm glad you picked me to be your betrothed." "Oh, God. Please, no." Despite spending years of her life inside the mines under Bon Terre, the earth around her suddenly didn't seem so friendly. The weight of the rock was smothering and claustrophobic in a way she had never experienced in similar corridors back home. It saddened her further to know she was probably never going back. While everyone stood around and waited for her next words, she juggled life and death from side to side in her head. Suicide or rebellion? Suicide would be easy. She'd only have to piss off David with a snarky response. Fighting back would be a lot harder. Chapter 10. Glendo, Wyoming. Kyla and Meacham had more supplies than they could carry. Uncle Ted had left some of the food, as well as 4 different rifles and shotguns, plus 2 pistols and plentiful ammo for each. The plan was to carry what they could on the hike to find a car, then come back to the cabin to pick up the rest. The pair found a medium-sized backpack inside the wood home, which Kyla offered to carry. "You carry the guns, I'll carry the ammo," she mused. "I'll take this nice AR your uncle left me. I recommend the other AR, not the shotgun. If we run into trouble, you're more likely going to need the ability to reach out and touch the bad guys. A shotgun won't have the range. Plus, we'll both be using the same ammo. It saves us the confusion of working in different calibers." An hour and change after Uncle Ted and Emily had driven away, she and Meacham walked down the hill in front of the cabin. Once out of the trees, they had a clear view all the way to Glendo, which was about 5 miles away. The lake was surrounded by tall trees, pines mostly, as was the town, but there was nothing but rolling grass and a few dirt driveways between the 2 points. "Should we take some of these side roads to see if there are other cabins or other vehicles?" she asked. "No time," Meacham answered. "There could be a car a mile down one of these roads, but maybe there isn't, and we'd have wasted our time looking. We know with certainty there are lots of cars in that town we drove through. It's a bit farther away, but it's a sure thing. When in a military operation, never pass on a sure thing." "I'm sold," she replied, before the conversation faded. They walked in silence for a good distance, but a mile or 2 in, Kyla had to unload what was on her mind. "I never saw it coming. Did you?" Meacham glanced over. "See them leaving you?" "No. I have to admit I didn't. But when POTUS told me it was an option, I realized I should have seen it. Your uncle has been torn to shreds about putting you in so much danger. I could tell from the minute we got together with him." She sighed. "It's my fault for assuming we were all going to save the country, you know? After surviving on the JFK with you, I felt like I'd seen the worst of the danger. Now it seems like we've driven half the way across the country and haven't seen boo from the bad guys. Maybe they're all up in North Dakota, picking up the pieces from our sneaky attack." "Maybe," Meacham allowed. "But we know they're also at NORAD, which is south. I'd expect the number of enemy units to spike once we get closer. As for saving the country, if we can get ourselves out of the enemy's area of operations, we'll be a gold mine of intelligence for Allied forces. It's the end game of this little jaunt, right?" Kyla smiled knowingly. "Right." They walked in the afternoon sunshine for another 20 minutes. They reached the outer limits of Glendo, which was marked by an increase in tree cover. Numerous cars and buildings were sprawled out under the shady foliage ahead. Certainly, one of those vehicles would be unlocked and filled with gas. The nearest truck was parked on the right shoulder of the road, facing them, next to a stand of trees. Meacham pointed to it. "I'd like a shiny new pickup truck like that one, wouldn't you?" They walked another 20 seconds, nearing the truck, when the underbrush shifted in the trees to their right. Meacham ran them next to the black pickup, and immediately her rifle aimed at the threat. Kyla got hers ready as well. A man's voice called out, "I don't know what those food trucks do for hygiene, but their fried chicken gave me the worst trots of my life. Thanks for pulling over." "No problem," another man replied, also from the tree line. "And thanks for bringing along your stash of toilet paper. But don't complain to David about the food.
He might make you disappear." "No kiddin'," the first man laughed. The pair fought their way out of the tangled bushes, and they immediately caught sight of her and Meacham by their truck. They had rifles slung over their shoulders, but they drew their pistols at record speed. "What unit are you girls with?" "Shoot them!" Meacham ordered. Fort Collins, Colorado. Ted had already lined up the shot in his mind. He'd order Emily to lean forward, he'd aim across the front seat, then take out the driver of the TV van. All he'd have to do is raise the pistol from its resting spot next to his seat. The man smiled at them. "We wanted to know if you wouldn't mind escorting us." Emily chuckled from behind her makeshift mask. "Escort you? What do you need an escort for?" The guy was dressed like the people back at the computer labs in Minot, North Dakota. His black outfit was trimmed with red sleeves. It had to mean he was in one of the technical trades, Ted assumed. The man was in his 40s, at least, though his dark hair was trimmed extremely close to the scalp, making him seem younger. "Where have you been? The Americans are fighting back all over the place. North Dakota, Texas, even California of all places." He was in a sweet position to glean some useful information from the two fellows. Rather than agree out of the gate, he decided to take a chance and play the role of soldier of fortune for the bad guys. He spoke in a stern voice. "Who told you about those attacks?" The man visibly shrank in the other truck. "Sorry, man. I thought it was common knowledge. We see it on the news feeds coming in. I guess I assumed it was broadcast in other areas." When the guy leaned back, he got a look at the second man. He was heavy-set, with a long black beard rising to thick sideburns. "It's all right, sport," he went on. "Though you know how it is. Loose lips sink ships." He didn't know if the man would understand the old saying, but the guy still nodded profusely. Right. I won't do it again." "But tell me, while we're chatting about public news, what do you know about the attack in Texas? She and I haven't even heard about what happened there." He already knew exactly what went down in North Dakota, but he wanted to see if he could glean any intel on how Texans were fighting back. "I'm afraid I don't know what to tell you. We haven't been shown the footage. It was confiscated before the news people could broadcast it. We all know something happened at an airport in Amarillo, but it's anyone's guess as to what. The running conspiracy theory is the Americans used gas tankers to blow up airplanes sitting on the runway, but I think it's more likely their stealth bombers came and went without anyone knowing about them." Ted sat back, deep in thought. Emily glanced at him, then turned back to the two men. "We'll follow you. Consider us your shadow. We'll watch out for the Americans." She laughed to herself while rolling up her window, then spoke quietly as the van drove away. "Yes, we'll be on a sharp lookout for those wily Americans." Ted followed. "They said fuel trucks were used to attack the airport. That sounds like a great idea. If we come across another runway full of goodies, maybe we can do the same thing." She lowered her mask. "I doubt we're going to get that lucky again. We haven't seen a single enemy since Westby, and we still aren't sure what happened there. These guys sure don't make it easy to find them, which is amazing considering they've conquered the whole country. When we get to NORAD, though, I think it's a great idea to attack their bunker by driving fuel tankers down their gullet." "That might be a problem. As you know, NORAD is inside a huge mountain. One tanker wouldn't be enough to kick on the fire alarm there." "We'll worry about it when we get closer. Right now, I've got to admit I was wrong. There are some enemies between here and North Dakota. They're right here, in fact." Emily pointed ahead. The TV van had parked at the rear of a line of 6 black SUVs, so he fell in behind the van. "Dang, I hate it when you're wrong," he said, trying to be funny. A fleet of flatbed tractor-trailers waited at the edge of the intersection about 50 yards ahead. Through the buildings and trees, he noticed the line went for many blocks to their left, as if an armored brigade was lined up for a military parade. Each trailer carried 3 or 4 of the mechanical drones they'd seen during their escape the previous day, the horse drones, the giraffe drones, more traditional flying types, plus there were several other models they'd never seen before. Wheeled cranes waited at the edge of the gravel parking lot, while others were positioned on a parallel lot across the street. If the trucks moved forward about 100 yards, their goods could be swept up by the hookers. The camera guy waved them over. "Come on, we need your help to film the unloading process. This is the most dangerous part." Numerous men in black uniforms stood around the cranes with rifles slung over their backs, suggesting he and Emily wouldn't be out of place. However, no matter how curious he was about their operation, he knew it would be dangerous to get out of the truck. "We have to go," Emily said, adjusting her kerchief. "We do?" he asked with surprise. "They'll expect us to hop out and help protect them. At the same time, I think we'll have an opportunity to get in front of a camera like we wanted. They're pulling out the video equipment now. This may be our big chance to become famous." He laughed. "Says the woman who will probably end up on cereal boxes and have her name assigned to middle schools across America." She cracked up with him. "This is how we strike back, right? Just follow my lead and act like stupid mercenaries." "Oh, trust me, it won't be hard to act." NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Back in his cell, Dwight sat on the floor and rolled into a ball under the desk. It was his normal defense mechanism when he was ill. Back home, well, where he called home, he would have hung out in the basement of the high-rise, sleeping the sickness away on his cardboard bed, along with all his cats. In the office prison, he did have a cot, but he preferred being able to lie sideways and curl up. The darkness under there also gave him comfort. He opened his good eye. Poppy hopped across the carpet, not 5 feet from him. If he'd been so inclined, he might have been able to reach out and stroke her feathers. However, he couldn't even lift his arm to coax her closer. "I'm sorry, Poppy. You can have my soggy cereal. It's all I've got to offer." The bird chirped. "What? I was gone? What are you saying?" He had a vague recollection of a bright light, but his memory of what happened inside the glow was washed out and vague, much as his eyes still hadn't recovered from the bright glare. Dwight was certain he felt wonderful when he emerged from the light, better than he'd been in decades. His arthritis pain was gone. His intestines didn't have that tight twist which always made timing his bathroom stops akin to Russian roulette, and he no longer experienced the deep-seated need to have alcohol on his tongue. But that was hours ago. Or days. He couldn't say for sure. All he knew was that the euphoria had changed into a laundry list of ailments troubling him at that moment. Hunched over sideways while lying in a ball was the only position that seemed to make him feel halfway decent. The worst, however, was not remembering what he'd been doing before the light. The last thing he could recall with absolute clarity was a telephone pole falling from the sky and crashing into a dam. Before that, his memory was spotty about living in San Francisco, walking the streets, looking for handouts, and surviving as a homeless man in a homeless utopia. The bird cawed. "No, I don't remember what I had for dinner yesterday. Why don't you tell me, Miss Smarty Beak?" Tabby cackled as she filled him in. "A barbecue? I don't remember anything of the sort." He assumed she was lying, as she often did when she wanted him to do unpleasant acts, such as staying away from the hooch for a whole weekend. "Why can I remember your mean self back in our home, but I can't remember you this morning?" Poppy didn't respond, but he heard her talking. When he looked to where she'd been a second ago, the brightly colored bird wasn't there. She'd taken flight and was near the front door. She was talking to someone else. He could barely see her while peeking from behind the desk. "Poppy, don't talk to strangers. Someone might steal you." Eyes already open, he noticed his hand was misshapen. Most of the hair on his lower arm had fallen out, leaving a sallow white layer of skin that was almost translucent. When he turned it to see the padding below his thumb, he was shocked to see a huge boil growing there. "Puppy?" Scared, he realized the boil was painful to the touch, but it also came to him he had other sores on his body. Those were flaming with extreme pain as well. He curled up tighter. Sometime later, he thought he heard Poppy talking nonsense. He listened for a short time until it became clear one of his ears wasn't working anymore. At that point, he freaked out, screaming, yelling, and cussing, sometimes at the white-haired man who'd been there when he came out of the box, sometimes at the dark-clad men who'd brought him back to his cell. Once, he had a vision of a girl dressed in blue. He cursed her for the hell of it. Poppy kept telling him stories about the white light she'd learned from nearby prisoners, but he didn't like his bird talking to other people. "They can't even see you!" he shouted. "So how can they talk to you?" The bird repeated herself over and over. He understood her words as telling him he was in danger of being extremely sick and possibly a candidate to go on a long trip. After the 10th time, he covered his ears, an act which hurt his head and his palms. "A trip sounds far out. Can I take a few bottles of tequila?" He tried to think of an exotic drink suitable for a journey. Oddly enough, he didn't want the liquor to get drunk. He'd mentioned it more out of habit. The expert drinking aspect of his memory was solidly intact. A man's voice came out of the darkness. It could have been the white-haired guy or one of the neighbors behind the walls that Poppy kept telling him about. "It's not a far-out trip, dude. It's a trip out of your life." Poppy flew back to him. He felt the cool breeze of her wings as she arrived, but it left him wishing she wasn't there. The waves of air beat against his face like barbed wire whips, causing him to tear up. "Right now, a trip out of my life sounds pretty good." Chapter 11. Glendo, Wyoming. Meacham had taught Kyla the proper way to walk as a Marine. She was loaded down with 2 extra rifles on her back, but her primary weapon was out and primed for battle. Since they were walking into unknown territory, the woman warrior had given her a refresher as they left the cabin. A round was already in the chamber, and the safety was off. "Your finger is on the safety, Dudette. Pay attention where you point the barrel, and always keep your finger outside the trigger guard like this." Kyla was almost sick of being told and shown the safety tips, but Meacham said a civilian like her needed 10 times the reminders a typical crayon-eating Marine might get. After Meacham shouted a warning about the 2 men in the streets, Kyla did as she'd been told. She aimed and fired. The men shot a half-second later. The AR kicked against her shoulder, and the crack bang split her eardrums, but she'd had enough experience over the past week to hold the aim steady. An instant later, she lined up a second shot at her target. Without thinking about it, she squeezed the trigger. "Duck!" one of the men yelled. Meacham cried out in pain. Kyla was already behind the truck relative to the enemy, but she crouched down to give her friend a once-over. "You okay?" Meacham was still on her feet, which was a good thing, but she hunched over as if the wind had been knocked out of her chest. "I'm fine. I leaned on the buttstock and I think it tore off my bandages, it went in so hard." She looked up, sweating bullets. "Don't stop firing!" Kyla dumped the 2 extra rifles, then scooted along next to the bed of the pickup until she was near the cab. She figured it would be safer to pop up there than toward the back. The men shot at her multiple times, penetrating the metal of the bed with zings and clangs. Were they going to hit the gas tank? Self-preservation made her duck for a few seconds until the fury died down. Her heart thumped against her ribs. Blood filled her temples and sloshed from one ear to the other, giving Kyla an intense focus.
She didn't fret about the 10 extra pounds that had always bothered her in the old days. She didn't concern herself with how out of shape she'd been the last few years. None of those things mattered in battle. All she could do, in the face of fear, was stand back and fire her weapon as she'd been instructed. She came up behind the cab, searching for targets. She knew generally where the men were hunkered down. It was an area of saplings and small bushes, enough to obscure their position, but not hide them. Kyla had to stand on tiptoes to see over the far edge of the truck bed, but the ground was flat, and she had the angle. She aimed at the black outfit of the one on the left. After an abbreviated exhale to steady her shaking body, she fired as fast as her finger could pull the trigger. Thinking she was alone on the attack, Kyla squatted back down. Meacham wasn't where she expected. Instead of sitting on the ground recovering, she was leaning around the rear bumper, firing like a madwoman. "Don't stop shooting!" Meacham yelled without breaking her stride. "You got one!" "I did?" she said to herself. Her body was reacting poorly to the encounter. Each breath was ragged, as if 6 heartbeats demanded air each time she inhaled. It left her lightheaded and shaky. Again, she forced herself to stand and return fire. What would Carthager and the other Marines back on the aircraft carrier think about how far she'd come? It instilled a bit of pride in her, but she tried to temper herself. Those Marines wouldn't be impressed if she got herself shot, so she tried to think like one of them. "Don't stay in the same spot." Kyla kept herself crouched low and moved toward the front of the truck. She wasn't tall enough to fire over the hood, so she had to go all the way to the front bumper. When she arrived, it gave her a better view of the second man. "Gotcha," she whispered. The man saw her, too. He'd gotten his own rifle into the action, and it seemed like a huge black hole staring right at her. She looked down the iron sights, as Meacham had illustrated several times. Without overthinking it, she pulled the trigger again. The guy's simultaneous shot popped the front headlight. Kyla's knocked the man over. "Great shooting!" Meacham yelled. Kyla retreated behind the bumper to recover her wits. Even learning she'd hit the guy didn't do much for her mushy insides. "I can't believe she started to say, until she looked over and found Meacham was gone. "What the hell?" There was only one place she could be, so she risked a look over the truck. Meacham walked through the light brush as she repeatedly fired her rifle toward the men's position. Over the course of 30 feet, she seemingly fired 50 shots. When she ran out of rounds, she tossed the rifle and pulled out a pistol. She fired it at one target, then the other, until she ran out. The Marine tossed the pistol and pulled another one. "Geez, how many guns do you have?" Kyla wondered aloud, before remembering she should have been out there helping her partner. She arrived to find 2 dead men, each with 5 or 6 grisly wounds. While she was proud of hitting the 2 men herself, Meacham had made sure each of them would never get up again. Meacham gave her an appraising once-over. "You did the right thing, Dudette. You put rounds on target, staying behind hard cover. You didn't freeze up." Kyla pointed. "But you ran out here into the trees by yourself. I should have helped you." The woman searched the closest body. "Nah, I used the initiative to run them down before they could tend their wounds. If we'd waited, they might have scrambled to one of those larger tree trunks or called for help. Sometimes speed is its own weapon." "I'll remember that," Kyla said, as if she'd learned a valuable lesson. "Don't do anything crazy until you've got more training under your belt. Let me take the risks." Meacham pulled a radio, a cell phone, and a wallet off the dead guy. She also checked out the man's pistol and rifle, but didn't pick them up. "Don't we need more guns?" Kyla asked with surprise. Meacham picked up the pistol she'd tossed. "Our rifles are better. This is some kind of Chinese shit. You can tell by the messed-up design." Kyla didn't have anything to add to the conversation. The men's guns were black, with a short barrel and a trigger. It would never be confused with the AR pattern she recognized, but it was still a rifle. Whether it was better or worse was entirely out of her wheelhouse. After searching the second man, they took 2 radios, one of the phones, and none of the weapons. Since they were already in the trees, it was easy to drag them a bit deeper into the dense growth, effectively eliminating the bodies. No one would find them unless they probed the woods foot by foot. When they got in the truck, Meacham took the driver's seat. In seconds, she had them speeding back toward the cabin in the woods to gather their remaining food and supplies. The Marine grabbed a drink sitting in the cup holder. "Looks like they stopped at the gas station soda fountain. This thing is a 64-ounce supertanker." After giving it a once-over, Meacham tossed the soda out the window. Kyla did the same for the companion beverage on her side. She also grabbed some leftover fried chicken and jettisoned it as well. It smelled heavenly, but it was cursed. "I don't think we want to touch their chicken. It literally got them killed." They laughed, easing a little of the tension. When they returned to the lake house, they jumped out, chucked everything of value into the bed of the truck, then hopped back inside. The truck's tires kicked rocks all over the cabin's front porch as Meacham hammered the gas to get them on the road again. Meacham sped back toward Glendo. "We'll catch up with them, I promise." "I believe it," she replied. Minutes later, Kyla noticed a wire attached to the dashboard. The big drinks had been hiding it. Thinking it was the answer to her dead phone, she yanked it and checked the connector. Her excitement was short-lived. "Dang, they have a charger, but it won't work with my phone." Meacham smiled. "You can use the dead man's phone. He won't be needing it." "Of course," Kyla replied, before almost choking on her words. She frantically pointed ahead as they neared Glendo. The interstate passed along the far edge of the tiny town, not more than a quarter of a mile away. The roadway had been empty when they arrived, but now it was crowded with cars and trucks. The town was filled with enemy soldiers, too, suggesting the pair they knocked off had been sentries guarding the town's border. Men in black stood in front of storefronts. A man here, 2 men there. Meacham slowed, but didn't stop. "What are you doing?" Kyla asked with surprise, her heart convulsing almost as bad as it did during combat. She was ready for the driver to peel out and go in another direction. "We're wearing their uniforms. They think we're with them. We have to assume your uncle blended in, too." To prove her point, she waved at one of the men standing on the roadside. He waved back. "We'll go where they go." Kyla dropped her guard a fraction of a percent. "But where is that?" The cool-headed Marine guided the truck up the ramp and onto the highway. Hundreds of other vehicles drove south, using all 4 lanes. She pointed where everyone else was going. "This way." Fort Collins, Colorado. Ted hopped out of the SUV with a rifle in his hands. Emily came out with hers still on her back. "Em, hold your rifle like you mean to use it. We have to act as if we're mercs, like you said." She shrugged. "How do I know what a merc does?" He thought about it while she did as asked. "Pretend we're your Secret Service detail. They always had their weapons out when you were in dangerous situations, right?" Ted was thinking specifically of the men and women on Air Force 2 after the assassination attempt on her life. "I'm with you." She kept her blue bandana over most of her face. The man with the camera came right up to him. "I'm Todd. My partner getting the rest of the sound equipment is Lewis. I've got to admit, I never thought this day would come, or that we'd be covering it like this." Ted acted like he couldn't think of a way to care less than he already did. After a pregnant pause, he replied, "What are we looking at here? I see a bunch of cranes lined up to unload stuff, but the trucks are all stopped. What's so important about this place?" It appeared as if every wheeled crane in the city had been gathered at the intersection. He counted at least 20 from where he was standing, evenly split between both sides of the wide street. Some equipment had already been unloaded into the gravel parking lot. The new staging area contained a few rows of the enemy's robots at the far back. "This is why we're needed here this evening. So many of our people are operating in their own little bubbles. They don't know what's going on with the grand campaign. David commissioned us to do a live feed to help spread the word, show we're winning the peace, that sort of thing." Ted continued to display indifference as he rolled his hand. "And?" Todd was a young man of about 30, with shoulder-length blonde hair, thin-rimmed glasses, and high cheekbones. Someone who might do all right with the ladies running in his TV crew circles. Despite being with the enemy camp, he had a likable quality that made Ted want to engage with him. It was difficult to feign a lack of interest to what was taking place around him, but a mercenary would know better than to ask too many questions. The camera guy pointed to the crane operators. "A big convoy is bringing in equipment from the northern launch point up in Canada. Most of it is still on Interstate 25, but the lead vehicles are already here. We had them stop in place so we can get the cameras set up." Lewis strode by carrying a pair of large, black cases. Todd went on. "As you know, most of our stuff was brought to America in shipping containers. Now it's finally making it to the middle of our new country. The cranes give us the ability to unload many trucks at a time to speed things up." Todd looked around as if searching for trouble. "The less we're all grouped up, the better." "We'll protect you," Ted said with bravado. "I'm sure you will. The Americans might strike from the air, though. I'm curious, what would you do then?" His attitude was a bit off-putting, so Ted took a chance at playing the part. He put his rifle over his shoulder and threatened to walk away. "No, don't leave. I'm sure you have contingency plans for everything, including air attacks." Todd spoke fast. "This unloading process will go exactly as David wants it, you know. We don't have control over it, not really." Ted brought his rifle off his shoulder, returning to his previous ambivalence. The robots on the lot caught his attention. He motioned for the camera operator to look at them. "I only recognize some of those machines. What do those fat ones with the spools of rope do?" Ted didn't want to sound stupid about the technology, but he had no idea what the model was designed to do. As a security contractor, he figured it was a detail he should know. "Those are the elephants. We have lots more coming on this convoy. They drop their trunks into sewer and service tunnels, push out a long length of explosive cable, then detonate and collapse whatever is needed. We have lots of pipelines in this part of the country we need to destroy." He paused, then pointed to an approaching woman in red. "Oh, good. Darla's finally here." Emily had been quiet up to that point, but she nudged Ted's elbow. "We've got trouble. I need to talk to you." Todd looked surprised. "Anything we need to know about?" Ted's eyes conveyed the friendliness of a honey badger being stung by a scorpion. The camera guy held up his hands as if afraid he'd stepped in it. "Sorry." "What's the issue?" he asked Emily while pulling her aside. She turned so her back was toward the camera team and new arrival. It put him in position to look right at them, which was why he gave some of his attention to the young woman in a fire-engine red blouse and skirt. "You see her now?" Emily chuckled, before switching to serious mode. "Ted, I recognize Darla." He thought she had a familiar face, but he couldn't place her. When he didn't answer, Emily kept talking. "She's a famous network anchor. She's done time in the White House press corps." She spoke at barely a whisper. "She spent time on Air Force 1 and 2. "We've got to get you out of here," he replied, tensing up for what was going to be a hard exit from the news story. Todd appeared at his side. "She's here. We'll be on the air in 2 minutes, if I know her. Plus, if you haven't noticed, she makes a bright bullseye target. Now's when we need you to shine, guys." Ted looked between the man and his SUV, desperate for an out. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Tabby let go of Victor's hand after one quick shake. "It was an easy choice," she finally replied. The young man's excitement level seemed inversely proportional to her own. David must have told him she was a willing participant rather than a slave to whatever he ordered her to do. Still, all she had to do was be nice at first, then escape from him when the opportunity arose. David looked at Charity. "Well, should we leave the two lovebirds alone? I'm sure we can both find something to do and not bother them."
"Of course,"
the redhead replied, bowing slightly while simultaneously giving Tabby a warning scowl. She watched as David continued to observe her from the side of his eye, even as he walked away. He pretended to speak with his companion, but he was always watching her. Only when he rounded a corner did she let out the breath she'd been holding. "Wow," Victor said at once. "I can't believe you know David and Charity. That's like knowing the Secretary General and his wife."
"Secretary General?"
she asked, not sure how to respond to a person she didn't know.
"Of the United Nations. You don't know of him? I thought it was taught at all levels."
He eyed her suspiciously for a few seconds before breaking into a smile.
"I don't care. We all learn at different speeds. You must be a little slow. I'll take care of you."
She was on the verge of arguing with him, but she forced herself to play along. She smiled meekly, then waved.
"Well, I've got to be going. Where can I meet you later?"
"Later?" he asked, hurt saturating his voice.
"Yeah, you know me. I've got important people to meet, people like David and Charity. I'm sure you understand."
She held out her hand to shake goodbye. The guy took it and held her like a dead fish.
"Cheer up,"
she said with real excitement at leaving him.
"I'll see you later tonight, okay?"
He warmed up.
"I look forward to it."
Tabby sensed Victor's eyes on her as she walked down the hallway in the opposite direction David had taken. Her cheeks were on fire from the anger of being talked to as if she were stupid, but she kept the feeling balled in her fists as she finally turned a corner.
"Now where's the exit to this place?"
She walked for several minutes, backtracking to the hallways she'd seen before. Some of the routes were hewn from rock, while others looked exactly like they might inside a high-rise building. She figured the entrance would be on the rocky side, so she went into a long tunnel once she'd stumbled upon it.
"This has to be the way."
Along the route, she passed men and women dressed in many colors of outfits. She avoided eye contact with those dressed in the same style as her, figuring they were her peers inside the vault. They would have the most reason to speak with her. She was constantly on the lookout for anyone in white, such as Charity, or gold, like David. Those colors stood out among the many dressed in black, so she figured it would be easy to duck down a side tunnel. The exit door was easier to find than she expected. It was up a couple of floors from where she'd started, but close to a stairwell. The square security door had the word exit in red block letters above it and sat at the end of an elevator room. The pair of lifts were the same style as the one she'd seen down in the chamber with the large hole in the floor. A couple of guards stood outside the elevator area, but she walked past them like she knew where she was going. They barely noticed her.
"I'll see myself out,"
she said to herself, confident she was home free.
"Tabby!"
She turned around. Victor came up the hallway, but was about 100 feet back. He broke into a sprint, pointing and yelling. She ran for the big door, unsure how to open it. There was a keypad nearby, which freaked her out as an impossible puzzle to crack in the time she had. However, there was also a giant handle attached to the door. Could it be that simple? Tabby crossed the last 10 feet and put her hand on the metal latch, but before she could yank it, a guard grabbed her hand. A few seconds later, Victor wrapped his arms around her. Victor breathed hard from his sprint.
"You can't leave through there. David forbids it." "I don't care. I have to leave this place. I don't belong here."
The imitation of strength burned away as if being dipped in molten lava. Her voice was strained and screechy.
"It's okay. We all get scared in here. Let me help you."
Gently, but with an ironclad grip, He picked her up off the ground, spun her around, and set her back down. He was now between her and the door. The guards, perhaps thinking she was being tamed by a boyfriend, walked away laughing. She whispered, "Don't turn me in, please." "I have to," Victor answered. "David told me you would try this. He said you have a defect he wants to smooth out. At first, when I saw you, I didn't think there could be a single thing wrong with someone as perfect as you, but now I see there's a serious problem. David can help you overcome that fear." She looked up at him and bit the tip of her tongue to keep from crying. She desperately wished he wasn't there willingly. They could both escape and run wild in the open lands beyond the door. When she had a grip on herself, Tabby replied, "I really don't think he can." Chapter 12. Glendo, Wyoming. After driving in the convoy for half an hour, Meacham became increasingly anxious. She sat up to get close to the wheel, then forced herself back into the seat. If she wasn't observing the drivers of the other trucks, she was glancing behind. "What are you looking for?" Kyla asked, finally unable to ignore the flighty movements. Meacham sighed. "I should have taken those rifles and pistols. Chinese shit or not, we need to blend in better. We may not get out of this convoy before we're discovered." Kyla had been on edge since the moment they'd run into the two men in the trees. Though she'd been through quite a lot since putting a bullet in her traitorous programming partner, Ben, back on the JFK, the act of killing didn't seem any easier. The gunfight had been playing in her mind on a loop. However, she remembered the whole point of their escape from the cabin. "Uncle Ted, I have to call him. I hope he's not in here too." Her phone was out of juice, but they'd taken one from the dead soldier. It powered on and seemed to have a full charge. However, when she tried to access the main screen, it asked for a thumbprint identification. "Oh, come on!" "What?" She angled the phone so Meacham could see it. "It will only open for the guy we shot." Meacham laughed mischievously. "Should we go back and cut off his thumb?" Kyla was left speechless. The Marine reached over and patted her on the shoulder, which, in turn, caused her to wince with pain at stretching it. "Your wound," Kyla scolded. "Be careful." "I'm fine. I think it's healing nicely." Kyla chuckled, despite everything. "You know, all things considered, I'm glad we ended up together. If I can make myself half as tough as you, I don't think I'll have to be scared for the rest of my life. It's 90% attitude. Pain and discomfort are only temporary. Badassery lasts a lifetime." She flashed one of her rare smiles, though Kyla thought it was mostly a front for hiding her pain. After they settled back into a routine, Kyla spoke up. "If I can't call my uncle, and we can't find them in this traffic, what are we going to do next?" Meacham pointed to a green road sign. "What do you say we take a chance and get off the highway? This exit coming up looks promising. No town around. No nothing out there." She pointed out her window to the rolling grasslands. "Heck, the previous owners of this truck did the same thing. Who's to say we haven't been struck by the food truck trots, too? First of all, yuck. Second, how do we know they don't have planned places where they can get off the highway? Won't we stick out?" The Marine shrugged. "Anything is better than getting where this convoy is going than having to congregate with enemy forces. I think I'd be encouraged to shoot until the last bullet if given the opportunity. I could take out 15 or 20 of them, I bet." Kyla had a sudden onset of panic at thinking of her friend going into a suicidal charge. While there was no question she'd take a lot of the enemy with her, it would still leave Kyla by herself. Suddenly, being alone with the invaders seemed a fate worse than death. She tried to come off sounding upbeat. "It won't come to that. Let's get the hell down the ramp like you said." The landscape around them hadn't changed too much from earlier in the day. Wyoming was still the same endless sea of tall, wild grasses with a few small hills, but it was sliced with a swath of trees ahead, as if a small river ran west to east. As best she could tell, the exit ramp was going to take them to a gravel road that paralleled the trees. Meacham merged into the exit ramp and whistled a quiet tune, as if to keep herself from being noticed as they gradually put distance between themselves and the tractor-trailers up on the highway. By the time they reached the intersection of the gravel road, Kyla copied the whistling, doing her best to echo the tune. Kyla looked behind them. No one was following. "What song is that? I like it." Meacham checked her mirror. "It's the Marines' hymn, the halls of Montezuma and the shores of Tripoli. Someday there's going to be a line about the maddening grasses of Wyoming." She hit the pedal. "We're in the clear." As they turned, Kyla continued to watch the exit ramp behind them. A big crane exited the highway the second before Meacham drove them under the bridge. Meacham continued her tune, eyes forward, but Kyla knew they weren't alone. Fort Collins, Colorado. Ted figured they couldn't easily escape the situation, but Darla made it impossible. She yelled at him and Emily the second she came up to Todd. "You two, get your asses over here. I was promised a security detail while in Fort Collins, and it looks like all your friends are protecting those stupid cranes. That makes you two my meat shields." He shared a worried look with Emily. She cinched her blue bandana as high as she could, then winked at him. "We got this." Ted firmed his grip on the rifle. "Yeah, we do." When they returned to the group, Darla instantly singled out Emily. "What's wrong with you? If you've got the flu, I'm going to need you to stay far away from me. I can't afford any sick days during the biggest performance of my life." Emily took one step back. After a brief hesitation, she spoke. "I had the flu a couple of days ago, ma'am. I don't think I'm still contagious." "Enough! You stay at the edge of this parking lot. The rest of us are going to cross the street so we get the best light from the setting sun." The reporter pointed to Ted, smiling for the first time. "But you're coming with me. I want you attached to my hip." He could tell by Emily's eyes she was on the verge of replying, probably in a not flattering way, but he beat her to it. "My friend will be fine on this side of the street. We were going to fan out anyway, to keep an eye on as much terrain as possible. Once the trucks arrive—" Darla held up her hand. "Just get it done. I'm here for me, not to listen to your lesson plans." He shrugged, then turned to Emily and spoke quietly. "Merc's got a Merc, am I right?" She laughed. "I'll be studying the gravel." He whispered, "If shooting starts, run back to the truck." She would be closest to the SUV, since she was staying on the wide parking lot. "You know I will," she bragged. "Uh-huh," he replied, watching her walk away. "Hey, Rambo!" Darla snarked. "Stop looking at your friend's butt and get over here." He whipped around. "I wasn't—" "Don't care. The trucks are waiting on me. I want to get this right on the first take. I can't turn the whole convoy around to try it again, can I?" Todd and his assistant were already in position on the far side of the street. Darla eyed the trucks waiting in line as he crossed with her. She studied the sun, low at the western horizon, then positioned herself so the light hit her from the side. It appeared as if she was going to film herself talking to the camera with the convoy arriving at the cranes behind her. All he had to do was stay out of the way. A minute later, Todd counted her in. Lewis waved to the truckers, and the line finally started moving. "Free America! Free America! Free America! Thank David!" Darla spoke in monotone, as if it was a formal greeting, before continuing in a more casual voice. "Hello, this is Darla Kristoff for Legion News. I'm standing here at a shipping terminal in Fort Collins, Colorado, as we prepare to receive a delivery of an incredible number of robotic devices. As you can see, the convoy is massive, with hundreds of delivery trucks. I'm told this is among the top 10 convoys in terms of size and tons delivered." In one practiced motion, Darla stepped outside the frame, though she continued speaking. "You can see they're coming up the street 6 abreast. David has provided enough cranes to clear out many of them at the same time. He's built huge receiving yards on each side of the street where we'll store it all." Darla went silent for a few moments as the rumble of truck engines filled the air. Giant tractor-trailers, once a symbol of American transportation and mobility, now served a new master. Ted's gut hated what was being said, but he kept his silence to protect his identity. The first truck arrived, and a crane was almost immediately swung over it. "Zoom in on that," Darla remarked in a friendly voice. "Let's watch as the first heroic trucker delivers his cargo." 6 rigs had moved side by side into line at the front of the loading zone, but there was only one truck with the crane already over it, so Ted had a pretty good idea where the camera was aiming. It happened to be exactly where Emily was standing at the edge of the parking lot. As more trucks approached, the lanes tightened up behind the leaders. He kept his eyes on his presidential girlfriend. Darla continued speaking, but he tuned her out. A much larger problem had developed. Emily's mask was down. Capulan, New Mexico. The town of Capulan was typical for the remote plains of West Texas and eastern New Mexico, except it sat below a 1,000-foot triangular mountain with its top third cut off. Brent pointed to the landmark. "We'll stop here. That extinct volcano is a tourist destination. They'll have food and shelter we can use." Trish, his co-pilot, nodded in agreement. They hadn't been on the road for more than a few hours, but it was late in the day, and they'd gotten almost no sleep the night before. The place had a few streets, a scattering of beat-down, single-wide trailers, and not much else. Brent let his folks do a quick in-and-out to a tiny country store to grab food and drinks, but they were careful not to disturb any of the clothes left on the floor. He wanted to leave no trace they'd been there. To further reduce their chances of being found, he drove a few miles outside the meager village, assuming the enemy would stay in town if they came by. He stopped at the visitors' center for the volcano, which dominated the flat terrain to his right. He got out, along with the rest of his people, and walked up to the front doors of the small National Monument headquarters. It wasn't too much bigger than one of those single-wides back in town. Once they'd gathered, he pointed to the nearby volcano. "If this was a military battle, we'd spend the night near the summit of that thing. It would give us a clear view of enemy troop movements for 100 square miles. "Aren't we at war?" Long asked. They were most definitely in a war, but not in the traditional sense. It wasn't Vietnam, which at least had rules of engagement. They weren't a squad sent out by HQ with a specific mission and against a known enemy. As he thought about it, it was likely the only time in his life he wished things were more like being in Vietnam. Upon reflection, he admitted even 50 years later, his time over there still dominated his thinking. "Yes, but right now we want to stay close to the roads. Flight is our best means of staying alive. If we camped up there, we might never escape if the enemy came at us from below." Long, the Asian man who was new to his crew, seemed satisfied with the answer. "Come on," Brent said. "Let's get comfortable inside. I'm starving." As an afterthought, he added, "Who wants first watch?" They had a good view of the road up to the visitor center, and there were a few other vehicles parked in the lot, so theirs didn't seem out of place. If someone did show up, they'd have a lot of warning to prepare for their arrival. Kevin, the lone black man on the team, raised his hand. "Let me eat my candy in peace, and I'll stay out here all night." He held up the stuff he'd lifted from the country store. Brent was tempted to chastise the guy for not taking healthy food, but he wasn't his dad. "Deal. I'll relieve you myself in a couple hours. It's going to be dark soon. We'll run tighter shifts overnight." The sun's rays beamed bright against one side of the volcano rim, though the shadows were long everywhere else. The sun was at the edge of the horizon. Everyone went inside, save for the new guy. He'd gone off to the side of the entryway, away from everyone else, and was looking down at his hands. Brent tried to snoop, but before he could get too close, Long saw him. "Hey, I was just checking the time on my phone. I knew it was late. I'd usually be eating right now." Brent laughed. They were all part of the prison system. They all ate at precisely the same time every day. After confirming it on his watch, he smiled. "You're right. Let's get inside and chow down." Long passed him and went through the front door. Something about the guy wasn't sitting right with him. None of them were angels. He knew as much, but Terry Long was a legitimate mystery. He'd wished he'd spent some time investigating his files while they were all in the prison. It never crossed his mind. Now, a nagging instinct told him he couldn't fully trust the man. On a mission such as this, lack of trust could get people killed. He looked back once to ensure Kevin and his pile of candy were settling in. It would shock his LT back in Nam to know he was allowing a sentry to eat from a bag of treats, but he had to work with what he had. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 13. Fort Collins, Colorado. Ted had no idea what Emily was trying to pull, but his confused glances between her and the camera seemed to catch the attention of the newswoman. She whistled loudly to catch his attention. "Hey, you! They're talking in the studio, so I have a second off air. Stop flirting with your friend and stick by me." Chastised, he looked directly at the woman. She seemed to take it as acceptance, so she faced the cameraman again. "This next segment, I want to talk about the trucks and get some vox pops, man-on-the-street type stuff. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?" Todd and Lewis nodded quickly. She looked at him a moment later. "You and Typhoid Mary better keep an eye on me, or I'll report you directly to David himself. I'm a big deal, don't you know?" He knew better than to open his mouth, but he couldn't resist. "My friend over there said she recognized you from the old America. Mentioned remembering you on a commercial for an anti-diarrhea medicine?" His inflection ticked up at the end, conveying a sense of surprise. Darla appeared mortified. "Diarrhea? Do I look like someone who would do such a sick commercial? I was on freaking network news. I worked at the White House. Before that, I ran the floor at Channel 7 in Denver." "I'm sorry," he lied. "Maybe she's still hallucinating from when she had the flu bug. Sometimes guys and gals like us aren't the brightest bulbs in the chandelier." In the span of 60 seconds, he'd been able to insult the woman to her face, then pan every guard in America wearing black. He felt good about what he'd done, but he needed to take the edge off by making her talk about something more interesting and less provocative. "If you were such a big deal, you must have been somewhere special when the attack came in." She stomped across the pavement until she reached the sidewalk where he'd taken up Overwatch. After composing herself, Darla answered his question. "I was in a hole with everyone else, of course. Banking guys, corporate honchos. It was a real who's who, let me tell you. And now they'll all see my face on their television sets. I have no competition in this market as long as you do your freaking job." Ted acted as if he was really impressed by her. He smiled, pretended to listen, and held his gun at the low ready, as if bad guys were about to attack at any second. However, he kept half his attention on Emily across the street. She remained on the edge of the big parking lot where the cranes would soon offload the cargo, but he also had a good view behind her, including the black SUVs, the TV van, and his own vehicle. But far beyond those, a tractor-trailer hauled a silver tanker, which he assumed was a driver who'd been separated from the convoy. If the fleet was as large as Darla claimed, there would soon be trucks parked on every street for miles around. He needed to get out of there as soon as possible. Commandeering a transmission was no longer a viable option. They would find a different way to communicate with the outside. Darla was back in front of Todd's camera. "I am now standing close to the unloading zone here in Fort Collins. All over the old world, trucks like this are delivering supplies for our heroes at the front lines of this cleanup effort. Each truck is bringing in robotic help for guard duties, surveillance, and demolition. Human handlers will be paired with each one, of course, but one woman could potentially control dozens of them at one time, giving her tremendous reach. She turned on the charm. I wish I could get my hands on a drone or two. I have some ex-husbands I'd like to sick them on. Her laughter sounded real, but it could have also been polished delivery of her lines. From his spot, the vehicles came in from right to left, ending at a line of parallel trucks at the head of the convoy directly in front of Darla. It gave her an opportunity to walk toward them and get an interesting angle on how the cranes dropped down and unloaded the materials. As her guard, he followed. These beastly trucker machines are doing their jobs for now, but someday they, too, will be chewed up and destroyed by our robotic friends. In time, we will look back on this news report with yours truly, Darla Forrester, and hardly remember how large these vehicles really were. She leaned against the chrome bumper of the first big rig. Ted again noticed the tanker truck behind Emily. It was heading their way, but it had some cloth or tarps blowing around on its sides. His first thought was the driver didn't properly secure his load, but he remembered it was a tanker. There was nothing to secure. He absently stepped closer to the reporter. Darla continued to drone on about the robots, the simple unloading methods, and how proud she was of herself for being there to record it. No sincere mention of the truck drivers, crane operators, or her own security team. The truck continued to get closer. It was moving fast. Shit, he said under his breath. Louder, to the camera team, he added, I'll be right back. He sprinted across the 6-lane street, pointing behind Emily to get her to turn around. Look! Ted's warning instinct kicked in. The loose material on the incoming truck wasn't what he thought. They were flags secured on poles next to his exhaust stacks. Giant, oversized, red, white, and blue, American flags. Emily figured out to turn around. As soon as she did, he swept her into a run. This way! Ted had the presence of mind to know which way was safest. They ran toward the approaching truck, putting as much distance between themselves and the head of the convoy, where the runaway driver seemed to be heading. He figured they had a good 10 seconds to run before the hell-for-leather tanker rammed the convoy. The guy in the cab wore a white cowboy hat, suggesting he was a good old boy who drove trucks for a living, a guy Ted would have been honored to drink a beer with. Today, the man shifted in his chair as he approached, seemingly interested in watching him and Emily run for their lives. The guy might have been suicidal, but he kept his wits and gave them both the finger while flashing a huge grin. The giant flags cracked the wind as the truck barreled by at 70 miles an hour. For the last few seconds, the air horn sounded, making Ted think of a dive bomber coming in for the kill. "For the love of God, don't stop!" he yelled to Emily. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. A pair of guards brought Tabby back to the auditorium with the white cube, but there were no spectators around. They made her stand by the device, which hummed with energy despite appearing to be turned off. They refused to tell her how long she would have to wait, and she didn't have her phone to check the passage of time, but it seemed like hours. By the time someone showed up, she'd been sitting on the floor for a while. "Oh no," she said under her breath. "Hello, my dear." It was the woman who called herself a handmaiden, Charity. She continued to wear the white, skin-tracing spacesuit, though her fiery red hair was gathered up in a bun. Tabby climbed to her feet. "Hello," she said glumly. "David said he was terribly sorry he couldn't be here for this, but he's had to deal with a counterattack against the Legion which took place in Fort Collins. He said I would be more than capable of conveying his displeasure at what you've done by trying to escape." She glanced over to the two guards, who showed no discomfort at having been made to watch her relax next to the cube. Their black jumpsuits and black rifles were properly intimidating. However, The redhead was just as threatening, even as she spoke in a pleasant voice. Tabby tried to jump ahead. "I wasn't really going to leave. I only wanted to get a breath of fresh air." "I'm sure," the redhead replied, obviously not fooled. Charity looked to the dark alcove to the side of the stage area. "Bring them in." The stern woman had already threatened to harm Audrey and Peter when they all came in the first time, but now it struck her how selfish she'd been. "Please don't hurt them. Put me in the box. I was the one who tried to leave." The woman crossed her arms. "So you admit it?" She nodded wildly. "Yeah, I did it. Me." Two people walked out from the darkness. The first man looked like he'd been left out in the sun for about a week straight. His skin, where it was exposed, was bumpy and red. He walked hunched over, as if wearing a backpack full of lead. His grunts made his short walk seem a monumental challenge. The guy looked a bit like the man who'd been tossed inside the white light earlier in the day, but she couldn't be sure. The girl behind him was Audrey. There was no question about it. She was dressed in the same white and orange clothes she'd been wearing earlier. When she saw her, the girl's face burst with recognition and happiness. "Tabby!" No one stopped them from meeting, so she embraced Audrey in a long hug. She pretended to be overly dramatic, though she was holding the other girl to whisper to her. "Are you okay? Where's Peter?" "I'm fine. Peter was taken to another cell. I could talk to him, but I haven't seen him. I'm not sure where he is. I miss you guys." The girl hugged her even tighter. "I miss you too. You're rocking this uniform, but why are you dressed like them?" "It's a long story. Charity coughed to get their attention. "That'll do. I don't want you to miss this." She and Audrey ended the hug, though she gripped the girl's hand and held it, practically daring the female boss lady to break them up further. Charity didn't care. She motioned to the guards. "Push him into the box." The men pulled out gloves, then roughly shoved the male prisoner into the clear framework of the cube. After shutting the door, they took off their gloves and stepped back. Charity had the floor. "This man is responsible for betraying the Legion. He's killed members of our family. You saw part 1 of his punishment earlier today. He was placed inside the David Cube to receive justice. As you can see by the boils and lesions on his skin, justice was served." Tabby's stomach curled up in a ball. Looking at him anew, she recoiled at the realization that his skin wasn't sunburned. It was, as she said, covered in sores. The man wasn't old enough to walk around hunched over and in pain. Something had indeed changed between the time he'd gone into the cube and now. The sight was terrifying. Her heart could have been outside her body. The drum beats sounded as if they were next to her ear. She wanted to reply with a witty, snarky answer to prove she didn't care for all the theatrics, but the sight was too grisly. And Audrey was next in line. "Now for the next part of his sentence." Charity tapped a control box she'd been carrying. The white light turned on, as it had before. Unlike the last encounter with the mock sun, the man screamed in agony as he stood there. "What are you doing to him?" she said, almost too quiet to be heard. Charity stepped next to her. "Fascinating, isn't it? His technology really has changed the world." "Yeah, if you like futuristic torture chambers." The woman's eyes seemingly caught fire. "That's not what this is. As usual with you American fools, you have no idea what you're talking about. This isn't about destruction, it's about touching creation." The older woman watched the bright light for a short time with apparent wonder, as if the machine was a newborn being introduced to the world. When it turned off, it took a few moments for Tabby's eyes to adjust. When she was able to look into the chamber, the guards had the door open for the crazy guy to walk out. As she got her first look at him, she assumed it was a practical joke. "Where'd the other guy go? The one you infected with... She didn't know what could have infected every square inch of someone's body. Tabby couldn't finish the sentence without sounding stupid.
You are more correct than you know. He was infected with everything we could find to stick inside him. We pumped him up with cancers, bacterial infections, non-communicative viral payloads, you name it. But David always has a reason for doing things. Today's plan was for this man to return to the chamber a second time to complete your lesson.
She cast a guarded look over to the woman.
You mean it was supposed to happen this way?
Charity appeared satisfied at the man's condition.
Not exactly like this, but close. He wanted you to know what would happen to your friends if you crossed him. Lucky for you, he knew you would fail to stay away from the exit door. It provided an easy way to teach you the facts of life here.
Tabby was crestfallen. The man's suffering had been all her fault.
I was in the cage,
Audrey interjected.
I feel fine.
Charity turned to Tabby, ignoring Audrey.
Your girlfriend was placed in the light earlier today, too. David did it as part of his benevolence. He cured your friend's diabetes. No way!
Audrey exclaimed, yanking at Tabby's hand.
No way,
Tabby echoed, sounding the opposite of the other girl's excitement. Charity pulled the mystery man closer, but spoke directly to Tabby. She acted as if Audrey and the man were props, rather than living people.
If you'll notice, this man Dwight no longer has the unfortunate conditions he bore as when he went inside.
Thank you, Dwight gushed. Me and Poppy couldn't take another second of the pain.
But he won't get too comfortable, Charity added. It's late in the evening. The day's over. David will infect him again in the morning. He'll spend tomorrow suffering with another dozen afflictions. Then, at dusk, we'll cure him again.
Far out, the man replied, seemingly high.
You people are insane,
Tabby said, not sure if it would get anyone in trouble. Charity flashed a crooked smile. For all her facial beauty and hourglass figure, her teeth were far from perfect.
The message here, Miss Tabitha, is we have the power to make your friends' lives absolutely miserable, just like I warned you. Your responsibility is doing as you're asked with good cheer. If you aren't going to play nice, David's next meeting with you will be to show your two friends how many diseases can be inserted into a person's gene structure at the same time.
The man, Dwight, stared at various points in the room as if everyone was famous and he was touring the inside of the White House. If she didn't know better, she would guess he'd emerged from the box stoned out of his mind. When he saw her studying his actions, his face lit up. He looked her square in the eye, but he didn't really see her. Poppy, that box is one far-out trip. I died and came right back to you. Chapter 14. Wheatland, Wyoming.
This is a nightmare that never ends,
Kyla remarked, still looking behind her. Most of the convoy continued south on the interstate, but a long line of flatbeds hauling construction vehicles exited at the same place Meacham tried to escape the flow of trucks.
They're exiting here, too.
We do seem to have bad luck these days, Meacham said in her understated way.
What do we do? Kyla asked. It seriously looks like we're leading this parade.
Their black pickup truck threw up dust as they drove the gravel road away from the highway. Half a mile back, the lead vehicle, also a pickup truck, had its headlights on as it followed. There were more tractor-trailers than she could count, and they were still coming off the highway.
We do have a bit of good news,
the Marine said dryly. Kyla turned around to face the front, sure the other woman was about to sock her with bad news. Nothing seemed to rattle the fighter.
I think we can lead this group to where they're going. Doesn't that look like the kind of out-in-the-middle-of-nowhere place a crew of construction guys might go?
Meacham pointed to 3 tall smokestacks peeking over the tops of the trees lining the creek.
What do you make of it?
The driver shrugged. I'm a Marine, not a tour guide.
It might be a factory or a power plant.
I'd go with power plant. Why would anyone put a factory way out here? Kyla thought about it for a few minutes. The trucks behind them weren't in pursuit. No one would chase them with flatbed trailers full of tractors and cranes. The most likely scenario was they'd chosen an exit that corresponded to where some of the trucks were scheduled to exit. The 3 smokestacks had to be their target. So we have to not be there. Meech, do you think you can lose those guys? We only have a few miles before we reach the stacks. If we get there, we might be asked to help out with whatever they're doing. We've got to find my uncle, not put coal in a furnace or build widgets. She channeled her 8th grade social studies teacher, who constantly talked about manufacturing widgets as part of his lessons about industrialization. I can lose anyone, trust me. I once had a guy hit on me at a bar. He wouldn't take no for an answer, so I went to the bathroom, kicked out a boarded-up window, and got the hell out of there. Yeah, before you asked, the place was a dive. Kyla cracked up. That's not what I was going to ask. You're a badass extraordinaire. Why didn't you just beat him silly? That was before my ass-kicking days. I was 16 at the time. She waited to see if Meacham was kidding, but she remained fixed on the road. Really? And you were at the bar? Taking one hand off the wheel, the Marine ran fingers through her short hair. Yeah, my parents weren't what you'd call overly concerned with their kids. I spent more time out of our house than in it, and often in places they never would have approved. Kyla didn't know what to say. It made her complaints about not having a father around seem pretty tame. Her mom loved her and did the best she could, and they lived in a relatively safe part of New York City. More importantly, she grew up with good friends who never would have let her go off to a bar at 16, much less stand alone against an aggressive boy. Briefly, she wondered what happened to all her school friends, but then immediately closed the door on the thought. Everyone she'd ever known back home was dead. They came around a bend, and the fence for their destination appeared 100 feet ahead. She pointed to the sign. Laramie River Station. It's a power plant. Meacham glanced over her shoulder, then she studied the creek to their right. Are you going to ditch the truck? Kyla asked. There's nowhere to go, the driver replied. Once they went through the front gate, the complex sprawled in all directions. Metal buildings stood in various places, purpose unknown. There were also numerous square ponds, hundreds of yards long. She had no idea what those were for either. The main building sat toward the back of the property. Its 3 tall smokestacks popped out the middle and rose hundreds of feet in the air. None of them had pollution billowing out, suggesting the power wasn't on. Look, the train must have been arriving when the attack happened. Meacham pointed to a derailed train to their left. Dozens of full coal cars had tipped over, along with 3 engines, but another 50 cars remained on the track behind them. They drove past the wreck, past the ponds, and next to the giant building. You have a plan? Kyla finally asked, realizing they were traveling in a straight line. They're going to come in behind us and assume we're checking the place out. It's what I'd think if someone was scouting ahead for us. All we have to do is make sure they don't see us again. She sped past a massive pile of coal, which was probably where the train was heading before it lost its way. Once they'd cleared it, they drove down a short embankment, crossed a narrow field of dandelions and grass, then went into another tree-filled creek bed. Meacham drove the truck deep into a patch of reeds and seemed to want to keep going, but the tires lost their grip. This is the end of the line. We're walking? Kyla replied with surprise. I figured we'd drive into the night. I wish we could. If they put the pieces together and figure out we didn't belong here, they're going to be on the lookout for a black pickup truck with 2 hotties in it. She flashed a wry smile. I'd rather take my chances on foot, find a different vehicle, and avoid the Inquisition. Won't they have sniffer dogs? She really thought it would have been better to drive as far as possible. Meacham pointed down the creek. We'll stay in the water. Oldest trick in the book. We'll leave the doors open and... She reached inside the neckline of her shirt for a moment, then brought out a bloody hand. While Kyla sat there in shock, the Marine rubbed the top of the steering wheel to bloody it up. With a little luck, they'll think 2 of their own people were in here and had an accident. Maybe it will make them less likely to break out the big guns for us." "Wow," was all Kyla could say. Almost without thinking, she rubbed the bandage on her neck, wondering if she had what it took to rub her wound and add to the carnage. Since the Marine didn't ask her to, she didn't volunteer. Instead, she gathered the weapons and put on the heavy pack rather than give it away. "Carrying this is the least I can do," she said, meeting Meacham in the shallow water. "You can carry the extra rifle, but I'll also carry the extra shotgun." Meacham nodded approval. "I would have driven farther if I thought it was safe, Dudette. Night is coming. We'll slip away. There are a billion cars free for the taking. This will delay us getting to your uncle, but it satisfies the other half of my mission, which is keeping you safe. I hope you understand." "I do." She took a few steps downstream. "We're going this way, correct?" The Marine gave her a casual salute. "Hoorah!" Fort Collins, Colorado. Ted didn't look back, though he'd never been more curious to watch something happen in his entire life. He and Emily ran the sidewalk of the cross street, desperate to put some distance between himself and the impending explosion. "Keep!" His voice went hoarse as the air left his lungs. An instant later, a concussive shock wave pushed them both down, face first. The accompanying roar was worse than a thunderclap dogfighting a jet engine. Then came the heat. He needed to check behind for half a second, basically to estimate how much time was left to live. The truck had plowed into the side of the nearest flatbed trailer, sending it and the tanker up and over the target. They'd slid into the middle of the loading zone before detonating, sending fiery fuel onto every truck in the row and many to the rear. "Get up!" he croaked. Emily was already trying to get to her feet, but he realized there was a nauseating wave of fumes surrounding them, as if the fuel had mixed with the technology of those robots and created a new biohazard. Whatever it was, it made him lightheaded. Working together to stay upright, they got back to a slow jog. Secondary explosions rocked the city blocks behind them, often shoving stiff winds at their backsides from the shockwaves. "Faster!" he urged. They ran for a full block, maybe a quarter of a mile, before he thought it was safe to rest. He ran under a beautiful decorative tree next to the sidewalk, then turned back to see the industrial disaster from a safer vantage point. Unbelievable. It was impossible to see the entire line of trucks in the convoy. The building shielded them. However, the big parking lots next to the intersection gave them a clear view of the central part of the disaster. Emily coughed a few times before speaking. "God bless that man for fighting back, and thank you, God, for letting us get away from it." "Amen," he replied. The suicidal driver must have known where to strike to do the most damage. In the miasma of the fumes, and under the threat of a fiery death, Ted only observed how the tanker blew up inside the line of trucks. However, with the benefit of distance, he realized the real target had been the cranes. Of the 20 or so lined up along the street, only the one closest to the rear stood up straight. A few were canted at precarious angles. The rest were tipped over and warped, their cabs on fire. Ted gave Emily a once-over. Her brown hair, which was already a frizzy mess from days of hard travel, had come unraveled to the point she could have been mistaken for a mad scientist. The front and sides of her uniform were covered in gray dust from her fall. Seeing the opportunity to help, he reached over and brushed back some of her loose hair, sticking it behind an ear. She reached up and held his hand. "Thank you for saving my life. I would have never seen that truck coming from behind me." "My pleasure," he said, catching himself breathing fast from all the adrenaline. "It looks like our friends made it." She pointed to the crash site. The camera team filmed from behind an overturned car on the parking lot beyond the loading zone. Darla, the woman in the red dress, was on the ground, possibly injured, but Todd kept his camera panning the devastation. I hope they got me on live TV, she replied.
Yeah, what was that all about? You took off your bandana.
It remained off. She'd loosened it so it was around her neck.
It occurred to me if I dropped my disguise while across the street, our intel guys and gals would see me in the background. I would be identified as still alive.
I guess that would work. I think we can safely say lots of people are going to be picking apart this video feed to figure out what happened. After he'd said it, he hoped it didn't instill panic in Emily. David's people would almost certainly pick her out and know she was in Colorado, fighting back. No one would believe Emily just happened to be at the same spot as an attack of such magnitude. She laughed a bit.
I hope we learn who the driver was. He deserves a medal.
How did he survive the initial attack on America? He wondered aloud. Was he with anyone?
All I know is we better clear out of here before their version of the police show up. Everyone is going to get interrogated. Like you said, it's what the Secret Service would do if the attack had been on me.
He realized she was right. Their ruse was about to be exposed.
To the truck,
he said with enthusiasm. It was still parked on the street behind the other SUVs and the TV crew's van. However, in his own limited panic, he'd run them past those vehicles to get clear of the blast zone. Now they had to go back a few hundred yards. While on the run, it occurred to him there were no sirens, no fire trucks arriving. He laughed when he figured out why.
Those dumbasses go around burning things like we saw back in North Dakota. I bet they never thought they'd need to put out any fires. The fire station has everything they need, but no one knows how to operate it.
They reached their truck without further delay. He climbed into the driver's seat, sure the fire was going to burn for a long time, and probably spread. Injured drivers and other mercenaries crawled out of the wreckage, much to his grim satisfaction. Smaller explosions continued to rock the area. The fuel tanks of the other big rigs caught fire, too. However, his humor was doused when he started the engine.
Uh-oh.
Emily climbed in.
What is it?
He pointed across the street to Todd. His camera was pointed directly at them.
I think we're about to be famous.
NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Dwight had never experienced such confusion in his entire life. After coming out of the white light, it really seemed as if he'd been reborn. A pretty young girl in a blue outfit had been waiting for him, and a red-headed angel in a white swimsuit had given him comfort. As beautiful as they were, however, his real joy was at seeing Poppy. He was positive she'd been flying around the stage, above the women, and his heart soared with her. Now, in his cell, the bird was gone again. The confusing part was, he knew why she wasn't there.
They killed you in the white fire, he said to himself.
A man spoke up.
You've been cured of all that ails you.
I hear you, but don't see you, he replied.
I'm over here,
the guy said in monotone, sounding like he was outside the door. Dwight got up and strode to the front of the sparse office. The cage door allowed him to see into the hall, where he vaguely remembered the girl in the blue costume residing, but a man held out his arm from a diagonal office. He then got a good look at his face.
Hey, I know you.
It was Jacob, from the warehouse in San Francisco. He was of Asian descent, for sure, though he didn't have a buzz cut the last time they'd met. For a moment, Dwight was ecstatic, until he remembered where he was.
Wait, why are you here?
I have you to thank. You killed the team in Folsom, didn't you? David's intelligence people traced your pack back to my welcome center, and they figured out I was the one who let you infiltrate our ranks.
Infiltrate? I was a penniless drunk who only wanted one of your spiffy outfits. I never meant for any of this to happen.
His memory of days ago was picture perfect, free of the fog of alcohol that normally hung over his brain. However, his memories of the last day or two were scrambled. If he'd started out in San Francisco like he thought, he drew a blank on what had gotten him into the jail cell. Something about a fake bird and a disease. It made no sense. They think you're an agent of the old United States. They'll keep making you sick and healing you until you tell them every detail of your mission. It's what David does here in this pit, apparently. Dwight leaned against the door, looking to the sides and wondering if he could make Poppy reappear. When she didn't, he continued speaking to Jacob. "What have they done to you? I can't recall if I've seen you here before." "Stunted memories are a side effect of the healing process. It does it to a lesser degree when they infect you, but they like you to remember the pain. Those of us who were once part of the Legion know exactly what to expect. It's in our long-term memory. I was in the same line as you this morning. You just don't remember me." He sighed. Jacob was nice to him back at the beginning. "I'm sorry, man. I never meant for you to get hurt. This has all been a terrible misunderstanding. That's what I'll tell them when they get me the next time." "Good luck with that." Jacob left his door. The woman in blue wasn't in her entry opposite his. In fact, of all the cage doors visible to him in the hallway, no one held their arms out where he could see them. And Poppy, imaginary or not, wasn't around anymore either. Somehow, her absence hurt him the most. "I want to go home." Chapter 15. Fort Collins, Colorado. The pile of guns and food containers in the rear of the SUV shifted like waves as he took corners at high speeds. They'd left the scene of the explosion, but Ted was 99% sure Todd had filmed their departure. At best, they were security personnel who'd totally face-planted on protecting Darla and her news crew. At worst, he and Emily would be seen as accomplices to the suicidal hero who'd blown that depot into next year. They did have some advantages. The unfolding convoy attack would distract what was left of the enemy security services in Fort Collins. They were also driving straight out of town. And finally, it would be dark soon. He figured if they could avoid contact for another 30 minutes, they'd be okay. Emily laughed, with a nervous energy. "Well, you did say you wanted to cause a diversion for the enemy troops. If I hadn't spent every waking second by your side, I would have said you were the one who planned the truck attack. That was like swinging a baseball bat, using a flamethrower, and grinding a chainsaw into the jaws of the hornet's nest all at the same time." "We're going to make it," he said dryly, as the houses of Fort Collins thinned out. "You keep watching the skies back there." As she often did, Emily pulled her legs onto the seat so she could more easily look behind them. It was a childlike pose he found charming in a U.S. president. However, he didn't have time to savor it. The road curved and went down a gentle slope. "They're going to send those drones after us, aren't they?" she asked. "Count on it." The convoy's unloading would be interrupted for sure, but there were already rows of multicolored drones parked on those receiving lots. At least a few of them were probably the airborne kind. They drove a couple of minutes before the road rose out of the low ground, giving Emily a better view of the surrounding countryside. He sincerely wished they were in the middle of Colorado, where the forests were thick and the hills were steep, rather than the wide-open grasslands so common to the high plains. "I do see lights," Emily finally said, "but they're pretty far back." "Shit. If they're already up there, they'll be spreading out. We can't count on luck." He knew their lives depended on his next moves, so he took some deep, calming breaths to clear his head. They were going 100 miles an hour due east. The drones circling the city might not see them, but there could always be other air assets higher up. The longer he stayed in the open, the better chance someone would finally see him. Minutes later, as the sun mercifully dipped below the horizon, he thought they might be in the clear. After passing a few farms and putting some more miles behind them, he slowed down to 90 as a safety measure. Emily still searched the skies all around. I wish I could call Kyla, tell her what we did. Meacham knows not to come south, but if they did, there's no way they'll get through that search. If they go looking for us up north, they might even get to Glendo. He stopped himself from speculating further. She replied, Meacham knows what she's doing. I'm sure they're heading north already. There's nothing to worry about. He gripped the wheel with both hands. Yeah, you're right. You and I have enough to worry about in our laps. When he glanced over to her, she met his eyes with a friendly smile. I'm having fun, aren't you? He laughed. I can see dating you is going to be an ever-growing challenge of more and more elaborate outings. Today we saw a fireworks show. Tomorrow I'll dial up a hurricane for you. I'd settle for a quiet movie and popcorn. Just the two of us. And your security team, he said dryly, to taunt her. I'll have them wait outside, she snickered. Well, that would suit me. He saw a light in the sky, almost directly ahead and low on the horizon. Crap! They'd gotten well outside Fort Collins, with even the most distant suburbs now 20 miles back. The only man-made structure visible in the fading light of dusk was a spinning windmill blade on a rise to their right. He spotted a small gravel road cutting between two of the endless farm fields. Hang on! Ted crushed his foot on the brake pedal, sending the truck into a long, barking skid. Before they fully stopped, he spun the wheel, and the truck careened onto the gravel path. What are you doing? She asked, holding on to the door handle for stability. Playing a hunch. The light moved closer, and at an angle, like it was heading for Fort Collins. He was positive it was a search plane. Properly motivated, he got the truck back up to 55 miles an hour on the farming road. To his relief, it took them toward the windmill. Here we go, he said with a dramatic touch as he went over a gentle rise in the land. Damn it! Ted had expected a house to be close to the windmill, but there was nothing but more farmland and a stand of trees far to the back. Ted, there's a house ahead. Look! It was hard to see in the low light, and he'd purposefully kept the headlights off, but she was right. The gravel road continued past the spinning tower, which had a water trough below it, and went toward the house. The aircraft continued to get closer. By coincidence, his path toward the farmhouse took them closer to the flight path of the plane, though it was still miles away. He didn't dare stop. When we get there, I want you to take over the wheel. I'm going to hop out. Hop out? She exclaimed. Where are you going? There wasn't time to explain. They approached the trees and were rewarded with the sight of a proper farmhouse, complete with corrugated steel outbuildings and a small barn. Any of them would do as a hiding place, but he aimed for the main house and its garage. Here we go. Instead of using the brakes and lighting up the brake lights, he kept his foot off the pedal as he neared their hiding spot. He let off the gas, too, then jammed the shifter down a gear. As it lost some momentum, he downshifted again. Finally, he threw it into low gear, which lurched the truck to a walking pace. When it was close enough to a stop, he put the shifter in park and jumped out. He prayed Emily would take over for him. Ted gripped the garage door and attempted to lift. It wouldn't budge. Shit! He blurted, panic lurking. He ran to the other one, but it wouldn't move either. Looking to the sky, the light was still there, and moving closer. They had less than a minute or two, at best, before it would be overhead. He thought about driving the truck around the side so it wasn't in the direct line of sight, but if it was a search plane, he knew it wouldn't be enough. Don't move! He yelled to Emily, who sat at the wheel. He hopped on the porch and ran to the front door, sure it would be locked. It was. Screw this! He picked up a medium-sized potted plant and hefted it into the front window. It broke through with a sickening crash, and he charged through the small hole after it. Scrambling over the broken glass and into the darkened home, he found his way to the kitchen and the thing he needed most, the inside entry to the garage. He went through, reached left and right, frantically searching for the automatic garage door opener button. When he found it, the unit wasn't operational. The power was out. He ran into the empty garage, pulled at the emergency release cord hanging down from the track of the door opener, which let it slide free. This allowed him to manually lift the door as if the automatic opener wasn't there. The second he saw Emily's face, he waved her inside. "Hurry!" Ted went back inside before she entered the garage. He'd never faced a situation remotely like the one he was in, but he'd been trained to think ahead. If the aircraft was looking for them, he had to do everything in his power to throw it off the scent. He opened the freezer door. The power was off, but the inside was still cold, with frozen products up and down the shelves. He grabbed as much as he could carry and also pulled off the bin holding ice cubes. As he walked into the garage again, he probably looked hilarious to Emily. She gave him a sideways glance. "What are you doing?" "Pop the hood." "What?" "Pop the hood," he repeated, moving his supplies toward the truck. She did as requested. "Close the garage door," he added, throwing the frozen food onto the engine. He poured the ice as close to the engine manifold as possible. Then, without waiting to see the results, he ran back into the kitchen. The door was closed the next time he came out. He threw a frozen chicken, a big lasagna dish, and bags of corn into the engine bay. "What in the name of God are you doing?" Emily asked, finally catching up to him. "Help me! Find some water! Pour it on there!" Ted ran headlong into the kitchen again, thinking how he wished they had a few extra minutes to put some cold items in the back of the truck to cover the exhaust system. The plane was probably already on top of them. He caught sight of the woman's dress on the linoleum floor, a fraction of a second too late. His foot hit it perfectly, acting like a banana peel and sending him flying off his feet. His whole world went black. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. After being shown what was going to happen to her if she crossed David again, Charity took Tabby to a different part of the complex. It still looked like an office building interior, but the doors weren't open cages like the prison cells. For that she was grateful. However, when Charity knocked on the wooden door, she was disappointed at who answered. Victor. The redhead smiled profusely. "Look who I brought back to you." The tall young man smiled, but Tabby recognized the fake sentiment behind his glassy eyes. He wasn't happy to see her. "I'll leave you two to it. Remember your lessons, Tabitha." Charity's smile was a mile wide, as if sure she'd been put in her place. She strode off with a pair of guards in tow. She was left alone with Victor. "Can I come in?" He stood back from the door. "Sure." Once inside, he closed it, making her feel like a lab rat trapped in a terrible experiment. To counter the feeling, she looked around for a place to sit. There wasn't much in the repurposed office. A small cot sat against the far wall. A green cook stove was open on a cheap folding table close by. A pair of office chairs were the only places to sit, so she hopped on the one furthest from the stove. Victor remained on his feet. "They said you were coming back, which is great, but I don't understand why you left. Was it something I said?" She almost felt sorry. No, she refused to feel sorry for him. Sure, he seemed nice enough, but his entire reason for being there was to be assigned a wife in this weird new country currently strangling the remains of her America. Still, to get what she wanted, a certain level of compromise was required. "Would it make a difference if I said it was me, not you?" He brightened. "But you're perfect. I couldn't have picked a better companion if I had the catalog of homesteaders to choose from." She was taken aback. "A catalog? You actually had a book of potential wives?" "And husbands. It works both ways. We all get to make a few choices in order of preference, then the Legion makes the final decision. I came up short from being matched originally due to some deaths during transit. When you showed up,
It was like a gift from David. He really knows how to pick them. She thought back to how David said he'd watched her on the TV broadcast back in St. Louis. Was he blowing smoke about why he'd selected her to survive? She fought back the feeling of flattery at being picked for her beauty at all. She'd never considered herself top-shelf boyfriend material. She worked in a mine after all. But having men talk about her as a catch was as image-boosting as it was disgusting. Tabby stood up, getting angry. Well, for your information, I didn't sign up for any of this. Me and my friends came here against our will. They're still being held prisoner by your people. I want no part of your homesteading whatever. She had no interest in touching his cot, so she went into the opposite corner and sat on the carpet. I'm sorry, he said quietly. She put her head down and closed her eyes, willing him to leave her alone. As the minutes passed, and he puttered around his small pad, she dozed off. Seemingly seconds later, her eyes popped open. The lights were low. Victor snored in his bed. A blue light cast a dim aura through the room, giving her enough to see her way around. Sorry, friend, she whispered as she unlatched the door, but I'd rather die than be assigned to someone. In seconds, she was outside Victor's apartment. The lights of the hallway were set to about half brightness. She figured this was to simulate nighttime while inside the mountain. Whatever it was, it made her feel as if she was sneaking through the darkness. While she'd been marched around the complex, she'd been keeping track of the twists and turns, much as she would when learning new passages inside the Bonne Terre mine. She was proud of her navigation skills when she saw the elevators. Based on her conversations with David and Charity, the elevator would take her far into the earth or up to the surface. They didn't appear to have key codes or any type of security, but there were 2 guards standing by the doors, much closer than the pair who'd let her slip by near the exit door. It's night. Gotta sleep, she mumbled in their direction. Tabby waited at the bend in the tunnel for several minutes, praying the 2 guards would find other things to do besides wait there. However, as time dragged on, and the possibility someone would approach from behind her kept increasing, she began to believe her escape plan would have to wait for another time. As much as it sucked, she'd have to go back to Victor's place and wait it out. A second before giving up, someone placed a hand across her mouth. She reacted by squirming on her feet, heart in her throat, ready to fight back, but the person was larger than her and able to hold her still before she could land a blow. Tabby couldn't scream either. She didn't want the guards to find her. Shh, the man cautioned. It was Victor. Chapter 16. Wheatland, Wyoming. Kyla and Meacham walked well into the night. They used the creek bed as cover, and the water itself as a means of hiding their footprints and scents on the assumption someone would be searching for them. However, when the little creek met a larger stream, they chose to walk a game trail along the bank. Hours after they'd started, they emerged from the trees at the edge of an open area. Are we back in the grasslands? She asked, tired from all the walking she'd done since the cabin. Because I'm going to throw up if we are. The Marine halted. No, it's a lake. She looked again. The half-moon cast enough light to see the body of water. Her eyes had expected grass, so the mistake was easy to make. Did we circle around to the lake with the cabin? Meacham laughed. Are you serious? That's 40 clicks north of here. She wasn't in the mood. I didn't know you were keeping track. It's all right. Let's take a short break. Kyla fell to the ground, relieved. Traveling with a Marine had its advantages in land navigation, ambush surveillance, and general security, but it came with a heavy price. Breaks weren't in Meacham's vocabulary. She twisted onto her back, moving to take in a view of the stars. Living under the lights of the big cities back home, the night sky was seldom noticed.
As she caught her breath and picked out stars here and there, Kyla wondered if God was watching her from beyond the universe. If so, maybe it was time to ask for a helping hand. Her emotions got the best of her as she tried, and failed, to think up a prayer. A lone tear rolled down her cheek, and she closed her eyes to prevent more from falling. "Welp, let's roll out." Meacham sounded fresh, almost excited to get moving again. Kyla had enough time to thank God for sending the strong warrior woman. For the umpteenth time, she wondered what she'd be doing if Meacham hadn't been the one to kick her in the face by way of an introduction.
"Yeah, I guess God does work in mysterious ways."
"I'm up," she said, fighting the sound of weariness in her voice. They walked along the bank of the lake for another half hour. A faint light appeared on the eastern horizon, signaling a new day. Kyla couldn't believe it.
"Have we been walking all night?"
Meacham chuckled.
"You fell asleep when we took a break. I didn't have the heart to wake you up. I could tell you really needed some rack time, so I gave you an hour." "An hour?"
It put them even further behind Uncle Ted. Her heartbeat woke up.
"We have to find a car, Meech. I want to get to the south, you know. We can't stop."
Belatedly, she wondered if the other woman ever closed her eyes.
"I know. I'm walking the shore of this lake assuming we'll find a boat ramp with a car of a fisherman. I'm certain a body of water this size will have at least one vehicle to take. Probably many."
She looked out on the lake, now appearing in a gray light rather than solely moonlight. It was a few miles long and about half that wide. The woman's logic was sound about finding fishermen's vehicles, so she got moving again.
"If there's more than one car, I'm going to search them all for a charger.
Meacham pulled her sideways into the brush.
"What the?"
she hissed, shocked.
"Shh,"
the Marine insisted. As they lay there in the weeds, she heard a car door quietly close. The hand came off her mouth. Meacham shifted toward the base of a small tree with gnarly bark. She looked one way, then behind them. Finally, after a long pause, she came back over to her.
"There's someone ahead. Did they track us down?"
she whispered.
"I don't know, but I think they're behind us."
Meacham looked toward the lake.
"We might have to go for a swim."
Kyla already had the rifle in her hands, as did the other woman. She tried to sound confident.
"Can we fight our way out?"
Meacham's teeth glowed in the moonlight.
"I like your style, but there are too many.
A man's voice spoke loudly. "We hear you out there. Come on in." They both froze. Kyla was ready for a fight no matter what, but Meacham seemed torn. The Marine searched the area as if she'd lost her way.
"What are you looking for?"
Kyla whispered.
"There's no good cover here."
She sighed deeply.
"I'll tell you what. Hold yourself by this tree. Do not, under any circumstances, fire your weapon or make a sound. Do you understand? Remember, my job as a United States Marine is to protect you at all costs. You have to do this for me, all right?" "Sure, yeah. I'll hold my fire. But what are you going to do?"
She expected her to say suicide charge or to pull out a hidden grenade, whatever a badass Marine would do when faced with overwhelming odds.
"Don't friggin' move. You got it?"
Kyla repeated herself, a bit annoyed at being talked down to like she couldn't follow directions.
"Yeah."
Meacham crawled to a nearby tree, then slid onto the more exposed bank closer to the water. In moments, she was out of sight, though her footfalls on the rocks were distinct for several seconds. What followed were the two least expected words Kyla had ever heard from the tough, never-say-die Marine.
"I surrender!"
Fort Collins, Colorado. When Ted opened his eyes, he wasn't sure of anything. It was nearly pitch dark, though a hint of light outlined his companion. A pretty woman was above him, possibly floating. Her locks fell to each side of her face, though she cocked her head a bit to see him out of one eye. She put her finger to her mouth.
"Shh."
His eyes swirled in their sockets, then came back into focus. It was Emily.
She was indeed over him because he was on the floor. He'd fallen.
Em?
She crinkled her nose.
Do you even know what shush means?
After chiding him, she leaned away, revealing dark rafters on the ceiling. He was no longer in the kitchen of the farmhouse. He didn't know how he'd gotten there, but it had to be the basement. Outside, the faint sound of a whining drone engine caught his attention. There was a good reason why she'd shushed him. The enemy was snooping around. He shifted on the cement floor while expanding his thought process. Did he get enough cold items on the engine block to cool and shield it from heat-sniffing machines? Did Emily finish what he'd started? Were the bad guys closing in on them, ready to hang them for their part in the tanker truck explosion? Ted had a million questions, but he respected the shush. She helped him sit up and lean against the wall. Emily crouched to speak in his ear.
You've been out for a couple of hours. Personally, I think you used this time to take a nap.
She giggled, obviously anxious to take the edge off the bad news.
Hours,
he replied, rubbing the back of his head. Distantly, he thought about having a concussion, but there was no time for injuries. Ted swallowed hard, staying focused on the whirring blades in the skies outside.
Did you follow my instructions for the truck?
I did. It's a wet mess out there after I poured milk, orange juice, and gallons of water into the motor. I hope the truck still works.
She listened for a moment before adding,
Once I had it all done, I dragged you down the stairs so we would be shielded ourselves. I brought the guns and our supplies, fearing we might be down here for a while.
Good work, he said, realizing he could let go of a little of his body's tension. I have to see what's out there. Can I stand up?
She laughed.
I don't know. Can you?
It took a minute to get to his feet, and it reminded him of waking up after a long, unplanned nap in an uncomfortable chair, but he eventually got himself vertical. Emily helped him a bit, but let go when he was good. She motioned him toward one of the small windows high on the wall. When he arrived, she sidled up next to him again.
I've been watching to see if they're using grid patterns like you taught us to look for, but I haven't been able to tell. Since we got here, I've seen at least 3 different drones go by. One even had a little light it used to illuminate the yard.
It sounds like they're serious about finding us.
She wrapped an arm around his waist while he watched outside. He reciprocated by putting his arm over her shoulder.
Thank you for getting me down the steps.
Yeah, well, you probably have some new bruises.
He squeezed her.
Ah, that explains why I woke up feeling like an 80-year-old man. I do have some sore spots.
It was far easier to blame her in jest than admit he'd been the idiot who slipped in the kitchen. They stood at the window for a long time, only ducking if a drone appeared directly in their field of view. In a perfect world, the glass would block most heat-seeking technology, but it wasn't foolproof. He figured the thick foundation and dirt would shield them as long as they stayed down. By the time sunlight illuminated the horizon, it was time to make a move. We've got to head out. We're still too close to Fort Collins.
Can't we stay here for a while? I mean, I don't want to spend another second locked up with you.
She tittered with mock laughter.
But we could wait out their search, stay off the roads, stay hidden.
Yeah, it would be terrible to be with you, he replied with equal sarcasm. But we have a job to do. We have to get to NORAD and delay or sabotage this invasion force. David gave the world 1 week to kick out our fellow Americans. Unless my calendar is off, it gives us about 3 days from right now. We can't squander a minute.
Her shoulders slumped under his arm. She was upset.
It'll be all right, he continued. While I was sleeping, I had a good dream.
Oh, yeah?
She said, with rising interest. Yep. I dreamed there were Americans still alive out there in the night. They're the same stock of people who rose against the British and won. They're the same stock of people who hit a walk-off home run to fight and win World War II. They're the same type of folk like that guy last night who drove by us on the way to his death with a huge smile on his face and his finger in the air. It gave me hope we can make a difference, you and I. She looked at him expectantly, then gently pulled herself from his arm. You're right. We have a duty to keep going. I have an obligation as president. I'll gather the guns. Capulan, New Mexico. Brent had his people up and moving as soon as it was nautical twilight. When the sun came up, they'd all eaten their junk food breakfasts, cleaned themselves in the tiny visitor center bathroom, and did their business. Once back in their trucks, they went toward the town of Capulan, intending to return to the main highway. They drove with their lights off. Should we stop in the store again to get more food for these guys? He asked Trish, who continued to be his co-pilot. She tugged at her short blonde hair, working out knots. I wouldn't mind stopping to see if they have a brush and a basic makeup kit. I know we're on a mission, and I don't think this is because I'm a woman, but dunking my head under the faucet isn't working for me. My hair is a greasy, itchy, annoying mess. She pulled a tangled strand, sounding frustrated. I don't need the whole caboodle, but a few face and hair products would help for sure. The young woman put her feet up on the dashboard and pointed to her boots. And I desperately need a pedicure. He cast a sideways glance. I know some of that isn't true. She laughed. I'm half kidding. To answer your question, though, it can't hurt to stop. We're only a few hours from Colorado Springs. Then things will be too serious to fool around with stores, even for needy women like me. Right you are, he chuckled. A few minutes later, he pulled his small convoy into the parking lot of the store. It wasn't only due to Trish's suggestion, but it had been several days since he'd tasted a good cup of coffee. A little caffeine would help wake him up and keep him sharp. As he got out, he looked around for threats. The store appeared empty, but he caught sight of a twinkling light far down the highway. He ran to all 4 police-model Chevy Tahoes behind him. Stay in your vehicles! Engines off! Feet off the brake pedals! Hide! By the time he'd gotten back to his own truck, he was out of breath. Trish crouched next to her seat, pistol at the ready. On a whim, he opened the back door and grabbed both of their shotguns. We might need these. They sat there for a full minute as the lights approached. To any onlooker, their trucks would blend in with the abandoned vehicles common on the roads and parking lots. There's a whole bunch of them, he said quietly. You think they're friendlies? She asked doubtfully. I think we'll stay right here to make sure. Agreed. He checked his mirror, trying to remember which truck Long was in. It bothered him to think about it, but the new guy was the only person he could envision jumping out of his safe spot to go running to the new people. He tried to think back to their morning routines. Was he aware of this approaching convoy? Was Long trying to make them go faster or slower to meet it? Nothing pointed to an obvious effort on the man's part. He chalked it off to paranoia. The convoy was led by a military police car. It was painted olive drab, and the model was from the previous decade at least. The red and blue lights were off, but there was enough morning light to see the Mexican flag painted on the door. What the F? He blurted. Is this a Mexican army? The next several vehicles were large armored cars. They were painted the same drab color and flew the same flag. However, after 6 or 7 of them passed, a new color scheme appeared on a different style of armored truck. They had 6 wheels instead of 4. The flag changed too, though Brent didn't recognize it. Trish scooted up in her seat. Is that good or bad? He continued to watch the military rigs fly along the highway. By his estimation, there were at least 100 vehicles on the roll, with a dozen different flags painted on them. At long last he saw the end, but he couldn't come up with a proper answer for her. I honestly have no idea. Chapter 17. Fort Collins, Colorado. After all his efforts at producing their infrared signature,
Ted still had no idea if the drones up in the sky were even searching for IR targets, though he still assumed they were. Like everything else with the invading army, they seemed to steal American technology and put it to their own purposes. For some things, their purpose was obvious, such as the airports. For others, however, like high-tech weapons systems, they might not have the manpower or technical skills to properly operate them. He'd seen that with their lax security and failed programmers in their critical server farm back in Minot. Sometimes, all he had was his gut. They'd gathered their weapons and gear in the SUV. He sat inside the cab with her, but left his door ajar so he could get out and lift the garage door. Before going further, however, he needed a few moments to think. "What's on your mind, friend?" Emily said with a pleasant tone. "We haven't seen or heard the drones for 30 minutes. I think it's time to go, but I don't like to stake our entire mission on a gamble." "But we can't stay," she reminded him. "Yes, this is a classic cost-benefit scenario." "Don't overthink it. Your instincts have been spot on for as long as I've known you. Hell, you were amazing stopping my would-be assassin on Air Force 2. Talk about the right time, right place." He had to laugh. "I never told you how that happened, did I?" She sat up. "Tough grit and a keen eye?" Ted shook his head. "I was checking you out. You were wearing your thin business skirt, and I accidentally found myself admiring your figure. I was respectful about it, but I can't tell a lie. That's what I was doing. Then Jeffries pulled his gun." Emily thought about it for a few seconds. "I guess I should be thankful I didn't choose that day to wear clothes as unflattering as this ensemble." She swooshed her hands over her baggy black pants. "Saved by the skirt," he mused. "We'll talk about what's appropriate in our next staff meeting. For now, go with that same gut. I can't ask you to know what's in the sky from here to NORAD." "All right. If this goes sideways, you've just given me plausible deniability." He winked at her, then ran to the garage door to open it. When it was up, he checked the skies one last time. There wasn't a sound to be heard, save some robins chirping happily in the front yard. Gut, don't fail me now. He pulled out of the garage, initially timid about being exposed. However, once he had the truck facing the driveway, he committed himself to the hustle. Minutes later, after screaming down the gravel path and getting back onto the main 2-lane highway, Ted let out a long breath. "See?" Emily said. "Your instinct was right. We're on our way." He checked the rearview mirrors, alert for flying objects or perhaps to see the house go up in a fiery blast, but everything remained as it was. They were back in the literal middle of nowhere, with grass and farmlands from one end of the flat horizon to the other. Eventually, he released one hand from the wheel. "Can you do me a favor?" He pulled out his phone. "Text Kyla to let her know we're doing okay now that she's had time to cool off. I'd love to hear she's fine too, you know?" "I do," Emily replied. She took the phone and began the process of texting. Once it was sent, she sat there watching it, waiting for a reply. A short time later, she held the screen toward him. "It says my message didn't go through." He squinted to see the tiny words. We don't have a network connection. That's all right. I think it will send it when we get a signal again. I can't imagine there are many cell towers in this part of the world. I certainly can't see any." They drove for another 60 miles toward the rising sun, but Ted turned right at a lonely intersection on the high plains. "Another gut feeling?" she asked, still looking out her window at the nothing. "I'll keep everyone guessing, including me." For the next hour, he chose numerous other routes, going east, west, and south, but he arranged his turns to take them toward the southeast. His plan, such as it was, depended on skirting around the crowded city of Denver and come at NORAD from the south. If by some miracle David's people figured out he and Emily had been in Minot, North Dakota, it wasn't hard to fathom where they'd be heading if they were already in Fort Collins. It was great to know Emily had likely gotten herself on camera so it could help the war effort overseas, but he knew it also raised their profile on the threat matrix of the invasion force. For the time being, it was nice to be nowhere and see nothing. NORAD, Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Victor removed his hand slowly, then turned her to face him. She locked eyes, and somehow knew he was confused, not angry. He spoke in muted tones. "What are you doing here? Are you trying to escape again? Don't you know what they'll do to you? As I said before, this isn't about you. This is about my friends. I've got to get help for them. Since no one in this place is going to give me the time of day, I need to find someone from the outside. I'm sure you can scare up a better girl than me for your love cruise." She had no idea if it was true, but it seemed to make him stand back. "I'll help you," he said, matter-of-factly. "Help me what? Get back to your room?" He shook his head wildly. "No, I'll help you by distracting the guards. We can get help." Her brain searched for where she'd heard the phrase before. It was hard to locate, but the tumblers in her mind eventually fell into place, and it rolled out. "You mean from that superhero movie?" It was a way of approaching guards while begging for help, as if an emergency medical situation was in progress. When the guards least expected it, the heroes would attack. The scenario was goofy, but it struck her as even more outlandish the enemy boy would know it. "How do you know about American movies?" "Are you kidding? I'm a movie buff. Ask me any movie question you want. I bet I can answer it." She leaned back on her heels, deep in thought. "What?" he asked. "Oh, it's weird. I assumed you were from another planet or had spent your life in a barn practicing for the invasion of my country. I'm not an alien. My parents were from California, and if there's one thing the movies taught me, it's you don't trip up a, woman who's trying to rescue her friends." She didn't want to find a deeper meaning to his change of heart. To keep him on task, she thumbed over her shoulder. "So, movie buff, how are you really going to help me with those guards?" "First, take this." He handed her a backpack. "It has food and water, for outside." He then pointed to a side hallway about 50 feet back the way they'd come. "You wait over there. I'll draw the guards to my room. It'll be easy." "You brought me food?" she said with surprise. "You knew I was going to try to leave?" He smiled a bit. "And you won't report me?" she continued with suspicion, even while accepting the pack. Victor looked hurt. "Despite what you think, I don't want to see anyone put to death because of me. That's not what I signed up for." He halted before continuing in a more subdued voice. "Be a hero, rescue the lady and stuff. I'm cool with all of it, but you should also know if I get caught helping you, I'll be in a lot of trouble. If you do get away, I'll pretend to not know anything about it. If you get yourself caught, do you think—" He wasn't exactly a model of superheroism, but he wasn't cowering in his room calling David either. She clenched her jaw and cut him a break. "I won't turn you in, I promise." He brightened, then waved her on. "Go!" After she got to the dark corridor, Victor gave her a thumb-up signal. He then stumbled around the corner. "Get help! My betrothed needs medical attention!" She quietly snickered at his male bravado. It played out exactly as he'd planned it, too. He and the guards ran by the side hallway, anxious to get help to where it was needed, leaving her alone to return to the elevators. "Now for a hasty goodbye," she said to the elevator button as she arrived in the loading area. The doors parted as soon as she clicked it. Once inside, she studied the round buttons for the other floors. The one at the top was labeled Out. It wasn't hard to figure out what it meant. The levels counted down from 3 to 1. She was on 1. The next lower level was 0. From there, the digits descended to -4, though there was one last button with Low 1 on it. The doors closed, though she still hadn't picked a destination. Her hesitation stemmed from the placement of the guards. She couldn't say for certain they were everywhere, but the one place they would absolutely be found was the topmost level, the exit. If she went to the top now, without a weapon to her name, she would be caught for sure.
I could hide.
As a child, hiding in the mine was one of the games she'd played with Mom and Dad. It gave her the idea of doing the same down in the bunker. She had some food and water. Spending days in a supply closet would be better than pretending to enjoy living with Victor or being trotted around by David. When the time was right, she'd find a real weapon, go to the surface, fight her way out, then go find help for Audrey and Peter. Her internal clock warned her the guards would soon be back. Victor would have to explain why he'd needed help. Maybe they knew he'd faked it and were already on their way back to the elevator to catch her. Her fast breathing was almost at panic level. A choice needed to be made.
Going down.
She clicked the low 1 button, causing the elevator to lurch into action. Once on the move, she leaned against the upper bar, relieved no one had found her. The LED lights above the door counted down to -4, then went blank. The other floors ticked by quickly, leading her to wonder why she hadn't reached the last one on the list. Several minutes of travel went by, and she sensed the machine had picked up speed as it went, but still, a number didn't appear.
Uh-oh,
she said to herself, wondering how far she was going. Visions of looking down the bottomless pit made her fear she'd somehow put herself on a course to its bottom. How long would it take to ride an elevator for 10 miles? Didn't David say something about not being able to go all the way down in one shot? It took 10 minutes, by her estimation, before the light finally came on.
Thank God!
The elevator car decelerated and settled to a stop, followed by a long pause. She was dressed in her blue unitard, carrying a food bag over her shoulders, with nothing but fists for weapons. She was filled with a nervous electricity, as if she'd taken a wrong turn into a bad neighborhood. Whoever appeared outside the doors would never expect someone like her to come out swinging. She balled her fists, ready for anything. Chapter 18. Wheatland, Wyoming.
I surrender!
Meacham shouted, louder than before.
I'm coming out!
We have multiple shooters watching you, the man's voice said in return. Don't try anything fancy.
I'm a U.S. Marine, she replied in a lower voice. Don't fire on me.
Kyla listened to silence for a short time before the man spoke again, albeit in a more natural tone of voice, as if Meacham was closer to him. You said you were with the U.S. Marines. Why are you dressed like a blackout?
I'm dressed like this because we snuck into one of your bases, hacked your servers, then got out without a scratch. We would have gotten away with it too, but my team was killed in a traffic accident last night. Now it's just me.
The man laughed. If you really are a Marine, say something only a Marine would know. Kyla listened as her friend rattled off a series of curse words, each dirtier than the next. It would have been funny if she wasn't in the process of giving herself up. Thinking she might be able to help, Kyla stuck her head up. However, she only saw the other woman's cropped haircut. The men were still hidden. The man laughed. Yep, you check out. You're definitely not with the invaders. What unit were you with, Marine?
Aren't you with the invaders?
Meacham snarked. Hell no, we're Americans too. Why don't you at least tell us what unit you were with? Meacham replied instantly.
F Division U Brigade, sir.
Fair enough. You can come out of there. None of us are going to shoot, as long as you do it nice and easy. Then we'll see what's what. Kyla's heart leapt, thinking it was all a trick. It wouldn't be hard to fake being a real American, so the battle-tested Marine would give herself up without a fight. As she watched, Meacham moved forward, out of her sight. As much as she wanted to defend her friend, caution made Kyla wait where she was.
Dang, this better not be a trap,
she whispered. 2 minutes later, Meacham called,
Dudette, we're good. Come on out.
She waited for a few seconds, wondering if they could have forced her to say the words, until she assured herself it was impossible. There was no way the Marine would give her up unless it was truly safe. After walking the same path along the shoreline as her friend had taken, she came out of the brush to find a group of about 10 soldiers waiting for her. There were a few trucks in a small gravel parking lot, but no military vehicles. Her eyes went to Meacham. She'd been relieved of her weapons, but didn't seem upset about it. Her rifle, pistol, shotgun, and a couple of knives were on the ground beside her. The woman waved her to come forward, which she did. In seconds, men had taken her 2 rifles, the bag, and pistol. One of them checked out her wound, while another man came over to talk to her. "I'm Colonel Avery, United States Army. You're safe, but we have to get away from the enemy operation at the power plant. We're going to take you for a short ride." Without her weapons, there was no point in arguing. She and Meacham hopped in the bed of a pickup truck with 2 of the soldiers. They rode into the dawn, giving her a sense of hope they would make better time toward Uncle Ted. However, after about 20 minutes, the driver slowed and went down a dirt path into dense tree cover. "Last stop," the driver said quietly out his window. She and the Marine hopped out. Avery was back. He spoke mostly to Kyla. "As I said, I'm Colonel Avery. These men I'm with are Task Force Yankee, a recon team probing behind the lines of the blackout forces. We asked your friend here what you 2 were up to, but she wasn't very forthcoming, even under threat of court-martial. Would you care to tell me what you 2 were doing by the power plant?" She respected Meacham for doing her best to hide their mission, but if these men were with an allied force, they would be best suited to stop the attack on her uncle. She turned to Meacham before saying a word to the man. "I need to tell them why we were going after my uncle, okay?" Meacham shrugged. "I can't divulge my mission, but you have every right to tell them about your uncle." She emphasized the word uncle, giving her a clue what she wanted. Kyla returned her attention to Avery. "My uncle was part of our group. We attacked a base in North Dakota. We hacked their computers, turned off the nuclear briefcase for the U.S. missile arsenal. Now he's headed to NORAD to attack the blackout headquarters and finish the job." She had a thought. "Is that really what you call them? Blackouts?" "They always seem to wear black. It's what everyone on the outside has been calling them." "Oh, okay. Anyway, separate from all that, I contacted Ramstein Air Base in Germany using the tablet you confiscated from me. Don't put the battery back in, by the way. I took it from the enemy. They'll track it." She paused to let her words sink in. "A general there said they were going to nuke the base at NORAD and put an end to the Blackout's HQ. That's all fine and great, but now my uncle is heading right for the bullseye and he doesn't know what's coming. Me and my friend Meacham were on our way to warn him. Of course, if you had a phone we could use." The colonel frowned. "I'm afraid I can't help you there. We're on total radio silence until we clear enemy territory. Based on what you're telling me, we won't be going out any time soon." She was devastated. "Then let us go. I have to find him." "No can do. I believe you 2 are Americans, but we can't let you out of our sights. Command is going to want to know about survivors. So far, you 2 are the only friendlies we've located." It was terrible news. "We're the only 2 you've seen? That can't be right. There must be others." "I can't tell you where we've been, but suffice to say, we've crossed many states. No one was out there except for the blackouts. Even they're hard to find, given the size of the country they're trying to take over." Meacham cleared her throat. "Damn it, you boys just refused to help a woman in distress. How disappointing. Unfortunately for you, sir, you'll want to change your mind." "Why is that, Marine?" Meacham glanced over to Kyla as if she was about to do a bad thing. When she looked back to Colonel Avery, she stood at attention. "Because her uncle is traveling with the President of the United States, sir." Eastern Colorado. As the sun rose over the plains, and Ted drove them far from the scene of the attack, he thought they were in the clear. As with almost every other place they'd visited on the way south from Montana, there was nothing around them but grasslands and the occasional farm. If there was one bit of difference, it was the introduction of gentle, rolling hills. They couldn't quite see from one horizon to the next. It was ideal for Ted, as the uneven terrain shielded them from being seen from afar.
"A storm's brewing,"
Emily remarked, seemingly bored after the excitement of the drive out of Fort Collins. Far to the east, probably over Kansas, a towering thunderstorm shuffled across the sky. As a pilot, he'd seen many similar storms from the air and was glad it was so far away. "It won't come here. It's moving east."
"Still, it's pretty windy,"
she allowed. The wind was becoming a factor. The SUV presented a solid wall for the wind to strike, and it constantly pushed them toward the opposite lane of traffic, though there were no vehicles coming at them. He kept his speed between 80 and 100, which helped them cross the featureless tracts of prairie as fast as possible. Soon enough, they reached the interstate. "This is I-70, he said, not slowing at all. "I saw this numerous times while flying cross-country. If we turned right, we'd go directly to Denver. Since Colorado Springs is about an hour south of there, we can push on for another hour or so, and then turn west again."
"You remember all that from your flying?"
She sounded impressed. He was about to come back at her with a pithy comment, but a strong gust of wind slapped against them as they crossed the bridge over the highway. His adrenal gland spit out an emergency supply of go juice as he held onto the wheel. "Holy crap!" Emily grabbed onto the door handle. Once across, the wind settled down to the way it was, abusive, but not deadly. She laughed.
"I guess you were right. The wind is coming from the west. There's no way the big storm can reverse course."
Ted held the wheel with determination, sure another gust was about to strike at any moment. He maintained that belief for 10 or 15 minutes before relenting and lowering his guard. In one small town, he used his supplies to siphon gas. It only had 3 streets, the main 2-lane they'd come in on, and then ones to the east and west of the roadway, creating a little bubble of civilization about 100 yards square. "Welcome to Nowheresville," he said, walking past her window.
"This place doesn't have a name?"
Emily asked. "Dunno. I guess old town names don't mean anything these days. We can call it whatever we want." The wind came up again. Since he was out of the cab, he took the brunt of the gust and a ton of dust and dirt right in the face. "If we stick around, I might call this place Dustburg." As he finished up, he happened to look down the road in the direction they were headed. At first, he thought he saw movement, but continued vigilance revealed nothing. "We should get moving," he said nonchalantly to Emily, who'd remained in the cab.
"You need me to drive?"
she replied. "No, I'm used to long periods of boredom like this. On some flights, I'd spend 16 hours in my little ride-along desk, doing nothing but waiting for the pilot to get sick." As much as he'd been anxious to get into the big chair back then, he was now anxious to return to those simple times.
"Well, I'm here if you need me. When we cleaned that house, I threw extra food in the back."
Half-thawed chicken?" They'd pulled out all the food they'd shoved into the engine bay. For his part, he threw it on the garage floor, since it had been ripped and spent time in contact with the greasy motor compartment. She chuckled at him.
"No, silly. I meant the other place, the soccer mom house. We have Twinkies, remember?"
He perked up. "How could I forget?" Ted closed the gas cap, stowing the can and hose, but gave one last look at the road ahead. This time, the roadway wasn't empty. A motorcycle came over a rise in the pavement. Then several more appeared behind the leader. "Crap! We got company!" The men on the bikes were less than a mile away. There was no logical reason for he and Emily to fear them, however. They were all supposed to be on the same team.
"What do we do?"
Emily sat up straight and reached in the back for her rifle. Calmly, and without any haste whatsoever, he climbed inside the cab and shut the door. He rolled the window down and held his hand out, as if instantly bored of waiting. His insides went into slinky mode, bouncing and hopping in random directions. "This isn't going to be pretty," he said with a raspy voice.
The wind and dry air, plus fear itself, coated his throat like sandpaper. We have nowhere to hide, no backup. These guys aren't techs or newscasters. They're soldiers in the same uniforms as us. If they ask us anything beyond how's the weather, they'll figure out we're imposters. They might already know who we are.
Tell me what to do,
Emily said, displaying remarkable calm. He went over the plan in the 60 seconds he had left. As expected, the group of 7 riders pulled right up to his SUV. Ted waved, ensuring they saw his black uniform. Theirs were black, too, and their hogs were the same model as the guys back in Minot. The guys with flamethrowers. Have your rifle close. We'll only get one chance, he said, quietly. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Wake up! Feedin' time! The man's shouts were followed by metal banging on metal. Dwight woke up under the office desk. He'd taken his cot and laid it on its side, then dragged it in front of the opening. It made him feel the comfort of confinement and safety in the overnight hours, even while in the strange place. When he emerged from his hole, the lights had come on automatically, and a tray of food was already at his door. "This is really great service, huh, Poppy?" After he'd said the words, he scanned the office for his imaginary bird. He'd spoken to her out of habit. He stretched on the walk to the door, feeling well-rested and ready for the day. As he got there, he remembered exactly where he was, which hit him in the face like a creme pie. "My memory is all coming back," he said aloud. "That's great," Jacob replied from across the hall. "Then you'll be looking forward to getting sick again today." He sighed loudly. "We both will." "I do remember it all," he said with awe. "I was in a shipping container. Then you found me, provided some food, and put me in a new suit. I stole a motorcycle. I watched a dam break apart. Then He halted, realizing his revelation was incriminating. Jacob laughed. "Yeah, say it. Then you killed those men. You might as well admit it. They already know everything. They're always listening, and you talk in your sleep louder than you do in the day. Poppy, is this true?" He checked the office, knowing she wasn't there, but still unable to throw off the habit of talking to the one friend who'd stuck with him through it all. After a short pause, he continued speaking to Jacob. "I don't regret it, you know. It was all a misunderstanding, but I know who and what you are. You people are evil." "How do you figure?" Jacob shot back. "Because we took control from the country doing the most damage to the planet? Is it because we want to erase every trace of you people from the land, to return it to a pristine state where humanity can coexist with nature? Is it because we value science and order above the chaos of whatever it was you Americans did to this continent?" His mind was clear, but the newfound insight didn't make him any smarter or change his past. After his one tour overseas, he'd curled up into a ball, as he'd done under the desk. For most of the previous 10 years, he'd lived within a few city blocks of his cardboard spread back in San Francisco. It left him with little knowledge of the news at large or what was taking place in the world. It was as if he'd jumped into a time bubble and emerged a decade later with no additional wisdom. He could not dispute anything Jacob had said about the land he'd once fought to defend. He tried to shift the conversation, as he often had to do for tourists when they wanted to engage with him, rather than simply give him his handout. "You really believe in your cause, don't you? How'd you get started with David?" Jacob was silent for a few moments. "Well, I met his people while working in a hotel in Thailand. They said they were looking for executives who could manage a lot of visitors. Inflow, feeding, uniforms, the whole lot. The only requirement was I had to attend David's seminars. Back then, he went by the name Jaden Phillips. He sold all those self-help books, you know." "Sure," Dwight lied. "Anyway, I was going nowhere. I didn't have anything to lose, so I went. Needless to say, the seminar changed my life. I met others who thought like me, others who believed the earth needed to be fixed, and it could be done by fixing ourselves in David's perfect image.
His method seemed extreme, but as you can see, it worked flawlessly, as he promised.
Dwight leaned against the door to get a better look at Jacob. The guy still had faith in whatever he'd been brainwashed to think in those classes. If Poppy was there, she'd tell him he was dealing with a true believer, someone who, even in the face of a painful death, thought his killers were acting correctly. Nothing Dwight could say would ever get him out of his mental prison. He flexed his fingers. Instead of being stiff and painful after years of hard drinking and living 6 feet from his personal open-air latrine, his entire hand moved as designed, without pain. Still, being healed wasn't all it was cracked up to be. It came with the understanding of the trouble he was in, the punishment he was up against. A guard came down the hall, looking right at him. "Breakfast is over. It's time for your morning walk." His laugh was menacing. Dwight took a deep breath, desperate to not show how scared he'd become at being back in the real world.
Chapter 19. Eastern Colorado. Ted was a war fighter and knew it was a serious matter to take a man's life. As he sat waiting for the enemy bikers to drive up to his truck and park, certain a fight was coming, he should have been reflecting on the violence he was about to inflict on them. However, his mind was bothered by an inane question. Do I shoot through the door and break the glass, or shoot above the frame so I can roll my window up later? Emily breathed fast, getting ready for the attack in her own way. The lead biker parked about 6 feet from Ted's spot. He took off his helmet, hopped off his ride, then came up next to his window. The man waved. "Hey, how's it going?" Over or under? He chose over. Ted raised his borrowed Beretta above the door's frame, pointed it at the guy's chest, then squeezed the trigger. The man's eyes grew to the size of baseballs. Ted braced his wrist, but the boom never went off. A split second of problem-solving revealed the pistol had failed to fire. He'd already primed the weapon, so it wasn't a loading error. It must have been a dud cartridge. The whole team of bad guys hadn't grasped what was happening, since the first shot hadn't alerted them. The man opened his mouth to yell as Ted reached for the slide to kick out the bad round, and Emily's rifle appeared in front of him, aimed at the man. The AR wasn't shockingly loud, but it was 2 feet from his head, and he already had a headache from his fall in the kitchen. When it went off, he was the one who yelped in pain. The man went down. "Thanks!" he shouted, ignoring the power drill churning inside his skull, instead prepping his weapon while praying it worked. Ted aimed at the nearest man. He was maybe 10 feet away. The guy had been looking away from the truck, talking with his buddies, and wasn't yet ducking like some of the others. His back presented a huge target. He shot at the biker 3 times, hitting with each one. "4," he said in an even tone, keeping track of his rounds fired. To Emily, he whispered, "Fire like hell. I'm getting out." "What?" she replied. Despite the question, he trusted her absolutely to do as he asked. He kicked open the door, avoided stepping on the dead guy, aimed in the direction of the next target, and fired multiple times as he ran alongside the truck. He counted another 6 rounds. Emily banged out a steady flow of shots as he stayed low and hustled to the rear of the SUV. When he rounded the corner to get out of the men's sight, he glanced back to see whether he'd hit anyone. Another guy flopped on the ground, out in the open, though he couldn't say if it had been him or Emily who'd brought him down. "At least 3 down," he said, desperate to control his runaway heart rate and the pounding of blood through his eardrums. The first return shot came in. Emily yelped as the sound of a metal plink tore into the truck somewhere up front. He raised the liftgate. "You okay?" he asked her through the compartment. She was low in the front seat. "I'm good. I'm getting out," he whispered.
Shoot from underneath.
The next few seconds belonged to the bad guys. Both he and Emily were repositioning, giving the bikers a chance to get into the fight. He hated to do it, but he only had 5 shots left in his semi-automatic pistol, and there was at least 4 men left to shoot. Those were terrible odds. Emily had made a good decision abandoning the interior of the truck. Once the element of surprise was lost, she'd gotten out of there before everyone shot through the window. Bullets hit the truck in several places. The men screamed orders to each other. All the while, he calmly reached in and pulled out a Benelli M4 shotgun from his stash of stolen firearms. Up until this moment, Ted hadn't needed a close combat gun, but he was glad he'd taken it. Thanks to Meacham, it was already loaded with 5 rounds of buckshot, with an extra already in the chamber. He waited until he thought Emily was in position, which took 3 or 4 seconds. His heart was about to burst from his chest. The familiar sensation of tunnel vision crept up on him. It was deadly business he was about to do. Ted leaned around the back of the truck. One of the shooters already had him lined up from a kneeling position behind the frame of his motorbike. They fired at the same time. The thump of the heavy combat shotgun kicked against his shoulder and probably blew out his overtaxed eardrums, but the man took grape shot in the face and chest. His bike seat exploded, too, sending white stuffing into the air. He lined up the next man, but he fell almost as he watched. Emily had taken her shot from under the truck. It caught the man in the knee, causing him to collapse onto the gravel. She dealt a few kill shots once his side was exposed. There were 2 men left, both toward the back of the line of bikes. Ted fired all 5 of his remaining cartridges, peppering them over and over with buckshot. His intention was to put the fear of God into them as he abandoned the shotgun and switched again to an AR. Emily never let up on her rifle either. He wished he could tell her to shoot and scoot, but there wasn't time. Plus, if they didn't know already, he didn't want to give the bikers a clue as to where she was.
"I'm out!"
she screamed. He would have to teach her not to give such tactical details away, too. Ted didn't need much time. He pulled out the rifle, primed the first round, and aimed it at the men. At the same time, one of the guys had popped up. Ted shot him out of instinct, directly through his throat. "Oh, shit!" he blurted. The guy stood there for 2 seconds, then fell over backward. There wasn't a sound on the parking lot, save for the wind. He retreated behind the truck, pulled out one of the extra ARs, and went over to Emily. She'd hunkered down behind the rear tire, which was smart. "Here, cover me."
"Where are you going?"
she asked with surprise. "I thought there were 2 left. I have to make sure they're all dead." He assumed he'd hit the second-to-last guy when he unleashed the volley of shotgun shells. She nodded grimly.
"Be careful."
He kept his rifle trained on the chaotic pile of bodies and bikes, but he didn't leave the safety of the corner of the truck. None of the men moved, suggesting they were all dead. It was a tribute to how close they'd all been in the battle. A hit at point blank was a death sentence. Ted was thinking how lucky they'd been until he noticed the nearest man, the guy who'd come up to the truck in the first place, looking at him with living eyes. He was unarmed and reached out with one hand, as if he was trying to talk. "What?" Ted asked, still shielding himself with the truck's back corner.
"Our map blew away in the wind. We only wanted to know how to get back to base from here. Why?"
The man expired mid-sentence. Ted leaned back against the truck, battle tension draining out. The battle for Nowheresville, Colorado, was over. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. When the elevator opened, Tabby expected a fight. She was ready for it, almost savored it. Anything to feel like she was in charge of her own fate, no matter how futile. However, she was instead met with absolute blackness.
What the? A second later, ceiling lights flickered on, as if they were triggered by motion. It revealed a long, thin chamber made of bare metal paneling that wasn't much wider than a one-car garage. It smelled like an oil change business, as if lots of machinery was working in the background. She slowly walked out, wary of an ambush. The space was barely long enough to fit 4 elevators along the same wall. Those closest to her were labeled Transfer 1. The others were labeled Transfer 2. There was also a large diagram between the 2 sets, as well as computer equipment inset in the same wall. "This keeps going down," she said to herself, pointing to the map illustrating how the elevator system worked. There were 4 more landings between her and the bottom of the 10-mile pit David was so proud of showing off. She briefly thought about staying on the platform where she was. There were no guards, of course, and it was off the beaten path if the motion-activated lights were any indication, but Tabby didn't want to sit in a dark room with nothing else in it. Plus, there was nowhere to hide if an elevator car did show up. She pushed the button next to Transfer 2 to go to the next station. The door opened, revealing a car identical to the last one. On the ride, she built up her righteous anger, again ready to fight anyone when the doors opened. However, the new transfer station was the same empty box as before. This is going to get old real quick. She entered a loop. Each time she got in the elevator, it took about 10 minutes to reach the bottom of the segment. She exited, saw the same thing, and wondered if the sensation of motion was designed to throw her off. If the feeling persisted, she was going to drop crumbs on the floor, like the nursery rhyme. "No, I'm moving," she whispered, looking at the map on the wall of the new station. A little "You are here" star showed her in the next lowest landing from the one she'd left. Eventually, after entering the car for Transfer 6, she knew the final stop was coming. When those doors opened, she was absolutely convinced the fight she'd been seeking was about to take place. The elevator car rattled and came to a stop. After a pause, the doors slid open with a squeal. She was hit in the face with warm, humid air, which smelled a little like the woods after a rain. Compared to the sterile environment of the ride down, it seemed as if she'd gone back outside. The lights were already on. A rounded, rock-carved tunnel went left and right. Going right would take her by the second elevator, so she chose to go that way. Tabby followed the curvature for a few yards before a long set of windows appeared on the left. No one was around, so she took a peek, interested in what could be inside a window 10 miles underground. "Aha!" she said, recognizing the deep circular pit containing the superweapon. A voice caught her by surprise. "David, is that you?" An older man came around the corner, eating from a soup can. When he saw her, he froze. "Who are you? No one is supposed to be down here." "David sent me," she fibbed. "Why?" he asked, eyeing her attire. Because I'm doing a safety inspection tour for him." She winced at how lame it sounded, but she went with what she knew. Every so often, the city of Bonne Terre would send down an inspector to check out her parents' mine. They claimed it was to check on safety issues and ensure the tourists weren't exposed to dangerous materials, but Dad always claimed it was the city's way of shaking them down for a few bucks. "Why are you dressed like a homesteader?" The man was in his 50s or 60s, she guessed, though he had perfectly black hair in a professional cut. His face looked extremely familiar to her, though she couldn't place him. He was tall and stood up straight, despite his age. While he'd been surprised at first, he quickly recovered. He spooned out more of his canned food after asking his question. "Inspecting is what I did before I joined David's troop." She hesitated, not sure if troop was insulting or not. She had to remember to be impressed by David and his outfit, not disgusted by it. "I worked for a small town in Missouri." "The show-me state, huh? Are you going to show me your credentials? I don't see where you could put them in an outfit like yours."
She blushed. The guy wasn't creeping on her, but she would never get used to being dressed as she was. He kept speaking. "I didn't mean anything bad. I'll show you around if you want. No ID required. It gets lonely down here. I'm President Kirby Tanager, by the way, though I'm certain you knew that." Tabby gulped, suddenly recognizing him from the news. Despite encountering him in the bottom of a 10-mile deep destructive weapon, she went into fangirl mode at meeting someone who was legit famous.
"Oh, sure. I knew it. I'm Tabitha Breeze. Pleased to meet you."
Chapter 20. Eastern Colorado. Ted stood there in disbelief at what they'd done. Wind buffeted against his face and chest, but he barely noticed it. The choice to attack was the right one at the time, but something in the dying man's plea about being lost hit him in the gut. Looking at them closer, they weren't much older than kids. Emily reloaded her rifle while standing at the open liftgate.
"We should move them, don't you think?"
He reoriented on her, glad to look away from the corpses. "Yeah, but let's hurry. If they have tracking on their bikes, like Kyla suggested, it won't be long before they figure out the group isn't moving. They'll likely send someone to check it out. When they find them—" She caught on.
"They'll suspect it was the same famous couple from Fort Collins."
He touched his nose. "You got it." It took them less than 10 minutes to move the bodies and bikes behind the nearest house. It was ugly business, especially the bodies, though the blood-covered bikes weren't any fun either. Once in the SUV and on the road, he looked back at the lonely town, drawing in a breath of the fresh, hay-scented air. "We got lucky back there. My gun jammed at the worst time."
"Ain't that always the case? It's why Special Agent Melvin Jones, my instructor, always recommended I carry a revolver. Less chance for errors."
He nodded appreciatively. "Yeah, well, your revolver is in the back, actually. I don't carry it because it only has 6 rounds. The pistols we took from the gun collector hold 15. I wanted quantity, you know?" She patted the same model pistol she had holstered at her side.
"I like the numbers too, but after what I saw, I might trade this in for my old reliable."
He looked ahead, out to the horizon. Once again, it was flat and devoid of all signs of humanity, save for the road. It gave him a chance to think back on the ambush. The feeling of having done wrong faded with each mile. He knew they were in enemy territory, and it was either them or him. The smart play was killing them without a fancy declaration of war. Grim, brutal business. While moving the dead, they'd talked about ditching the distinctive silver SUV. He'd already proven it was possible to ride the motorbikes into enemy-held strongholds, which might come in handy at NORAD, but they still had a long way to go. Riding bikes in the strong winds would be dangerous and keep them from going as fast as he could go in the truck. Finally, if they traded down to the cycles, they wouldn't be able to carry all the food and firepower now bouncing around in the back. They'd already spent enough time in Nowheresville. He didn't want to risk searching for other cars and trucks to steal. Ted studied the rearview mirror for a moment. Wind whistled through the bullet hole in the long side window behind them. The bullet had been meant for his head. He tried to refocus on what they needed to do.
"Shotgun, my AR-15, and yours. I didn't get your pistol."
"I did mine," he replied. "I wanted to check if there were any defects in the mag. To my eye, it looked fine. I hope it was a one-time deal, but now you've got me rethinking which pistol I want to use, too."
"Take whatever you need, including my personal one. You're the front-line guy. I'm simply the backup."
He laughed at her lack of politician's ego. "You were the one who saved both of us back there. If you wouldn't have fired, the man would have gotten his gun out faster, and it would have gone a whole lot different." The realization made him feel even better about his choices. Ted continued, settling more comfortably into his seat. "Looking ahead, we're going to travel south some more. We're so far east of NORAD, I don't think they'd ever suspect where we're going, even if they do tie those dead men to us."
Once we get a few more miles behind us, we'll head west again. Then we'll be in a favorable position to sneak up on our target." The wind sheared against the right side of the truck, almost suggesting his target to the west was pushing back against his plans. Ted tried to ignore those thoughts, though he constantly returned to the reason he'd left Kyla behind. They were already hip-deep in killing and destruction, and they hadn't even reached the enemy headquarters. When they got there and did what he intended to do, it was becoming clear their chances of escape were not going to be favorable. Still, the only thing that mattered was fighting back, while there was still time. Every nick into the skin of David's invasion force took them one step closer to stopping him. The wrong place. Deogee had spent a day and a night walking in the place with the strange light. After leaving the warehouse, where she'd lost track of her new friend Tabby, she and Biscuit searched for their smells on the ground, but they weren't there anymore. She didn't understand how such a thing was possible, but it obviously was.
"Can we play with this fun thing?"
Biscuit said, jutting her nose into a floating plastic bag. It was the same type of airy grocery holder often used by her friend Melissa, back before Melissa disappeared, leaving only her yellow sneakers. The thought made her wonder if her new friends had disappeared in the same way. 1 second they were there, the next, poof, gone. It wasn't even the same as a game of hide-and-seek, because her human friends never reappeared. She barked once.
"Biscuit, tell me one more time if you can smell our friends."
The black lab had her head completely inside the bag now. She whipped her head from side to side, trying to shake it off, but it was caught behind her ears. To Deogee, it seemed a simple problem to solve, but the other dog couldn't see the big picture. It took several more barks and a quick pounce on top of Biscuit's head, but the bag finally came loose. The other dog watched it blow away.
"Biscuit!"
she barked.
"Yes?"
her companion finally replied.
"Do you smell anything familiar?"
The lab sampled the air.
"Now that you mention it, nothing has smelled like home since we left our friends. None of the scents here are good. No trees, no grass. My pee doesn't smell right either."
Even for a dog, it was too much information. Deogee barked.
"We have to go back to a familiar place. Maybe we'll pick up their scent again." "Oh, where are we going?"
"Back to your home," Deogee said grimly.
"We're both going back home."
She took off for the bridge, which was step 1 in retracing her path. She'd left her friend Rose's body back in those woods, then walked a long way and crossed a river before catching up to Tabby's pack. It was a bit challenging to find the same path in return, since many of the black-wheeled little houses were overturned and flung off the roadways, and most of the buildings were damaged, like they'd been swatted repeatedly with a rolled-up newspaper. The sun was well across the odd-colored sky by the time they found Rose's big home. Her feet were sore from being on the hard ground the humans called roads, but as she trotted toward the bushes where she expected to find Melissa's yellow shoes, she became agitated the instant she didn't see them. She whined.
"What did you find?"
Biscuit said, fear in her voice. Deogee ran over, sure it was the bush where they should be.
"Melissa, her skin coverings were here yesterday, but now they aren't."
She idly thought it might be because of the odd color of the sky and the lack of any familiar smells, but she wasn't able to piece it all together. However, as she hopped back and forth, desperate to catch sight of the shoes, she did finally catch the scent of a person she recognized. She froze in place, waiting to see if it came again.
"Would it be all right if I found another bag?"
Biscuit asked, clearly not on the same page as her.
"No, wait a second."
Deogee sniffed the air.
"There!"
She broke into a run, but realized Biscuit wasn't following.
"Biscuit, follow!"
She barked twice. When the lab chased her, Muttering incoherently about too much running, she headed for the source of the scent. The wolf in her locked on and dialed in distance as the smell grew in strength.
"We're close!"
she shouted.
"To what? A bag? I'd like a new bag." "It's better than a bag," she replied, sure the scent was getting stronger. Minutes later, she turned onto a familiar little street. It wasn't the same one where she'd met Biscuit, but it looked very much like it. To her, most of the human dwellings looked identical. The first one on the street had two of the humans' cars in the backyard. One was flipped completely. However, she ignored the oddity. There was only one house that meant anything to her. "It can't be!"
Deogee barked over and over as she ran.
"This is the one!"
Biscuit followed, but was a couple driveways behind her. More barking. The door of the target house opened. Her keen eyesight recognized the human face, the long shaggy fur they kept only on their heads, and the yellow running shoes that tasted so good.
"Melissa!"
she barked. The woman didn't leave her doorway. She waved her over.
"Deogee? How did you get out? Come inside." "Melissa!"
she repeated over and over. Though she knew nothing of God and miracles, the sense of overwhelming surprise and relief at seeing her lost friend would have made a believer out of her. She ran up a few steps at the front porch and jumped toward Melissa with the vigor of a puppy.
"I'm home!"
Melissa wrapped her arms around her for a moment before speaking.
"Who's your friend following you? Where have you been? How did you get out?"
Not wanting to stop licking Melissa's face, she did pause for a second, intending to introduce Biscuit to the pack leader. However, when she turned around to watch Biscuit arrive, she heard herself bark, but oddly, her voice came from another part of the room.
"What the hell?"
Melissa exclaimed, looking behind her.
"There are two of you?"
A dog stood across the room who looked exactly as she did. Gray fur, big wolf-like build, same collar. It was the same canine she remembered when sitting next to her human's mirror. It was another Deogee. It was exciting and scary and confusing. She and her twin barked hello at precisely the same time.
"It is me," she thought.
Melissa grabbed her by the collar and pulled her inside.
"What about Biscuit?"
she whined, not forgetting her traveling companion. The other dog was coming off the street and onto the grass, trotting along without a care in the world. However, once she reached the door and saw there were two dogs named Deogee, one of which was being held by a strange human, she stopped to sniff things over. Deogee expected her to make a comment about the unusual situation, but she remembered her pal lived only in the moment. After a short pause, Biscuit barked several times.
"You're right. This is better than a bag. Now I have two friends to play with."
NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. After a few moments of shock at meeting the president, Tabby became more practical.
"Sir, why are you here at the bottom of this hole? Did they stick you here to put you in prison?"
He dipped his head. "I'm afraid I am. Come inside and we can talk about it." She followed him away from the windows and toward a tunnel off the main loop. It emerged in a utilitarian living area with several plastic chairs and one plastic table. Other small rooms connected to the first, including a bathroom and a bedroom. Tanager stood next to one of the chairs, gesturing for her to sit.
"Thanks,"
she said, flattered to be shown some courtesy for a change. He sat at the table across from her. "The attack took us all by surprise. I was in the White House with my chief of staff when I got word something was funky on the West Coast. I only had enough time to make it to the Situation Room before the wave of energy hit us. The last act of my security detail was to shove me in what I always called the survival ball. It's an indestructible safety device which gets dropped into a deep well under the White House with me inside.
It was designed to save a president if a nuclear bomb was about to fall on Washington, D.C., and there was no time to escape.
Like a panic room.
He chuckled. The president doesn't panic. That's why I called it a survival ball. They both laughed a bit. Anyway, did you know people only survived if they were underground? She smiled.
I did know it, actually. Me and my friends were inside an old lead mine when the attack happened.
She paused, desperate not to get emotional thinking of all the people she'd lost, parents included.
When we came up for air, everyone was gone.
Bingo, he replied. The same thing happened to me. When I came up into the White House again, I was confused as hell because the building was intact, but all the people were gone. There were lots of clothes, of course, and I was sure it was a prank put on by the opposing party.
It wasn't,
she interrupted, getting into his story. No, it wasn't. I'd been up top for about 10 minutes when David's people showed up and said the whole nation was gone. They made me strip off all my clothes and leave them in the Situation Room. I have no idea to what end. They blindfolded me, put me on a plane, and I made my way across the country to this place. I've been told I'm at NORAD. Is it true? Tabby bobbled her head.
Oh, yeah. This is their headquarters. They took over the old NORAD bunker. David told me why this pit was built, but I don't remember all the details. I only know it's their main weapon, the thing which erased all of your people, sir.
I figured as much. David has bragged about it many a time. So tell me, young lady, why did you come down here by yourself? You wouldn't by chance be leading an escape?
Chapter 21. Lamar, Colorado. An hour after being shot at, Ted was over his misgivings about shooting first and asking questions never. Not only was firing at the 7 men a necessity, it had kept them in the larger fight. Emily reminded him several times how they needed to get to David before he made good on his threat to hurt any nation who harbored American citizens. They were positive some staunch allies would refuse the order. England won't kick us out, he said with hope in his voice. Will they? Emily was the politician. It depends on what they and the rest of the world know about the origin of the attack. Does David have the ability to carry out his threat using his superweapon on them? Is there a way to defend against it? We already know Kyla survived at the bottom of the carrier. If they could get people into bunkers. My ex-wife is in England, that's why I asked. He shared bits of his past with Emily, but he didn't like talking about his past mistakes.
How long were you two together?
Emily spoke as if talking about the color of the grass outside. He exhaled for about 1/4 of a mile before deciding to answer. Me and Priscilla met during one of the European outbreaks about 10 years ago. We were both flying supplies into and out of the Balkans. My plane crapped out and had to be left in Bucharest, and I hopped on the one she was flying. I got called into the cockpit when her co-pilot got sick. Had the fish, as I always joked about. Ted paused, knowing Emily wouldn't understand. It's from a movie. Anyway, he went on, one thing led to another and we got married. Made it about 5 years before our marriage ran out of runway. It crashed in the forest of long distance and secret affairs. Emily became very interested.
You?
He chuckled. No, cheating isn't my style. It was fine, though. It gave us the necessary reason to end it. We haven't so much as talked since the papers were signed. Not until I got a text from her the other day, worried I went down with Air Force 2. He'd had plenty of opportunities to try texting her back, but he saw little reason to make it a priority.
I hope she's all right,
Emily said, settling back into her seat as if the excitement was over. Me too. Despite all the time and distance, not to mention the betrayal, he didn't wish her or anyone would be killed like the rest of America. They drove in silence for another few minutes before a dark shadow overtook them on the highway. What the hell? The sun had been blotted out by a monster aircraft to his left. It wasn't more than 200 feet above, but it appeared wildly out of proportion to the ground since it was so large.
My God, what kind of plane is that?
They're called Sakas. He'd seen them a few times while in the air. It was a Southern Solar S-1 Autonomous Communications Array, a solar-powered plane designed to fly at 60,000 feet above all other air traffic and remain in the air for months at a time. As such, the airframe was mostly a flat 300-foot wing covered in solar panels and with a minimal fuselage. Its 6 propeller-driven engines seemed too small for such a large plane, but it was made of light materials and had almost no payload, so they could afford to be smaller. I mentioned one of these back in New York. We were talking about Southern Solar's digital TV service. These big planes fly above cities and broadcast the signal. It's much cheaper than owning a space-based satellite, and the picture is clearer, too. She leaned under the windshield to get a better look.
Is that why it has the big dish on the bottom?
It reminded him a little of the airborne warning and control system dish on an E-3 Sentry. While E-3 was a Boeing 767 with the dish on top, the S-1 kept the flat dish on the bottom. Its stubby landing pylons barely seemed tall enough to provide enough clearance for the dish. Pylons? Its landing gear is down. This pig is going to land. As a pilot, he found the situation exciting. Seeing a craft of such size touch down would be amazing, especially in high winds. Drawing a straight line to where it might land, he realized there was a town coming up. If the plane was landing there... Shit! We got company! He drove the truck over a high point in the grasslands, revealing a distant town. A roadblock had been set up about a mile ahead, likely in support of the town and whatever airstrip the descending aircraft was heading for. It only took a second for him to figure out there was no turning back or avoiding being seen. Emily raised her mask again and rapidly gathered her hair with both hands. "What are you doing?" he asked, squinting to get as much intel about the men ahead as possible.
"I'm putting my hair up. Maybe it will throw them off the scent."
His face burned with the pressure. Whatever he did next would decide if they survived in the fight for a little longer. Everything depended on whether these men were on the lookout for his truck, on the lookout for Emily. "Take off the mask, Em. It was distinctive and set you apart in Fort Collins. Out here, we're just 2 bored soldiers heading back to base. That's our play. We can't kill these guys. It's too close to town, and they're probably in contact with someone in there." When close to the roadblock, he counted 5 men on foot. Unknown number sitting in the 3 black Humvees bracketing the road. They carried rifles, Chinese models, if he remembered his weapons, and they were alert. The plane flew ahead, descending toward a landing strip beyond the small High Plains town. He slowed the truck, rolled down his window, and prayed. Of all the encounters where they'd depended on tricking the enemy with their captured uniforms, he was the least certain about this one. Any army worth its salt would pass along information to all units how guys like him were sneaking in and causing havoc. Off the top of his head, he counted 3 separate times when he'd pushed his luck with the uniform trick. He wasn't a gambler, but even he understood there came a point when your luck ran out. Please don't let this be the time. Wheatland, Colorado. Colonel Avery went silent. He studied Meacham with a hard glare before switching to Kyla. Rays of sunshine came in through the trees, catching the man's blue eyes, so they sparkled with apparent wonder at what she'd said. "Is this true? It can't be true, can it?" She did her best to meet his gaze.
"Colonel, we started out on the USS John F. Kennedy. If you check with them, I'm sure they'll confirm who we are and most of where we've been, though the captain was one of them."
Avery took a step back. "The captain of an aircraft carrier? Are you sure?" The once confident officer seemed lost. It was Meacham's cue.
"Sir, you've got to stop asking so many questions and take a little on trust. We've dressed like them because it's the only way to stay alive out here. If we'd been in sundresses and bonnets, we would have likely been shot on sight a dozen times by now."
Kyla laughed to herself, thinking about Emily wearing the beach dress back at Martha's Vineyard, but it was before anyone had truly understood the enemy. The Marine went on.
"Don't believe us? It's like the Russians say, tough shitsky. We were doing fine without you boys, so if you want to go wander around aimlessly again, be my guest. If you want to do some hero shit like me and Dudette here, you'll point your grid squares downrange to NORAD. That's where the party is. When you rescue President Williams and save the country, I won't tell anyone you got the idea from us. Just get it the F done."
She paused.
"Sir?"
She couldn't remember the combat Marine putting so many sentences together in a row, but she'd picked her moment perfectly. Avery smiled. "No one can make up a story like you, ladies. Let's say we believe you and are willing to head south as part of our mission. How will you find your uncle and the president? Do you know their route? What are they driving? How—" The conversation turned military, at least to Kyla's ears. The commando team brought out maps and computer tablets full of aerial imagery. Meacham gave them a rundown on where they'd been, what they'd accomplished, and listed known bases, areas where attacks had taken place, and all they'd done on the East Coast. Kyla let herself relax a bit, knowing they were joining up with a larger group of competent warfighters. However, as the group started to move out, they came back to her. "You have a phone?" Avery inquired.
"It's out of charge."
"We can help with that. We'll get you charged up so you can make a call to your uncle when the time is right."
"You have a charger?"
she asked, anxious to help. Avery gestured for her to walk with him. "It's in the helicopter." NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Dwight had been taken to the cube of white light, bathed in it, then sent back to his room. He'd felt fine for an hour or so, but then, out of the blue, he'd coughed up a tiny bit of blood. Now he stood in abject terror looking at it. "It's happening again. I remember how it goes. I'll get sicker throughout the day." A voice came from one of the cells out in the hall. "I'll be glad when you're dead." "Bernard?" he said, shocked. He madly scratched at his hair, pulling out a tuft by accident. Whether it was due to his maladies or came out naturally, he wasn't able to say. However, it added to his panic. "It's really me," the voice said. "David found me in the ashes, and I got rushed to one of his first aid trailers. I bet you didn't know it was possible for me to survive that fire, did you?" "You're alive?" he asked, full of hope. If Bernard had made it, maybe the others were alive too. If spraying them with fire was all a bad, drunken dream, David might let him go. Then he could return to San Francisco and go home. If no one was there, so much the better. He'd come to appreciate how overrated people were. They put him in strange boxes. "I'm alive," Bernard's voice replied. "David threw me in here, though, said, 'Bernard, you were doing great work from what I hear, but you failed in a big way, too. You let Dwight Inverness onto your team without checking his credentials.' I said I was sorry, but he had his men arrest me and toss me in this place anyway. I thought it was because they wanted me to have a good seat for your sentence, but it turned out he wanted me to suffer, too. Bernard, I'm sorry. You were a cool dude. You didn't turn me in when I lost my mind in my sleeping bag that one time." He'd suffered from fits of confusion back when he was drinking. Bernard's voice sighed with exhaustion. "I should have known something was terribly wrong with you. You're broken." Those were true words, but at the moment, he was more damaged than Bernard could ever guess. He realized he'd been holding the pool of blood in his palm, so he squatted down and wiped it on the gray carpet. When he got back to his feet, he swayed with wooziness. He also thought the hearing in his left ear was gone. "I think this is hell, actually. I've met the men I murdered. Right now I'm talking to you, but a dead man named Jacob came and visited me too."
"Who's Jacob?" Bernard's voice asked.
"I'm still alive, you ass!" Jacob yelled from his cell.
Dwight smiled. "He's Jacob." A long pause followed. He used the time to sit on the floor next to the desk. If the previous day was any indication, he would soon want to crawl under and return to the fetal position.
"Just tell me one thing, Bernard, and this is important."
"What?" the man's voice replied, sounding impatient.
"You've traveled with me for a long enough time. You've no doubt entered the spirit world with me. Did you ever see my bird Poppy?"
He expected cursing, or laughter, or a sarcastic answer. What he got, instead, was a serious reply.
"I have seen her, believe it or not. She's at your cell door right now."
He whipped his head toward the cage door. Sure as the sunrise, Poppy waddled her way between the bars as she came into the room. The green, red, and blue bird had a long tail that dragged behind her. Jacob laughed from around the corner.
"They must have baked insanity into today's treatment."
Dwight ignored the bad man. Instead, he watched as Poppy walked the carpet for a few moments before she made a beeline for his half-eaten breakfast. She leaned over and lifted a soggy piece of cereal.
"Hey, that's mine," he snapped.
"At least ask first, little lady." She ignored him. He didn't care too much about her thievery. Poppy was back. She was all that mattered. He'd give his bird the whole tray if he could, simply to say thanks for being in his life.
"If I have to die 1,000 deaths to see my friend Poppy, I'll do it willingly."
Jacob cackled.
"David's Cube works as advertised. I'm getting sicker by the minute. Going crazy, too. I don't hear the person you call Bernard. Yet. However, as God is my witness, I think I'm seeing your damn bird."
Colorado Springs, Colorado. The military convoy passed through Capullin, and Brent made his group wait an hour before they followed, since it was going the same way they were. Despite being vigilant for evidence of the other convoy, they never caught up to it. Now he and Trish were near Colorado Springs, looking at a new highway with a different set of vehicles cruising by.
"Where do you think this group is going?"
she asked. All the traffic was headed south, but it wasn't the normal flow of the interstate. Every vehicle was a tractor-trailer hauling an empty flatbed. Somewhere to the north, he assumed either Colorado Springs or Denver, those trucks had made their deliveries. Now they were deadheading to their next pickup.
"They could be going back to the Amarillo airport for all we know. Wouldn't it be ironic? They can pick up the scrap metal."
They both got a good laugh at the image. They had driven for a couple of hours since Capullin, putting them on the southern outskirts of Colorado Springs. By happenstance, one of the ex-prisoners had been born in the area and knew where to find Cheyenne Mountain. Andre had pointed to the area of green hills about 10 miles away, where the flat terrain at the edge of the Great Plains met the early folds of the Rocky Mountains. To get there, however, they needed to wait for the interstate to clear out. She sat with her boots up on the dashboard again.
"First, we saw the convoy of military guys from other countries. Now we see empty flatbeds. You don't think they had tanks on those, do you?"
He shrugged at first, but as he thought it through, an answer emerged.
"I don't think they were tanks. Who would they fight here in the middle of literal nowhere? There are no American citizens."
"Except for us,"
she reminded him.
"Yeah, except for us. But we're all the opposition we know of, and we have 4 Chevy Tahoes and a few pop guns. They could take us out with a couple of missiles or even a $5 box of nails under our tires. A tank would be overkill."
"I wish we had a tank,"
she lamented.
"Don't worry. For our purposes, a handful of fuel haulers would do a lot more damage than a tank ever could. More importantly, we'll get away from the battle without taking fire from the enemy. That's why I really enjoyed what we did back at Amarillo Airport."
She brightened.
"I trust you, Brent. I've been with you on everything since you rescued me from Curtis and his gang back at my trailer. I guess I'm already tired of fighting." He thought again of Vietnam. Back then, they didn't have the choice to be tired or not. They went out into the jungle, suffered through the rain, heat, and bullets, then kept doing it for 2 years straight. Still, as he sat at the wheel of his truck looking over the upcoming battlescape, he admitted age had caught up to him. He was tired as hell, too. "We have one more job to do, Trish. If we stuff 3 or 4 tankers down into the throat of their bunker headquarters, I'm sure we'll take out their base operations. Then this," he pointed to the trucks driving by, "will all dry up. We can get our nation back." Long knocked on his side window. He'd come up from one of the trucks waiting behind him. They'd parked in a small strip mall, keeping them hidden by the abandoned cars. Brent rolled down his window. "What's up?" "Your bald friend Carter said he's already spotted a tanker a little way up the road. I think we've got our first attack vehicle." Long threw his thumb back, showing the direction. "Excellent," Brent replied. "We'll need some time to gather our forces. If it comes to it, we'll drive the trucks over the highway and ignore the rigs going south. The drivers probably won't give us a second look." "Works for me," Long replied. "So we're moving?" Brent glanced over to Trish. "You ready for this?" She dropped her legs from the dash. "As ready as I can." His mind went back to Vietnam one last time. Back then, he would have never considered going into battle with a pretty young thing like Trish. Today, 50 years older, among his band of ex-cons and the new guy Long, she was the only one he really trusted with his life. If this was the modern era of warfare, he'd have to get used to it. "Let's go kick some ass," he exclaimed. Chapter 22. Lamar, Colorado. Ted put on his happy face as he pulled up to the checkpoint. "You guys see that freaking huge plane?" If they'd missed the football field-wide piece of technology, they were the worst guards on the planet. The guard came up next to his window. His rifle was on a sling, held in front of him. The guy was youngish, like those he and Emily had killed, but he sported a serious demeanor. "They've been landing and taking off here for days. We're sick of them." He spoke with an accent on his English, as if Spanish was his native tongue. "Wow," Ted replied, sounding impressed. The kid gave him and Emily a cursory glance. "You'll get sick of them too if you spend any time here in Lamar." He motioned him to go through the checkpoint. Ted almost asked if he was really free to go, but caught himself. If he'd asked it, the man might have countered with additional questioning. Instead, he waved to the guy and to the men standing nearby, then got the truck moving again. A full minute later, he exhaled like he'd won a contest for holding his breath. "Holy shit! I didn't think asking a stupid question was going to work." She half turned to see behind them. "They aren't following. I guess it wasn't an elaborate ruse to capture us inside their base? Are we in a base?" There was no fence around the town, at least where they were. It appeared to be one of the dozens of eastern Colorado farm towns they'd been passing through, though it was much larger. As they drove the main road into the populated section, he realized it even had numerous stoplights. "I think this is a central location for sure. Look at that." They passed a Walmart shopping center with live people going in and out. They were dressed in their black jumpsuits, driving civilian cars and trucks, and there were a lot of them. The traffic on the road was similarly busy once they got into the central business district. They passed fast food joints, auto repair shops, tiny office buildings. All of them had a number of enemy workers coming and going. After driving for several minutes, he tried to solve the puzzle. "I guess they could have come because it sits out here in the plains. Maybe this is where they wanted to start their peacetime activities. It would certainly be good farming. Without us Americans to farm for them, they're going to need to create their own food supply. Once the canned food runs out,"
she added. He chuckled. Yeah, they'll need a full-time crew collecting the cans, and it might last years if they only have a small invasion force, but it will eventually run out. Growing their own will put them in a good position to survive on our land. She picked up on his thought.
They're planning to be here forever, aren't they? This isn't a fight-us-and-move-on operation.
Ted experienced the urge to pull over and ask questions of any of the hundreds of strangers walking around the town of Lamar, but he was done taking risks. His sole focus was playing it cool, then getting out of the town so he and Emily could go underground. They'd find a map and pay more attention to what was ahead, drive around big towns, zigzag where necessary to cut down on the chances of interacting with anyone. It was what he should have done from the get-go. They passed a parking lot filled with drones. It appeared to be a smaller, more compact unloading area than the one he'd seen in Fort Collins. In Lamar, they'd gotten them all off the trucks. A few dozen of each type of drone were waiting for their orders. Most were painted dull tan, like the color of the soil, hinting they'd been outfitted for eastern Colorado. At the far end of the lot, a train waited with empty flat cars, suggesting some of the drones came in that way, or were going out. He couldn't say. They are definitely staging things from this central location. It's a hub.
We should blow this place up,
she deadpanned. They might have some luck hitting the local robot lot, but the town was a flat, sprawling urban area. Based on what he'd seen so far, it was miles wide, with dozens of places where the enemy would congregate. Save it for NORAD. They're our primary target. After a few additional blocks of businesses, they went into an area of homes. A few were occupied, but they soon reached the edge of the inhabited part of town. Foot traffic disappeared, and no people were in the houses closest to the outskirts. He didn't blame the enemy for sticking together inside Lamar. We're almost through. When they emerged beyond the last homes, he got a good look at where the giant aircraft had gone. An airport had been created on a dirt field with the longest landing strip he'd ever seen, starting near the road and going off toward the horizon. Metal grates had been tossed on the dirt, providing a stable takeoff and landing platform for the big solar aircraft. The one they'd seen coming down was being taxied away from them as they drove by. It was on the other side of the runway, along with 767s, military transports, fighter aircraft, and other airframes usually reserved for passenger travel. He tapped the side of his head. This place messes up my brain. There shouldn't be an airfield of this size way out here. A landing strip like this one is more appropriate for a commercial airport or to land the space shuttle, not for Podunk, Colorado. She replied, It's like what we saw in Minot, North Dakota. We heard about the big attack in a Texas airport, right? We saw them swarming all over that airport in New Jersey, remember? How could I forget? He'd been driving the Camaro at breakneck speeds at the time. He would never forget New Jersey. Well, it looks like their primary means of invading us here in the heartland is by using our airports. Where they can't find an existing one, they make their own. Ted, these people have put a lot of thought into this invasion. We've got to put a stop to it. Ted goosed the motor to pick up speed. Evidence of town ended almost immediately once they passed the far edge of the airstrip. A few last houses and one car wash went by, then there was nothing but grass and a few trees ahead. Ah, shit, not this again. A checkpoint had been set up in those trees. Men in black jumpsuits came alongside the road, waving for him to stop. We have to see what they want, he remarked, wishing he could zip through and go for broke, but knowing such a stunt would never work. One more time, he said with deliberation. We're pushing our luck beyond its designed limits. Emily bumped him as she got out of her seat and crawled into the back, staying low. What the hell, Em? I'm not going to put us at risk again. These guys are just going to wave you through, but if they figure us out, I want them to think we're not the same truck as the one that recently came into town.
They'll only know there were 2 people at the first roadblock and 1 at this one."
She'd tumbled her way into the far back cargo area. It was too late to talk her out of it. He slowed as he reached the men who were 50 feet in front of him. "I only see 2, he said, using his hand to hide his mouth from the guys. "1 on each side. 1 Humvee, left side. Empty, I think."
"Understood,"
she replied. Like the last time, he rolled down his window and put on his tourist face. The guy barely even looked at him. He waved for him to go through. Ted smiled broadly, intending to make good on the wave, but a third man appeared from inside the black Humvee parked at the edge of the road. "Wait a second," he yelled to Ted. His foot hovered between waiting and fleeing. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado.
"Of course I want to escape," Tabby replied to the president. "Don't you?"
He laughed. "Oh, yeah, but I've given up hope. These folks can't be defeated if what they say about erasing all our people is true."
"It is," she said. "But you shouldn't give up hope. You're still the president. You can order attacks. Nuke them or whatever. All we have to do is get you up top and back to U.S. forces, wherever they are."
"Oh, is that all?" He tried to laugh. She did not. "I admire your spirit, I really do. David put me down here, saying it's the most secure prison he could find. However, if I ever left without his permission, he has I don't know what to call it, a box of light? A machine of some kind?"
"I've seen it,"
she said dryly. "Then you know. If we leave and get caught, it's into the light we go." He walked through the entryway of his makeshift home, back toward the elevators and the window looking out into the 10-foot-wide tube. "Our best bet is to wait this out. I may be out of action, but I guarantee there's a general or admiral overseas who's putting together a rescue mission at this very minute. I know how those men think."
"It isn't hopeless to fight back. I came down here without seeing anyone. We'll get in the elevator and retrace my steps. Instead of getting out at the station I started at, we'll go to the very top. I've been there. We'll arm up with pipes or wrenches, whatever you've got down here. You can hit them over the head, sir."
He stood by the glass, looking up. "It's a great plan, but the call elevator button doesn't work here at the bottom. You need a key to open the doors."
"Well, that's unexpected, but maybe it makes sense. If you're in jail, they wouldn't want you wandering around."
"Like you," he interjected.
"Yeah, like me."
She tried to find interest in the tube of flashing lights, but it was a bunch of conduits and wires, nothing too exciting. Except, almost by accident, she realized there was a ladder next to the window. The curve of the tunnel was severe enough she was able to make it out.
"Hey, can you get in there?"
Tanager shot her a confused look. "Out there?" She nodded. "Well, yeah, actually. There's a service hatch the tech guys have used to go in there. They don't tell me why, of course, but I've watched them do it. It's right over here." He pointed beyond the edge of the window to a place she guessed was directly next to the ladder. "You can barely make it out from here." Her next question was the most important.
"Do you think the ladder goes all the way up?"
He cracked up, laughing. "Your escape plan is to climb a 10-mile ladder? You might be able to do it, young lady, but I'm 67. I wouldn't make it 100 yards with the shape I'm in. Plus, you'd have to be in an environmental suit. It's supposed to be several hundred degrees in there." She tried not to let his constant negativity beat her.
"Where are the suits?"
"They have a closet full of them. It's next to my living area. Trust me, none of this is going to make a bit of difference. Even if you did make it up to the top, inside or out of the tube, David probably has men guarding everywhere. You'd never make it past them without a gun." He pointed at her blue outfit. "Especially being dressed as you are." A plan formed in her mind. She'd gotten Peter, Audrey, and Donovan out of the mine back home. She could get out of this one, too.
"Sir, with all due respect, I gave tours in a mine where I came from. If I say you can climb your way out of this mess, I guarantee you can. I'll be with you the whole way. To raise our chances, we're going to have on those suits. Once we get to the top, there's no way they'll know who we are. We'll walk right on by." She pressed her hands together with anticipation he'd agree to her plan. As she waited, the elevator dinged, causing both to whip around to see who'd arrived. "I'm afraid you're going to get caught, my dear," Tanager said sadly. The door opened, and a tall young man, dressed in blue, warily exited the car. "Victor?" she said, both surprised and disappointed it was him. Tanager shoved past her. "Don't let the door close!" Chapter 23. Lamar, Colorado. "Hold up, fella," the man exclaimed, walking up to the side of Ted's SUV with a clipboard. "We just got a new directive to confirm every vehicle's occupants. I would have let you go because, frankly, it sounds like a bunch of busy work." Ted didn't let him finish. "Cool then, I'll be on my way." The guy kept on talking as if they were engaged in routine checkpoint pleasantries. "But I saw you have what looks like a bullet hole in your rear glass. You want to explain it?" He couldn't believe all his good luck was about to be washed away by an inconspicuous hole in his window. He tried to think of a viable excuse and waved the man closer, as if about to tell a good story. "I was honestly hoping no one would notice it. You know what it's like out here in this part of the world. There's nothing but endless farmlands and too much grass. You can see from sunrise all the way to sunset with nothing in between. Make for some boring guard duty, you know?" He prayed the official would commiserate with him, but gave nothing in return but a grunt. Ted pressed on. "Well, I set up a few plastic bottles and began shooting them for target practice. I had the entire plains around me, and what did I hit?" "Your own truck." "My own truck," he said with high drama. The man looked into the rear seating area. Emily was hunkered down behind the second row. The windows back there were tinted, giving her a little more cover. If the man saw her, he didn't show it. "And what about that?" The guard pointed behind him. "What?" he said, locking his spine like a high-tension electrical wire. "That!" The guy pointed to the back of Ted's head. "You have a welt the size of a golf ball back there. Looks like you've been struck on the head." Ted sighed with relief, which instantly made him wish he could control himself. He was displaying every sign of someone who had something to hide while passing through a security checkpoint. It wouldn't be proper to explain he'd fallen in a farmhouse kitchen while running from search drones. "You aren't going to believe this. After shooting out my own window, I hit my head on the rear lift gate." He sighed again, this time sounding more upbeat. "It's been a long freaking day." "Well, you can take a break while we're talking." The guard walked toward the bullet hole. His two buddies watched from about 20 feet away, as if unsure if they should be with their leader or stay there. "I guess it wouldn't hurt to see the stamps on your book, you know, just to make sure you have clearance to travel." "I understand," he said, careful to hide the bomb blast of anxiety going off in his chest. He had no papers, and there was a diminishing opportunity to talk his way out of the encounter. From the rear corner of the truck, the guard tapped metal with his clipboard. "Mind opening the back? While we've got all this paperwork going, might as well confirm cargo, too." He sat frozen in his seat. At the same instant, he took a mental snapshot of the roadblock. The two men were still in the far lane, looking suitably bored by their mission. The nosy guard had gone around to the rear, waiting for him to pop the hatch. Emily was somewhere in the cargo space. He acted like he was getting papers from the passenger seat, so he had a private moment to communicate with her. "It looks like we'll have to shoot our way out." "I'm ready," she whispered. The man called out again. "Whenever you're ready, bud." A touch of anxiety was in the guy's voice, as if he was wondering why there was such a delay. "All right," Ted replied in a bored tone out his window. The second the liftgate went up, it sounded like a grenade went off inside the cramped compartment. Emily fired the shotgun a second time, which seemed to blow his hair with the concussion. He'd been ready with his pistol the entire time,
It came over the edge of his door, aimed at the two clueless men. They figured out what was taking place, but they'd been caught in the open. He counted off 6 shots. Emily added multiple shotgun rounds to his attack, putting both men to the ground in less than 10 seconds. They never even got a chance to fire in return, which made Ted extremely proud. His ears rang louder than he ever remembered. "We've got to clean this up!" he cried out. They both hopped out of the truck. He immediately looked back to Lamar, which was about 2 miles away. A few vehicles moved on the road, with at least one heading for the roadblock. Unless they were Americans in disguise, like them, they had to assume bad guys were approaching. The last thing he wanted to do was get into an endless firefight with arriving vehicles. "Grab what you can. We're taking a Humvee." "Are you sure?" she asked, already reaching into the cargo bay to grab some gear. "We'll blend in better if we take the same vehicles they use. This truck has been a workhorse for us." He tapped the door of the silver SUV. "But she's been on the Fort Collins news by now. They'll recognize it from the roadblock on the other side of town. I can't help but think the guy's change of orders came in because of us." They scrambled to get what they could in about 60 seconds. Once they had all the guns, most of the ammo, and some of the food, he reached down and grabbed a radio from the dead man. The Humvee didn't require a key, so he set its ignition switch to run, waited for the wait light to turn off, then cranked it over to start. The rumble of the engine was annoyingly loud compared to the truck he was giving up. Emily got in a few seconds later. "Wow, this thing is loud!" "It is what it is," he said, channeling his time in the military. "Here we go." He turned the truck around and got away from the blockade and the dead men. It didn't take long before the radio chirped, but it wasn't about them. 2 men talked back and forth about picking wives or some nonsense. He didn't care, as long as they avoided mentioning runaway couples. As he looked back, Ted was certain the vehicle behind them must have reached the grisly scene. Minutes down the road, Emily squirmed like she needed to hit the head. "What's on your mind, partner?" he asked over the road noise. She got closer to him, which was a requirement in the wide cabin of the military truck. "I know you're the expert at this stuff, but why are we going so slow?" He gave a fatalistic chuckle. "When I ditched our ride, I didn't really appreciate what I was getting us into. This thing was made to go up hills and through mud bogs. It wasn't designed for the highway. I've got the pedal all the way to the floor." The brisk wind blew at them from directly ahead. The speedometer only went up to 60 miles per hour, and it hovered around that number. "Oh, crap," she said dryly. They passed several cars and trucks heading back to Lamar, including a convoy of 6 or 7 empty tractor-trailers. After each one passed, he leaned to check his mirror to confirm they weren't turning around. For many miles they drove on the knife's edge of waiting to be pulled over, waiting to hear a call to arms in the radio, and the frustration of feeling like they were going slow enough to pick up a hitchhiker on the fly. Eventually, an hour into the drive, they saw a lone mountain rise on the western horizon. Its bare peak was a distinctive contrast to what he thought of as the snow-capped Rocky Mountains. "We're almost there, Em. Look, NORAD's very close to Pike's Peak. We can use the mountain as our guide." "Great," she said with relief. He still looked over his shoulder, positive someone had put the pieces together about what happened at the roadblock. Surely an enemy smart enough to invade America would have the capability to figure out it was the same perpetrators who'd been in Fort Collins and had killed the bikers on the dusty streets of Nowheresville. Emily jumped in her seat. "Oh, my God!" "What is it?" he replied, holding the wheel steady as he checked for threats. She looked at him like she'd seen the Grim Reaper. "Do you think this truck has one of those tracking devices on it?" It came down on him like a piano falling from the sky. "How did I overlook that?" Pike's Peak suddenly seemed a lot farther away. Pike's Peak, Colorado. "This brings back memories,"
Kyla shouted to Meacham as they huddled next to each other on a long three-person bench bolted to the outside of the tiniest helicopter she'd ever seen. There was one soldier on the other side of Meacham, sitting with his rifle ready for action. 3 other soldiers were on the opposite side of the craft. It was nothing like their prior ride in the sky, where she and Meacham had the entire interior compartment of a much larger helicopter all to themselves. It was also far less comfortable. Even Meacham had to twist her body between Kyla's direction and the rider near the front to keep from cramping up. During one such contortion, Meacham winced in pain. Kyla became concerned.
"Is it your wound?"
The woman composed herself.
"I'm fine." "But I'm fine,"
she repeated before changing the subject.
"These MH6s are pretty cool, but I don't think I'd want to be on them all the time. I prefer the bigger Sikorsky Seahawk."
The man overheard her shouting.
"Trust me, we would too. The colonel brought these 2 little birds so we'd have a low profile on enemy radar."
Meacham turned and spoke to the guy, but when she reoriented on Kyla, it must have been obvious she didn't hear what was said.
"I told him thanks again for the lift. It sucks we were captured so easily. I'll have to work on that. But this is going to catch us right up to your uncle and the president."
Kyla leaned closer to the Marine. The other woman had short hair, but Kyla's blew wild, making it difficult to concentrate. Still, being close was the only way to talk privately.
"Do you trust these soldiers?" "No,"
Meacham said without hesitation.
"But I took a risk. Once I knew they were aware of you in the bushes, I had to make sure they didn't go in shooting. The thing about the president sucked to give away, but it was the only way to keep us in the game. If these guys turn out to be the enemy, we'll take them all out."
Kyla leaned forward, worried the other passenger was going to overhear their conspiratorial discussion, but the wind and rotor noise made it impossible as long as they weren't shouting in the open. She was satisfied the soldier was oblivious. Still, the Marine's braggadocio was legendary.
"How are we going to fight back? We don't even have a stick to our name."
Meacham laughed like she didn't have a care in the world and motioned for Kyla to come closer.
"I have my pistol. The colonel collected our weapons and put them in a duffel, but a soldier picked it up and carelessly shoved it in the back compartment of this helicopter. When I stretch my back, I reach in and help myself."
Kyla sat in wonderment at her travel companion. If anyone could take out 2 helicopters' worth of men, it was Meacham. However, she sincerely hoped it didn't come to it. The pilots of the 2 choppers kept them a few feet above the treetops as they got into the foothills of the Rockies. The colonel wouldn't tell them where he planned to take them, other than toward her uncle. As they traveled from the grassy nothing of Wyoming and into the hills and mountains, she assumed they'd gone into Colorado. Once the white-capped mountains appeared, she was positive of it. They stopped once at a remote pasture that happened to have aviation fuel hidden next to what looked like an abandoned log cabin. Meacham suggested it was probably an off-the-books Air Force installation. An hour later, the man sitting on their bench tapped Meacham on the leg. "That's our destination! Pike's Peak!" She and the Marine looked forward. They were still traveling at treetop level, which made the freestanding mountain seem more impressive. As they neared the base, the pilot tilted the nose, taking them in a diagonal up the steep grade. The trees eventually thinned out as they neared the summit. At the top, there were no trees at all. It was made up of rocks, patches of moss, and a large gravel parking lot.
"I didn't expect to be able to park up here,"
she joked to Meacham.
"Me either."
The helicopters landed about 200 yards apart, which spoke to the sheer size of the flat space at the summit of Pike's Peak. When she unstrapped from her seatbelt and hopped off, Meacham tucked her pistol into her front trouser pocket. Kyla stretched in an admittedly clumsy attempt at drawing attention away from her friend, but it was all for nothing. The commandos spread out and looked everywhere except at the 2 of them.
"Come on,"
Meacham said in a closer-to-normal voice as the rotors slowed. "Let's see what these boys have planned. I think we're still a good way from Colorado Springs." She pointed to the east. It was difficult to judge distance from the top of the mountain, but the high plains of eastern Colorado started like a flat carpet of grass and scrub about 10 miles away. The city of Colorado Springs seemed to be painted onto the ground. The dense city blocks were dull and gray and dark green. Between the city and their position on the mountain, there was a series of comparatively small ridges. They were grouped together like islands on the high seas. Most were covered in trees, though a couple of the taller ones went above the tree line. Colonel Avery appeared out of nowhere. "NORAD is inside the mountain closest to the city. You can drive right in from the other side." Kyla was surprised. "We can't even see it? How the hell are we going to stop my uncle?" Avery laughed. "We brought our toys for occasions such as this." Almost on cue, a pair of flat, black drones raced over their heads. They were about the size of car tires. They stayed close together for a few seconds while speeding for the other mountains, but then split apart, one to the left and the other to the right. "That's how we were caught, wasn't it?" Meacham stood with hands on her hips, admiring the drones in flight. The colonel laughed a bit. "Don't feel bad. You couldn't have gotten within a mile of my men without us knowing about it. We aren't as bad at surveillance as the blackouts." He shifted to face Kyla. "If your uncle is out there, we'll know in about 10 minutes. If he isn't—" Kyla didn't need him to finish the sentence. Chapter 24. Outside Colorado Springs, Colorado. Once Emily had said the words, Ted was certain their Humvee was equipped with a tracking device. He was also convinced the enemy was working hard to make up for all the mistakes they'd made in the past. Instead of coming at them from random directions, they were quietly tracking them, plotting where to put a devastating and unavoidable roadblock to capture them. Unfortunately, there wasn't much between Lamar and Colorado Springs but empty highway. They continued to pass other vehicles traveling the other way, and they kept looking for aircraft pursuing them, but the bad guys never showed up. Even their radio chatter was inane banter of no relevance to them. "These guys sure do like talking about their new wives. It's like some type of cult, don't you think?" Emily was the one holding the radio. "Yeah, but as long as they keep gossiping like old ladies, I'm happy to let them. I haven't heard such poor radio discipline since flight school." They had a good laugh about it, but one transmission cut into the party line. "Break, break, break. Code 7 on ID 50-2277. This is a shoot-to-kill order. Location, heading west on Route 94, approximately 5 miles from Colorado Springs. I repeat." "That's our cue," he said, his heart somehow finding ever faster speeds to beat. "We've got to ditch this thing. Make a run for it. Anything but wait for them to strike us down." Emily sat all the way at the front edge of the rock-like seat, anxious for him to make a move. The suburbs were upon them. As best he could gather, they'd come in from the southeast and were almost on the southern edge of the city. Ahead, at the end of a winding road on a wooded hillside, he saw what had to be the entrance to NORAD. It was tiny, being 20 miles away, but he couldn't think of any other reason there'd be a structure built into the side of a mountain up there. "We're freaking closer than I thought." "So? We'll be dead if we keep going." He didn't stop. "Look, we've got a decision to make. If we keep this rig, we might be able to bluff our way through the front gate of their bunker. I'm sure they'll stop us, but it'll give us an edge." He looked around. "But the radio said—" "Not every unit can possibly be on the same channel as this one. We're hearing what's happening behind us. It will take time for them to communicate up and down the chain of command, spread the word and whatever." He prayed the enemy was as crappy moving data between silos of the different areas of operation as they were on protocol. He hated basing his own rules of engagement on the perceived limitations of the enemy, but he was already begging for 65 miles an hour in a stolen truck. He didn't have a lot of options. "I don't know.
Maybe we should scrub this mission and go into hiding again. This is a big city."
She pointed out her window. The mostly flat cityscape spread out ahead of them, always to the north. "If we wait, we lose the initiative and run the risk of the attack happening against our people and allies overseas. I think if we show up ahead of all the crap now zeroing in on us, we'll have a shot at doing some real damage to their headquarters. We might even find the big guy himself." He patted his chest. "We've gotten good mileage out of these uniforms. I can do it one more time." He was comfortable, to a degree, going full bore into the enemy nest. If he scored some critical hits against their command structure, it would be worth it. A big part of abandoning Kyla was to give himself the option of a one-way mission. Emily seemed to catch on to his tiptoeing around the bush.
"You said I. Does this mean you don't want me there?"
Ted had so much going inside his brain, he spoke before he could think about it. "You are going to get lost in the city like you said. When the Allies come to your rescue, and they will, you can wave at them from the top of a building or whatever." He pulled out his phone. "You can keep this with you." She sat in silence as they rushed along an empty 6-lane avenue with dozens of wrecked cars that had been pushed onto the shoulders. The north-south interstate was ahead. Their road was going to take them across the highway shortly, then onto the winding path up to the NORAD base. He slowed the truck next to a row of modern homes. "I'm sorry, Em. My job is to protect the assets of this nation. I did it for Kyla. Let me do it for you." The rapid deceleration made her fall against the Spartan dashboard.
"Ted, I didn't come this far to get out and hide in a basement. I'm the president. I tell you what to do, not vice versa."
She smiled, suggesting a light-hearted attitude, but he knew better. Her voice was hoarse and quiet. She was upset. He let the truck roll at about 30. "Once we cross the highway and start up the road to the base, there's no going back."
"If you want me out of this truck, you're going to have to physically walk around and pull me out the door. Otherwise, let's get this over with."
She sat back in her seat, arms crossed. For the first time since they'd been together, he got the sense of what she'd be like as the president in one concise moment. Driven, confident, and not easily frightened. Ted let the truck slow even more. As he looked over, he wished he could say something profound, such as how he was proud to go into battle with her, or whatever happened, at least they were together. Everything sounded corny in his head. He simply looked into her chestnut eyes and planned. An explosion ripped apart an abandoned car sitting next to the road about 50 yards ahead. "They're already here!" he shouted, pounding the gas pedal. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Victor put his hand in the elevator door to keep it open. Tanager scurried over with a little metal toolbox he'd picked up in the hallway. "The techs keep this handy down here." Tabby didn't know what to think.
"Victor, what are you doing here? You said you weren't going to turn me in."
He smiled.
"And I'm not. I tried to follow you outside, but there was no one out there. That's when I figured out you went down the elevator instead of up. I have to admit, I began to doubt what I was doing when you weren't at any of the transfer levels, but there was no way to stop once I'd started. I'm glad to see you. Are you happy to see me?" She was pleased, in the moment. It beat seeing David or Charity come out, but she could never forget who he was, part of an army who'd killed everyone in her country, including her mom. "Let's just say you're growing on me."
Tabby decided not to speak her true feelings. Whatever else he was, the young man was her ticket to getting out of the bunker. She turned to Tanager.
"This man was held prisoner. His name is—"
"President Tanager!" Victor exclaimed.
"You know who he is?"
How did a foot soldier in an enemy army know him, but she did not?
"Of course. He's the last president of the United States of America. It's an honor to meet you in person, sir."
Victor stuck out his hand to shake. Tanager seemed worried. He looked around her and Victor toward the elevators. She thought he might be anxious to make good on the open door. However, he still refused to accept the salutation.
I will not make nice with the people who destroyed my country.
I didn't,
Victor tried to say. Tanager cut him off. Save it. Why are you really here? The kid seemed taken aback.
For her, of course. She was supposed to be my betrothed. David set it up, but Tabby had no interest in the arrangement. I guess I want to see if I can change her mind. Don't stomp on his heart, girl. Save it for when you're safe. Keep trying, she replied in a friendly voice. See? Victor added, for Tanager's benefit. There was no point in sticking around a second longer than necessary. They had everything required for an escape, except a weapon. However, if there was a toolbox... She strode over to the elevator door and opened the box. As expected, there were makeshift weapons of all kinds. Grab a tool, boys. We're going back up. She pulled out a big crescent wrench, but also put a screwdriver inside the cinched-up blanket she was using for a skirt. Victor crouched to study the box, but Tanager stayed where he was. Come on, sir. We've got to arm up. I'm afraid I've been a bit untruthful about what I'm doing down here. He still didn't come over. As she waited to figure out why, he lifted the leg of his trousers, revealing a black ankle bracelet. Victor knew what it was. You have a keep-in place. Tanager laughed. Yeah, you people have such simple names for things, but essentially you're correct. My keep-in place is this subterranean dungeon. If I try to go up the elevator, someone would have a long day cleaning up the mess. This thing will explode. You can't leave? She asked sadly. Can we get it off your leg? Not possible, Victor said, pulling out a socket driver and hefting it as if to test if it was worthy of being his weapon. She glared at him until he looked up. Victor kept talking. What? It's true. Unless you have the key, they are designed to explode if anyone tampers with them. It's probably why they keep him away from everyone else. Safety. Tabby wanted to leave, but couldn't give up on her nation's leader. Is there anything we can do for you? Tanager became reflective, looking out the window into the pit. If you see David, tell him this is not a dignified way to hold the leader of the free world. Tabby, you've made me realize how much I miss being with people. I need babies to kiss, lollipops to steal. He laughed. Well, I recently got the ability to vote. If you ever come back into office, you're going to get mine. That's sweet, he replied. You two get out of here. Good luck topside. I can only imagine what it's like up there. Thank you, sir, she said, stepping over the toolbox to get into the elevator. Victor was about to yank the box through the gap, but he stopped short. Instead, he looked over to Tanager. Sir, I really am sorry they did this to you. I'm sure you are, the man said dryly. Victor pulled the box into the car. Tabby started on her journey to the surface. Chapter 25. Pikes Peak, Colorado. Colonel Avery let Kyla and Meacham watch the drone feed. The man chatted as the flying device made its way across the 5 or so miles to the other mountains. Where did you boys come from, sir? Eielson Air Force Base. It's in North Pole, Alaska, which is pretty much in the heart of the last frontier. Task Force Yankee is only one of the missions flying out of there, trying to figure out what happened. We learned right away the blackout superweapon didn't have the reach to clear the state of Alaska beyond Juneau. We've done a lot since then, but your tip about NORAD might have been what we've been looking for. I guess we owe you. Kyla had no idea where he was going with his answer. We were told before we left to avoid the big cities and especially airports, as that was their vector of approach into our abandoned lands. We saw a hell of a lot of piles of people's clothes. Way too many. He seemed to hold his breath for a few moments. It wasn't an easy task in the thin air at 14,000 feet. I can't tell you how nice it is to find survivors. I'm sorry for not trusting you earlier. We can't take any chances. Meacham stood up straight. Requesting to have our weapons returned, sir. Avery glanced at both of them,
before looking at one of his team. "Get the Mariner weapons." Without missing a beat, Meacham pulled the pistol out of her pocket and put it in the empty holster on her hip.
"Already have this one, sir."
The colonel shook his head.
"What about my rifle?"
Kyla asked. Avery's face hardened. "I'm afraid I can't give weapons to a civilian while on an op of this sort. When we complete our assignment and we part ways, you'll get your property back. I promise." She was ready to rise up in rebellion, but Meacham caught her attention. The twinkle in her eye prompted her to let it go. Almost by accident, Kyla turned back to the flight screen and immediately saw movement.
"There! An explosion!"
The camera adjusted its angle. She could pick out the twin ribbon of concrete as the large interstate ran along the edge of more rugged terrain. Unlike most of what she'd seen the last few days, the area on the screen was filled with lush evergreen trees. The stark green made it easier to pick out the flare of orange, which was already disappearing. It had taken place near a bridge over the highway. The drone closed in on the pinprick of light, and soon she saw a moving vehicle.
"What are the odds that's them?"
she asked on the sly. It was a black Humvee, similar to every other Humvee she'd seen of late. However, based on where the explosion happened, she thought it deserved scrutiny.
"Can you see if there's anything else in the air?"
Avery looked to one of his men near the stationary helicopter. "Any traffic in this direction?" The man looked inside the cockpit, then came back out. "Lots. Can't say what they are, but the sky is definitely dangerous over there."
"We have to make contact with them,"
Kyla said, desperate to confirm it was her uncle. Avery chuckled. "Are you qualified to lead a military task force?"
"No,"
she said right away. "Well, you sure act like it. We got this, ma'am. Just cool your jets for a moment." Turning back to the man operating the drone, he passed along his orders. "See if you can get low enough to make contact." "Roger that," the soldier replied. Avery turned to her again. "I was going to do this all along. If this is your uncle, we need to lower the drone and get them to talk. Our toy has a speaker and microphone, but it doesn't work unless it's in hover mode."
"Thanks,"
she said quietly. The drone operator deftly flew the machine over the tops of trees until it was above the bridge. The Humvee was about to cross the overpass, which would make it impossible for a driver to miss the floating target. "Here we go," the drone boss announced. Outside Colorado Springs, Colorado. "You're going to make me eat my words, aren't you?" Ted said sarcastically, desperate to keep a sense of humor in the face of such odds. They were about to cross the interstate using a flat, wide-open, four-lane bridge. They'd already avoided 2 Hellfire missiles. The road up to the NORAD bunker was on the other side of the interstate, but driving into the open had him spooked.
"Get us there in one piece and I won't say a word,"
she snapped back, searching the sky outside her window. "Crap, what now?" he asked, pointing ahead. A small, disc-like black drone floated on the air as if waiting for them to arrive. "It looks like they're ready for us." She dragged her shotgun from the floorboard.
"Does this window roll down?"
"You have to unzip it," he replied. The Humvee model wasn't the fancy, up-armored models they used overseas. It had thin doors with zip-down plastic windows. Emily worked with the zipper, but there wasn't enough time to fiddle with it.
"Oh, screw this!"
She shoved the barrel into the window and the zipper sheared off, opening a hole big enough to hang her arm through. A second later, the shotgun roared in her hands. From his vantage point, he saw the hovering drone turn over and fall like a rock. She'd managed to hit it on the fly, which impressed him immensely. "Wow, you're becoming a better shot than I am." She laughed.
"You need to get some practice."
They crossed the highway at 50 miles an hour, which was the best he could do while it struggled to accelerate. However, a parked big rig on the exit ramp in front of them caught his attention. "What's he doing?" He pointed to a man dressed in black standing next to the white semi-truck. His running lights were on, and it appeared as if he'd recently parked there and hopped out. He's armed, Emily said with worry. Shit, get down, he ordered. The man had a rifle, but Ted couldn't make out what type. As they drove by, the driver peppered the side of the Humvee with 8 or 10 rounds. Once they'd passed, he continued to unload on them from behind, but none of those hit. Why are truckers shooting at us? She wondered, still not getting up from her hiding position. I have no idea, though I'm beginning to think they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink to keep us from going into their master bunker. She smiled. That's why we have to keep going. Pikes Peak, Colorado. Avery and the operator were left speechless after Emily blasted their toy out of the sky. The remote camera got a perfect image into the cab, confirming who was inside. Kyla saw it as an opportunity. Gentlemen, I give you the President of the United States, Emily Williams. Meacham joined in. We told you. Avery rubbed his chin. It certainly looked like her. He tapped the operator on the shoulder. Give me a frame with a clear shot on this woman. I need confirmation. It's her, Kyla pressed. My uncle is driving. And they're going to NORAD? The soldier with the little bird helicopter called out to get his CO's attention. Sir, we've got a new contact on the radar. It's going low and fast from the west, hugging the earth. Avery seemed disturbed. His eyes darted between the copter and the drone operator. Sir, there are 2 of... No, make that 3. The man at the radar counted off new contacts until there were 5 of them. 5 bogies, multiple routes, all converging on us. Avery seemed to make a decision. They must have sent multiple cruise missiles to ensure at least one got through. So I was right about the nukes? She asked. She had no reason to doubt her exchange with the general at the base in Germany, but it still felt weird to know she'd been the one to set the stage for a nuclear attack on the enemy camp. The colonel nodded. Kyla pulled out her phone, desperate to talk to Uncle Ted. I have to call my uncle. Warn him. Avery stepped over and stopped her from dialing. Put this away. We're under strict orders not to allow any open channels during this mission. I promise we'll try again with the other drone. She understood the why of it, but wasn't satisfied with what she'd been told. However, months of working for the U.S. Navy had prepared her for the moment. Instead of trying to convince a colonel she was right, she pretended to be disappointed and walked away. It was exactly what an officer would expect a woman her age to do. Once free of the men, she worked to catch her breath after the short walk. In the thin air, her lungs raced as if she'd run a 100-yard dash. The cool alpine breeze did little to help her slow her body down. Being out of shape made her keenly aware how far she needed to go before reaching true levels of badass, like Meacham. Kyla walked the mountaintop parking lot until she reached one of the many cars. She found a red minivan with both front doors open, assuming the owners had been in the process of getting in when they were eliminated. Sure enough, she found the keys in a woman's purse on the ground. A pair of flats had been blown under the van. The rest of her clothes were gone. I'm so sorry, she murmured, hopping in the passenger seat and closing the door. Kyla pulled out her phone, ready to disobey the colonel. If she created a signal that brought in the enemy, she would stay on the mountain and be caught, rather than endanger the brave men trying to fight their war. They'd been nice enough to charge it for her. There would never be a better time to use it. When she looked at the phone, however, she was disappointed yet again. Damn this war! There was no network signal. Meacham climbed in the driver's side door, closing it behind her. There won't be any service up here. You have to get closer to the city where there are towers. She laughed dryly. How did you know I would do this? The Marine rolled her eyes. Because you don't take no for an answer. It's one of the things I like about you. Sure, it almost got us killed in Westby, but those cruise missiles are proof of what you can do when you put your mind to it. We're going to topple the enemy leadership solely because of you. But? I sense a but coming. Meacham smiled at her, teeth and all. A rare thing for the combat veteran. But you still lack some of the skills you'll need to take your attitude to the next level. For instance, She held out her hand.
"Keys, please."
Kyla handed them over, and Meacham put them in the ignition. She got them rolling.
"What the hell? Where are we going?"
she fretted.
"Watch and learn, sister. We're going to get you a signal so you can save your uncle." "But we're on the top of a mountain." "Not for long."
She guided the minivan over the parking lot, casually waved at Avery as she drove by, then headed for the eastern side of the mountain, away from the road up to the top. Kyla grabbed the handle at the top of the door, sure Meacham had lost her mind and was going to drive them right off the side.
"Wait!"
she shrieked. The minivan went over the edge of the cement and into a dip. Meacham hit the brake and turned the wheel to the right. The tires spun on loose gravel, shooting rocks under the floorboards. She kept going, but they were soon riding down the mountainside, not falling from it. Kyla could barely speak. Her stomach was in her throat.
"What the heck is this? It looks like—"
"Railroad tracks," the driver deadpanned.
"There's a cog railway running from Colorado Springs all the way to the top of this mountain. I saw it before we landed. If we drive down, it will take us toward your uncle and better cell reception."
The narrow railroad was like any other traditional set of tracks, but it also had a middle rail with jagged teeth. Since they were going down a steep hill at that moment, she figured out the third rail was how a tram car would keep from sliding. However, it did nothing for them.
"I hope you know what you're doing,"
Kyla exclaimed, now leaning forward against the dashboard due to the force of gravity.
"I told you a long time ago. The trick is to always act like you know what you're doing."
Kyla looked over. The grade was so steep, Meacham had to lock her arms to keep from sitting against the steering wheel. They were lucky, however, because there were no turns coming up while they were on the steepest section.
"Let me try my phone."
The grade leveled out a bit, giving her the ability to sit on the forward edge of her seat again. At first, her smartphone didn't give any signal at all, but as they went around the first turn and got closer to where Uncle Ted was supposed to be, a single bar appeared.
"I have something."
She immediately hit her uncle's number. It rang a couple of times, then it sounded like someone picked up, but the call dropped.
"Damn,"
Meacham chuckled. "Hang on a second. We have to go around this obstacle." The fire engine red tram sat on the track, frozen in time. It was bigger than she'd imagined, about the size of two school buses traveling one behind the other. However, their style was European, with oversized windows and a round headlight on the front. The stunt driver slowed to ride over the rocks next to the tracks. As they went by, Kyla imagined the heaps of clothing lying on all those seats inside. In seconds, they passed it, and she sighed with relief. They drove around another turn, continuing down the side of the mountain.
"Try your phone again,"
Meacham suggested. The signal had improved.
"I have 2 bars."
Meacham motioned across the hills and mountains toward the city.
"We're getting closer to Colorado Springs. I think your signal will stay strong now."
She dialed the phone. This time, it went through. Emily's voice greeted her.
"Hello?"
Chapter 26. Cheyenne Mountain Entrance, Colorado. Brent had become an expert at finding the proper trucks to use for his operation. He and his team spent about 30 minutes driving around the southern reaches of Colorado Springs, finding tanker trucks, then having men jump out and commandeer them. They decided to pair up the men, so there were 2 guys per vehicle. He and Trish were the last to get their rig. They'd also raided a hardware store, collecting road flares, copper wire, cinder blocks, and the other fixings they required to detonate the truck. "This road goes right up to the front door of the base. You can see it from here." At the head of his tiny convoy, Brett drove the rig over a bridge spanning I-25. He noticed fewer of the empty flatbeds on the southbound highway below, but one of the trucks had exited and was coming up the ramp toward him. "We'll ignore him," he said, trying to stay calm. The bridge was the perfect position to see Cheyenne Mountain in the foreground and Pike's Peak in the background. The hills closest to the interstate weren't too high, but the Bear Mountain in the distance towered above Colorado Springs. He'd never been in the area, but he understood why Colorado was such a hot tourist destination. It was beautiful. He and Trish both sat with a pistol in their lap. As they started up the final roadway, she spoke in a low voice.
"You didn't really think this through, did you?"
"What do you mean?" He didn't give her much attention. The twisty road required constant gear shifting to keep the engine from bogging down.
"We have all these trucks, but the terrain isn't going to let us put them on autopilot. You didn't tell the others, did you?"
He finally glanced over to her, admiring for the 1000th time how pretty the young woman was. Her face was rigid and serious, however, so he answered her directly. "No, this isn't like the airport. My plan was to get us close, maybe bluff our way inside, then blow them up and cause mayhem." He took a deep breath. "If I need to stay behind and deal the killing blow, then c'est la vie." She turned to look out the window. The pines on each side of the road became thicker as they went into the foothills. A rumble caught his ear from outside. In a moment of panic, he imagined one of his ex-cons having run off the road and blown themselves up, but he checked his mirror and found all of them behind him. However, far back, on the other side of the highway, a plume of black smoke rose toward the sky. "Shit, something ain't right." He jammed the accelerator, trying to make better time up the winding path. Trish kept talking.
"I never wanted any of this. The attack on the first day, those apes trying to have their way with me, even the airport the other night. I wanted to settle down, have a pair of children, and live my life in peace and calm."
He chuckled to keep his wits. "You couldn't have picked a worse career. There's never a dull day in the lockup, you know."
"No. Even when those men are getting credit for good days, there's always the threat of them eyeing me like a piece of steak. It's hard to set it aside."
There was another explosion behind them. "We definitely got someone following us. I can't see because of the trees, but if there's fireballs trailing us, we need to get out of these trucks, you know?" She looked worried for the first time.
"Yeah, I agree fully. Let's stop up here."
The next turn brought them to the parking area for the military facility. To the left, a wide, mostly empty lot provided plenty of space for his convoy. However, the road to the right went into a dark tunnel. "NORAD," he said with awe. It wasn't simply a hole in the rock. There was a heavy cement archway over the road leading into the mountain, giving it the appearance of driving into a tipped-over coffee can. But why aren't there any guards? There was no time to overthink it. If there were no guards outside, it was good for him, he figured. They had a little time to jump out of the trucks and see what was coming up the roadway. Once the threat passed, they could head inside and safely release their payloads. That was where the guards were likely waiting. They parked in a row, facing the tunnel. "Get out," he said to Trish, opening his door and climbing down. The other men ran up to see what he was doing. He walked to meet them at the tail of his tanker, aware of the approaching danger. The familiar buzz of a drone airplane caught his attention. Surveillance? Attack? Additionally, someone fired a rifle back in the direction they'd come. It wasn't his men being targeted. If they were, the trucks would already be toast. But who was it? Terry Long was among the men walking toward him, but he had his shotgun out and ready. A crazy look in his eyes made Brent wary of his approach. When the new guy raised his gun, he was prepared. "Everybody down!" They all hit the dirt. Except for him. Cheyenne Mountain Entrance, Colorado. Ted was hit by everything at once. The trucker on the side of the road shooting at them, the aerial drones dropping hellfires like confetti, and then a missed call from Kyla. When the phone rang again, he handed it to Emily. "I have to keep my hands on the wheel." Emily snatched it up.
"Hello?"
She switched it to speakerphone.
"Emily, this is Kyla."
She laughed, despite everything.
We know it's you, honey. We're in a bit of a situation here. Are you all right?
Hi, Kyla, he shouted. The road on the far side of the bridge turned to woodland terrain with lots of trees. He intended to get in there as fast as possible to make those airstrikes less of a threat. Ted couldn't see what was up in the sky, but he imagined an entire swarm of mosquitoes zeroing in on them.
Hey, Unc, listen, I have to tell you this. There's a nuclear missile heading your way. 5 of them,
Meacham's voice interrupted.
5 of them, Kyla repeated. We saw them on a map. Wait, we were captured by special forces, some sort of task force. They showed us. We're on...
She hesitated.
I can't say on an open channel. We're close to you, though.
He met Emily's brown eyes. In the days they'd been together, he'd become accustomed to reading her. They nodded at the same time. Ted spoke to the phone. Kyla, listen to me. I don't want you anywhere close to us. If there's a nuke coming, Emily and I will be fine. We have a plan. You, however, don't want to be anywhere near here when a strike happens.
As long as I know you're going to be safe,
Kyla replied, with what sounded like a rattle in her voice.
But I have to tell you what happened. I caused the explosion in Westby. I almost got us killed. I kept the tablet you told me to destroy. They tracked us with it.
Well, remind me to get out the belt when I see you next. He chuckled, not sure how he was supposed to answer. It seemed pretty minor in context.
That's not all. I used the tablet again in Devil's Tower. I'm the one who got them to launch the nuclear attack on NORAD. Uncle Ted, I'm the one who's going to get you killed.
His niece sniffled. It did explain a lot, but it was water under the bridge. A missile impacted against a tall tree to their left, splashing them with splinters of wood. His heart couldn't race any faster. All he could do was grit his teeth and keep the gas pedal on the floor.
What was that?
Kyla gasped. He made himself laugh to hide the deadly nature of the blast. It's wind noise. We're in a military Humvee.
Oh,
Kyla's voice replied through the speaker. Ted didn't want her to feel bad about how things had gone down. They were all still alive and fighting. She'd even hooked up with U.S. forces. A miracle. Kai, listen. Tell your military friends about the nuclear arsenal codes. Tell them Emily has been leading the counterattack this whole time. And Kyla, give yourself a little credit for this fight, too. You did good.
I wanted to hammer those bastards so the rest of us could go home. I didn't mean for you to be there. I should have thought it through, you know.
I told you. We have a plan. He wanted to keep her hopes up. It also helped his own psyche to believe there was a way out. Kyla started out speaking in monotone.
You were right about my mom. She would have been happy to have me sit in that cabin and be safe. She would be freaking out if she knew what I was doing at this exact moment.
He leaned closer to the phone. I am sorry about having to ditch you guys.
Me and Meacham got over it pretty fast, but you...
She paused. Both her and the Marine shouted at the same time, making it impossible to hear. Kyla spoke frantically.
They went over our freaking heads! The missiles! Oh, God, you aren't going to make it! All 5 are together now! They're heading toward the city!
Meacham added,
It looks like they're pre-programmed. They just crossed a waypoint and turned southeast. I think they're going around the mountain so they can hit it from the front.
Adding to the chaos, he nearly rear-ended an idle fuel truck when he whipped around a bend in the road.
Shit!
He veered into the wrong lane to avoid the 3 trucks ahead of the first. It looked like an entire convoy of them had gone up the road and found themselves where they didn't belong.
Uncle Ted, please hurry!
We will, sweetie. I, love you very much. He hesitated voicing the words to avoid sounding like he was saying goodbye, but when there were 5 nukes tracking to his location, he couldn't let the opportunity pass.
I love you too. Call me when you're safe,
she added quietly.
Bye, Kyla,
Emily added before hanging up. Thanks, he said to her. All his focus needed to be on the road. The bunker entrance was ahead. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado.
Going up through the elevator transfer stations was as uncomfortable as it was time-consuming. At each stop, they had to get out in the small waiting room and hop into the next car. Fortunately, each station seemed to always have one car parked on the level, so they didn't have to wait for one to arrive. That saved lots of time. Still, spending time with a guy who thought of her as wife material inside a post-apocalyptic vault was unsettling. What confused her, however, was how uncomfortable he seemed as well. When they got into the car labeled Transfer 1, she recognized it as the last elevator ride they would need. Instead of having one button for the next transfer point, the elevator panel had multiple buttons for different levels in the living area of David's bunker. She pressed the topmost one, labeled Top, knowing it was closest to the exit door.
"Last stop,"
she said as the doors closed. Neither of them conversed until the numbers ticked on the LED above the doors. It meant they were passing the regular levels. Once she saw it, Tabby wanted to say what was on her mind.
"Thanks for coming to get me, but it doesn't change how I feel about you. If you're coming with me in the hopes of reversing that, you're wasting your time."
Victor turned to face her.
"I don't expect to change your mind. I'm here because I see now what's been going on. They flew us here on a big plane. We never got to see the cities and towns stripped of people. We were told you surrendered and the war was over as soon as it began. When I first saw you, I assumed you were like me, like the others. We're at peace. It's time to rebuild a new America."
The numbers ticked off, drawing her ever closer to the top floor. His story was impossible to confirm, and it wasn't a version of events she wanted to believe. At the same time, knowing what she did about David and his leaders, it made sense. They'd threatened her with the lives of her friends to get her to comply. Lying to young people to get them to marry off was simple by comparison. Her thoughts turned to Peter and Audrey. She recognized the threat to their lives, but if she didn't try to escape, all three of them were doomed inside the vault. If she could get out of NORAD, even if it meant accepting assistance from Victor, she could seek help on the outside and eventually come back for her friends. In the meantime, she reasoned, no harm would befall them until she was captured again.
"Please be right. For now, let's agree to disagree. As long as you help me escape from this nightmare hole, I'm willing to call you an ally. It's the best I can do for you."
"I'll take it," he said, much too happily. She shook her head in disbelief.
"We're coming to the top level. Do you think there will be guards this time?"
"I'll handle them," he said dryly, facing the door.
"What are you going to do?"
"Stay back." He motioned for her to stand near the buttons, which would keep her out of the line of sight for people outside. The doors opened, and Victor strode out as if he owned the place. She listened intently as someone yelped. An instant later, a second person cried out. 2 thumps followed.
"You can come out!"
Victor was huffing from exertion.
"Oh, crackers!"
she blurted. 2 guards were on the ground. Blood gushed from their heads. Victor smiled.
"This way! The exit is here!"
They ran down the short hallway and approached the same door she'd tried to open before being captured the other time. Its large exit lettering drew her forward. Looking behind, she saw no one there to stop her. The men on the ground were black piles of uniforms. They weren't moving at all.
"It's not complicated," he said.
"You open it with this handle."
"How do you know?"
she asked. He pointed to a placard near the mechanism.
"The designers didn't want anyone getting stuck inside for lack of understanding a complex system. It's a fail-safe." "Thank God for that,"
she said, truly relieved. The vault door swung out as if it were motorized. It was about 7 feet tall and almost square. As it came out of the wall, she got a good look at its depth. It was at least 3 feet thick, with graduated edges, so it fit into the socket in wedged stages rather than being one smooth block. When the door cleared enough for her to see around it, she was disappointed at what appeared.
"There's another opening."
"Yep, there's 2 doors, this one and the big one to the outside."
The outer hole was big enough for a truck to drive through, as was the 50 yards of tunnel between her and the portal. Yellow and white lines were painted on the ground, as if the road from the outside came into the mountain and up to the inner vault door.
"It's all designed to protect us." "The outer door is already open," she said dryly. "There are people in the tunnel."
"We'll simply run by them," Victor advised.
"Yeah, I'm good at running."
Chapter 27. NORAD, Cheyenne Mountain Entrance, Colorado.
"I knew you were bad news," Brent remarked, pistol pointed at Long.
"You shoot me, I shoot you. Is that how it's going to be?" Long gave the men a sideways glance. "Drop your weapons or boss man gets it." The other men did as instructed, then crouched in place or crawled away, afraid the guy was going to spray them with the street sweeper. It didn't worry Brent. He'd take one in the gut if it gave the others time to regroup and fight back. Long laughed after everyone was disarmed. Then he spoke to Brent. "You don't know anything about me. For instance, did you know I was transferred to your prison wing specifically so I could survive the first wave?"
"I suspected," Brent replied, fighting to maintain his cool.
"Well, did you know several of the others you let go from the prison were also playing for the enemy team?" He nodded toward the entrance to NORAD, as if clarifying who he meant.
"I should have let you rot," he said in a dejected tone.
"Nah, we all would have gotten out. We had it planned to the last detail. One of the guards was in our pocket, trust me. My point is, you were never going to win. The only reason I didn't stop you before this is because I wanted you alive. By driving yourself here, you've made it easy to scoop you inside. That's where you'll get a taste of our hospitality." Trish came up behind him, catching Long's attention. "There's our accomplice now." Brent half turned.
"Trish?"
"Please drop your weapon, Brent. No one has to get hurt."
She sounded apologetic. A heavy sigh escaped his chest. After running through his chances of getting at least one shot into the asshole in front of him, he figured Trish might fire at him too. Despite everything, he didn't want to make her do that. He put the gun down and kicked it over to Long. The guy cackled. "Oh, how it must break your lonely old heart to see your star pupil pull a gun on you." Some of the ex-prisoners cussed with shock. She had her shotgun out, though she kept it pointed at the pavement.
"I didn't mean for any of this, Brent, and I didn't know who inside the prison was the person they wanted me to let go. What happened was I got a bundle of money in the mail, a really huge bundle. It said I would get 10 more bundles of the same amount if I was willing to open the cages one time on a certain day. You saw my place. It's a little hole in the wall. I wanted a real house, with a real yard, and not with drug-dealing neighbors all around me. I really had no idea it would result in everyone in the world disappearing."
Long craned his neck, listening to another explosion. To Brent's ears, it sounded like an artillery barrage was walking its way toward them, though the buzz of drones overhead made it clear where the attacks originated. Someone was coming up the road, being shot at the whole way. Doing his best not to sound defeated, he asked the obvious question to his friend.
"You were working for them? Why did you let us attack the airfield?"
She stomped her foot.
"I'm not working for them. I just got paid by them. I had no idea who they were or who I would have been releasing from jail. I didn't know the people at the airport were the source of my money. You have to believe me."
"I don't,"
Brent said dryly. Long motioned for her to train her shotgun on the gathered men, including Brent. "Come on, Sweet Pea. Let's get these men rounded up, then we'll collect the money you're owed."
"I can't help you,"
she said slowly and with resolve.
"None of this is right."
Long held his shotgun so it was between him and the young woman. "Don't flake out on me. The guards are 100 yards that way, inside the tunnel. All we have to do is walk these guys over there." The roar of a truck engine sounded from down the road. Whoever it was, they were getting close. It gave him a reason to keep Long talking.
"Long, there are only 6 rounds in your shotgun. There's 7 of us."
The dark-haired man turned toward the others. "Which of you wants to be the lone man who don't get shot?" They all raised their hands, not that he blamed them. He had a feeling each of them was itching to pull out a weapon and back him up, but no one could move while Long threatened their leader. Long returned his attention to him. "You'll be the first to go down if you want to play the stupid game. I'd rather we all stay civil and walk up the hill, you know? David's soldiers are on the lookout for us, I'm sure." Brent nodded, intending to wait for a better opportunity, but Trish spoke up.
"Brent, I'm so sorry."
He was focused on Long, which was why he saw the man's eyes grow large. In an instant, the man reoriented his shotgun on Trish. Almost simultaneously, 2 shotguns belched out smoke and fire as the pair traded rounds. Brent's eardrums felt as if they'd burst. Without taking his eyes off his prey, Brent lunged for Long. NORAD, Cheyenne Mountain Entrance, Colorado. "Holy shit!" Ted shouted as a load of buckshot sprayed against the front windshield. He and Emily ducked low while passing a group of men and at least one woman standing between the first and second tanker truck. The woman who'd fired the shotgun at them stumbled back with blood spurting from her left side and shoulder. 2 men fell to the ground, almost under his right front tire.
"What the hell?"
Emily gasped. "Dunno, don't care. We gotta get inside the bunker." He pointed up the roadway, which was clear of vehicles. The black entrance was the only hope they had to get behind a shielded door before the impact. Ted's foot held the accelerator to the floor. 2 explosions ripped into the rocks outside Emily's window, making him inexplicably worry for the gathering of fuel truck drivers he'd passed. Did they know to duck down? Were they part of the chase? How did they get sidetracked to the point they were firing at each other? So many questions. He continued into the roofed entryway, past the huge outer vault door. His eyes adjusted to the switch between the bright sunlight and the low illumination of the lighted tunnel. There were uniformed men standing around near the front, confirming what he already knew. They were going to be caught. However, in the short time he'd learned about the nuclear attack, he resolved to get Emily into a safe place. I could trick them into leaving the doors open, then the missiles would go deep into the base. Ted's runaway heartbeat stopped. Was intentionally killing himself the way to go? It didn't feel like it. Sure, he'd been prepared to die to carry out his mission, but those plans were designed to save Emily and help her get back to civilization, not kill her in the process. He honked and shouted, unsure if anyone could hear him over the engine noise. "Get inside! Close the doors!" The Humvee skidded to a halt about 10 feet from the inner vault door. He hopped out the moment all momentum was gone. "A nuke is inbound! You have seconds to get inside and close the door!" To Emily, he added, "Grab the rifle!" The men standing around were dressed in military uniforms, but not in the black ones of the enemy. If he had to make a snap judgment based on the differing styles of dress, mostly dark complexions, and the wide girth of several of them, they were from Central America. Generals, colonels, probably a few drug cartel bosses sprinkled in as well. A brief look deeper into the tunnel complex proved his point. Their trucks were parked in a side chamber about 100 yards away. Still, the men understood his panicked declaration. They broke into a run, chasing each other into the vault door. He hustled Emily through the entrance, but stayed next to the big door to watch the stragglers run toward him. Another black drone swooped in the curved front entrance and hovered near the roof, as if deciding whether to attack him. Beyond the mechanical flyer, a pair of people appeared on the road into the facility, running toward the NORAD bunker. They were possibly from the group he'd seen fighting. "I'm sorry, people. We're out of time." He was going to step inside the vault, but couldn't look away from the much larger vault door set toward the front. It was large enough to allow trucks to fit through. A door of such size might be required to survive what was coming. Why hadn't the bad guys already closed it? In a moment of fatalism, he realized the enemy was made up of soldiers and technicians who weren't always operating at peak efficiency.
They came to America and tried to work on the same level as the U.S. military, but he had a laundry list of examples of their forces dropping the ball. They couldn't protect their airfields. They didn't know how to check IDs consistently. They couldn't track down him and Emily to save their lives, at least until the last 15 minutes. Now he had to rely on that same second-rate army to close a simple blast door. "We're dead." NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. Tabby ran with Victor, but the uniformed men in the tunnel seemed uninterested in them. Many held tablets close to their faces, or scurried between groups, as if watching a nail-biting sports match. She traveled the paved road, going up a gentle incline, feeling strange to have a rock tunnel carved over her head. As they neared the sun-drenched entrance, she had to shield her eyes after so much low light and darkness. "We did it," she said, trying to look into the light. "I told you we would," Victor exclaimed. "Now we can sneak away and hide." "Thanks, I guess," she said, wondering if she'd judged him wrong. Tabby strode up to the rim of the entrance, expecting to see wooded mountains. NORAD was located in a bunker in the Rockies. They'd seen the rugged terrain on the way there when they broke down in the milk truck prison van. However, what she saw outside was, "Where the hell are we?" she murmured. "NORAD," Victor replied matter-of-factly. "No, this can't be NORAD. There's nothing out there. Look." She held out her hand in a "don't you see" pose. The ground was flat as glass from where she stood to the horizon. It was also covered in prairie grass rather than pine trees. She took a few steps outside to try to get some bearings. It didn't help. The tunnel was inside a mound of rocks at the edge of a dirt-paved airfield. Stout shelters, like little bunkers, housed military jets in one area. Near those, dozens of giant gray cargo planes were lined up edge to edge. Further down, massive planes had been parked out in the fields, each with 6 giant propellers and strange disc-like fuselages. From her perspective, they mimicked the appearance of black wings lined up front to back, in formation. She guessed there were about 10 of them. The buildings of a town sat beyond the long airstrip. While she was rubbernecking, a man came up behind Victor and cracked him over the head with the butt of his gun. When she spun around, the bloodied guard pointed his rifle at her face. "Try me!" Victor was down, but he wasn't as injured as the sound implied. He rubbed his head while crouched. She put her hands up, if only to prevent the guy from doing it again. The guard yelled to some of the men nearby, "Hey, help me get them back inside!" Then he glared at her. "David warned if a girl wearing a gray skirt appeared at the front door, I was to toss her and any accomplices into the David cube, then throw away the key. After I woke up on the floor, I had a good idea who knocked me out and where you went." He shoved the gun in her gut to get her moving. Still with hands up, she tried to fight back the only way she could. "This is a case of mistaken identity. I'm not wearing a gray dress." She pointed to the makeshift skirt. "I'm wearing a gray blanket." "Nice try." Tabby walked inside, but was troubled by the fact she'd let everyone down. Where was David? Was he rounding up Peter and Audrey already? Would he give Victor a break? If not, she was going to feel bad about getting him tangled up in her affairs. Through the doors, she heard one of the men watching the tablets. "They're nuking NORAD!" The heavy weight of bad luck settled in her stomach. The guards continued walking them toward the elevator with hardly a care in the world. Looking over her shoulder, no one had bothered to close the vault door after they'd come inside. Don't you want to close that?" She pointed back. "If there's a nuke coming?" The bloodied guard bared his teeth. "How did you survive as long as you did, American? We eliminated your people, took over your cities, hijacked your technology. You expect to resist us, yet you don't even know where you are. You don't even know the secret places created by your corrupt government. Places like this bunker." He shoved her hard into the elevator. Tabby almost went face first into the back wall, but Victor grabbed her arm.
She looked at him when he got her standing.
"Do you know where we are, Victor? Where is this bunker?"
"When I came in the first time, they said the town was in Colorado. Lamar, I think. They told me this bunker system was built after 9/11. I wasn't really paying attention back then." They weren't at the main NORAD facility after all. Tabby couldn't be faulted for not knowing there were multiple bunkers. It did make her wonder, however, why the U.S. military was attacking the wrong base. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado. "Come on, get up, you maggots!" Dwight's head pounded with a migraine, so the voice tore through his eardrums like daggers through paper. "I'll be taking the day off," he said in a fog. The gate to his room was flung open. A pair of guards shoved in and grabbed him. "Get your ass moving!" His arms caught fire when the men roughed his skin. The boils and sores were back, worse than the day before. He tried to walk, but his legs gave out. This made the men furious, and he vaguely remembered being called names and repeatedly kicked, but somewhere along the way, he passed out. When he came to, he was back at the white box. A short line of men stood in front of him, leading him to again ask the most important question. "Poppy, where are you?" A bird squawked from somewhere close, but he couldn't see her. "I hear you, Poppy." He realized he'd gone blind in one eye. The remaining eye was foggy, as if condensation had built up on the inside of his retina. David stood on his pedestal in the main room, watching the stage. A phalanx of armed guards stood between him and the prisoners. When the nearest guard had Dwight on his feet, the man waved to his boss. "The enemy has finally counterattacked," David said, swishing his long white hair aside, "though they've walked into my trap, as I knew they would. You Americans and your haughty attitudes and dependence on technology. It was too easy to lead your forces to the wrong bunker." "What's he talking about, Poppy?" he said to his friend, forgetting she wasn't with him. The man in gold continued, "I'm sorry our time has come to an end. I can't spare the manpower to babysit a bunch of prisoners. The next phase of our invasion has been bumped up. I've got to leave this place to make it happen." David motioned to an assistant who pushed the first prisoner into the cube. Before anything happened, the leader came down from his perch and walked to the back of the room, as if unwilling to watch what came next. The bulk of his guards followed him through the rear door.
"That was weird,"
a woman said from behind him. "He doesn't like violence," Dwight replied, mocking David's insane claim from the previous day. He did his best to turn around without hurting himself. "You!" he said with surprise.
"Hi," she
replied, not pleased at all to see him. The white light beamed from the cube, lighting up the girl's face like a camera's flash. "I found my bird," he said proudly. "I hear her in the room, but my eyes aren't what they used to be. Can you help?" Before he could finish the question, the girl pointed ahead.
"That man didn't come out of the box. They put him inside. I saw him go in, but he didn't come out. What the hell is this?"
She turned to some big oaf standing behind her. Dwight didn't see anyone in the box, but he couldn't see much at all. After a short wait, the line moved forward. Curious about what the woman had said, he tried to focus his good eye on the next prisoner. Another man, Jacob perhaps, was shoved inside, screaming at the top of his lungs until the door shut. He continued yelling and banging on the walls, but the device was soundproof. Sure as snot, the light flashed on and off, leaving the box empty. "Wait a second," he said with growing concern. "Where'd he go?" He keeled over from the pain in his throat. It hurt to speak. One of the remaining guards laughed. "You lot have an expenses-paid vacation coming at you. You'll get into the box, look into the light, and be whisked away to your favorite paradise." Another man was forced in, and he disappeared. Dwight was next. "Ah, you," a guard remarked, touching his tablet.
We have something special planned for you. David said we weren't supposed to send you in alone. He went through some trouble to find your friend. He called it a going-away present." He motioned for Dwight to step inside the box. However, before going in, he froze as if cursed by Medusa. "Wait, you can't! Don't hurt her!" Poppy was on the floor of the cube, watching him with what he perceived as a look of avian worry. The guard laughed. "He said seeing your bird in there would do more harm than the diseases ever could. I admit I thought he might have been off the mark on the point, but it turns out our great leader knows a lot more than I do." He trudged through the door. His clothing rubbed against his chafed back and shoulders, making him break out in tears. However, he endured the pain to bend over and coax Poppy to climb up his arm. She wasn't normally one to be held, but she did enjoy standing on his shoulder like a pirate's pal. If they were going to die together, he didn't want her to be alone. "Come on, Poppy. Let's get this over with." To his surprise, the bird hopped on his hand and kept hopping all the way up his arm. Back on his feet, he looked out the open door. The pretty young woman in blue stood next in line. He vaguely recalled being a bit short with her. With the time he had left, he could at least fix one mistake. "I'm sorry I called you a bitch. I wanted so badly to find her." He pointed to his shoulder, proud as a new papa. The girl smiled, a tear rolling down her cheek. "She's a really beautiful bird. I swear if I would have known what she looked like, I would have helped you find her." The door swung shut, cutting off her voice. "Wait! You can see her?" He'd watched other men yell and scream to be let out of the box before they disappeared in the light. He knew sound didn't travel through the clear material, but he kept trying. "You have to tell me! Can you see her?" He leaned against the wall, making the young lady take a step back. She glanced at the operators for a second, then looked back to him. Her final wave was heartbreaking. "I think this is it, Poppy." Chapter 28. Pikes Peak Cog Railway, Colorado. "We effing did it," Kyla said proudly, after almost 24 hours of effort to have contacted Emily and her uncle. "It isn't over yet," Meacham replied, guiding the minivan ever farther down the railroad right-of-way. They were at the edge of the tree line, aimed almost due east toward Colorado Springs, toward the impact zone. Kyla still held her phone. "I told them we would get safe. I may have lied." The sight of 5 missiles cruising over her head was enough to convince her of the danger they were in. "I heard you. I'm looking." The Marine's words sounded tired and slurred. They were both exhausted. Meacham went for broke, speeding along the tracks. The tires bounced on the railroad ties, causing a vibration to rock everything inside the van with them. Junk from the center console sputtered into the back. A kid's sippy cup came bouncing to the front. After half a minute, she slowed the van, studying the rocks and terrain to their right. She hammered the gas again when it wasn't what she'd hoped. "We're getting there." "Getting where?" There was nothing outside but rocks, trees, and a little creek about 50 feet down the embankment to their right. The water feature grew in width as small waterfalls flowed in from both sides of the narrow valley. "Almost there." Meacham seemed to ignore her. Her eyes barely left the creek, even as she drove at 60 miles an hour down a steep grade to vacate the mountain. When they rounded a bend, another of the stopped tram cars appeared. The Marine drove off the tracks, sped by the red ghost train, clipped the rear corner of the second car, and veered back onto the right-of-way like a stunt driver. "That was close," Meacham admitted quietly. "We should slow," Kyla suggested. "No time," the driver replied. A few seconds later, she shouted, "There!" Meacham put both feet on the brakes, and the van sputtered on the tracks, throwing rocks and dust everywhere. The instant the van got close to a stop, she jammed on the e-brake and shut off the motor. "Run for it, Dudette!"
Kyla watched as the driver got out, ran around the hood, and collapsed.
"What the hell? I'm coming!"
The Marine had fallen on the tracks in front of the van. When Kyla ran up, she experienced the weight of a ticking clock. It was urgent they get somewhere immediately, but where the heck was Meacham going? There was nothing around them but forest, rocks, and a creek.
"Meech!"
She got down next to her friend.
"Water? You need water?"
She had none. The combat Marine was soaked with sweat. Her eyes swam loops in their sockets. Still, she fought through it to grab Kyla's sleeve.
"Get in the water, girl."
The black uniform made it difficult to see the soaked-through blood from Meacham's shoulder wound, but now a fist-sized patch glistened in the sunlight. The woman had finally reached the hard limit of her endurance and pain. She was out cold. The water was at the bottom of the embankment. Out of the van, looking down on 5 stories of descent, suddenly seemed like being at the top of a skyscraper.
"Come on, Marine, you're not done yet!"
Kyla yelled, thinking it was how it happened in the movies, but Meacham didn't snap awake, ready for one last hurrah. The warrior woman once gave her a piece of advice, which she now took to heart. She'd said the trick to being a badass was accepting you can't always look before you leap. See what needs to be done, act like you're in control, and jump right in.
"All right," she continued. "I'll get you there myself."
Kyla struggled to drag her to the edge. Looking to the sky near the NORAD mountain, there wasn't a white flash of light, so they weren't dead yet. The missiles, however, had to be getting to their destination. She sat on the rocks and let herself slide over the gravel incline, going down a few feet. She held onto Meacham's belt to keep them together. However, once the dead weight went over the side, she lost her footing.
"Shit!"
Kyla was unable to stop the momentum. All she could do was hold Meacham tight and slide down the rocky incline with her. When they weren't moving fast, it was possible to use her feet to push off rocks and bushes, but she was out of control in seconds. For the first time in her life, Kyla was thankful she had a little extra around the hips. Her black trousers absorbed the brunt of the rapid descent, and twice she had to pull her friend onto her body to keep from hitting sharp edges. Both struck the bottom at breakneck speeds. Kyla shifted her body to absorb the blow with her side. Meacham bounced off a last rock, landing on top of her. After a second inhaling the dust kicked up by their descent, and glad nothing was broken, she rolled the woman onto the ground and forced herself to stand up.
"Come on! The water will be nice!"
She ignored the road rash up her back and on her elbows. She didn't look at the scrapes on the Marine. The only thing of consequence was getting to the safety of the deep creek, 10 feet away. Even as she put her foot in the water, Kyla was still convinced they weren't going to make it. She wondered if a nuclear blast was instantaneous. Would she even know she was dead?
"Act like you're in control. Hold your breath."
NORAD, Cheyenne Mountain Entrance, Colorado. Brent had never experienced such pent-up hatred for someone. Even the VC back in Vietnam eventually exacted a begrudging respect. They, at least, were fighting a style of warfare he understood. Long, and those enemy fighters he stood with, were cold-blooded, genocidal maniacs. And worse, these people had corrupted and shot at Trish, the one person left in the world he cared about. He got in underneath the shotgun and pushed Long onto his butt. It shocked the hell out of him to see a Humvee roll by. The pair of them nearly went under the tires. The other man was much younger than him, but Brent had the experience and weight. He'd fallen on top of him and rung his bell. The next move was to wrap his thick hands around Long's tiny neck. "Die, you sick son of a bitch!" Long kicked and squirmed, but there was no way Brent was going to let go. A pair of explosions shook the ground, though he barely heard them. They'd hit rather close, but he didn't care about himself. 2 of his men rallied to him, offering to help.
Run, you guys! Get inside the tunnel before those hellfires hit you!
He figured the black Humvee was drawing the heavy ordnance. They would be dead men if they didn't find hard cover by the time one of the tankers took a hit. His heart came up his throat as he fought to stay on top of the struggling man. A black mist swirled around the edges of his vision as the singular focus at killing his enemy exacted a physical toll. "We got this, boss." Kevin, his small black friend, had a large M1911 pistol pointed at Long's head. "Yeah, let him up so we can off him," Andre added. Brett pumped air like a locomotive, still gripping Long's throat.
"Not necessary, my friends. This little puke has been put down like the dog he is."
He dropped the dead man and finally looked up.
"Please, run into the tunnel. I'll be there in a second. I just need to see—"
The word stuck in his voice box as he glanced over to Trish. There was no doubt about her condition. He scurried over, killing his knees in the act of dropping by her side.
"Trish!"
She opened her eyes at hearing her name.
"You're alive,"
he declared.
"Am I?"
she asked, matter-of-factly.
"I can't feel anything below my ears."
She tried to laugh, but it came out as a croak. Brent caught sight of his two friends still standing behind him. He was mad they weren't going for cover, but it also made him feel good knowing they were there.
"Rest,"
he replied.
"I'm so sorry about all of this."
The shotgun blast had devastated her side. Blood pooled on the ground next to her. If he'd intended to put compression on her wounds, he would need a queen-sized pillow. All he could do was take her hand and hold it tight. She spoke in a low voice.
"No, I'm sorry. I should have told you I was offered a bribe. I thought about it a lot, too, but I didn't want you to think less of me once the world changed. I never imagined—"
"I forgive you, kid. I forgive you. I always thought of you like the daughter I never had. Truth be told, there's nothing you could do that I wouldn't forgive. I love you." His salty old eyes let go of a few tears. She smiled weakly, but she looked behind him for a second. A strange sound, almost a tiger-like growl, came in on the wind. Brent had enough time to turn his head. A long, thin aircraft went by like a lightning bolt. Then his story ended in light. NORAD, Cheyenne Mountain Entrance, Colorado. Ted screamed to those close by.
"There's a nuclear missile heading for us. Does anyone know how to work the freaking door out there?"
There were dozens of dictators and generalissimos, but none of the black pajama soldiers. He couldn't fathom why it worked out that way, but someone had to know how to operate the place, right? The PA system came to life with a woman's computer voice.
"Warning, nuclear strike inbound."
To his surprise, the outer door began shutting, almost as if on voice command. "Thank God," he said to himself, glad it was happening. He retreated into the inner vault, which turned out to be a good idea. The men had gathered and were pushing it shut. He doubted they would have waited for him if he'd stayed outside, even for a second. Ted caught the attention of one of the portly gentlemen watching the activity at the door. Clearly, he was from one of the banana republics south of the border. He wore an ornate red ribbon around his neck and had 24 pins, medals, and gold medallions attached to his oversized uniform shirt. His interest wasn't in his awards, however. "Can you tell me why you all came here together? I'm, from a different post."
"They would invited us. We are each to get a new country for our people. Mine used to be Missouri."
He tried to stand up, proud at his statement, but he couldn't overcome the slouch of his roundness, so he went back to leaning against the wall. Silently, he thought maybe David had done a bit of a double cross, but he didn't want to give himself away. "Well, good luck." The man waved him away like a peasant. Wanting to get away from the enemy, he looked for a place to retreat. There was a short hallway leading to a larger cavern which he assumed was where he would find all the NORAD structures. He grabbed Emily's hand and dragged her away from the activity near the door. When they were clear of the men, he whispered,
"It might not be enough. I saw the outer door closing, but it moves slow. If it doesn't get all the way shut, we might still get snuffed out. This bunker is really old."
She stopped him.
"Are you saying this might be it? The end?"
He put on a brave face.
"I was going to run deeper into the complex. It might give us the extra protection we need."
Emily put a finger to his lips.
"But—"
he tried to reply.
"Shh."
She smiled.
"The President of the United States has something she would like to say."
Ted stood down, letting his heart rate run out and settle for a few seconds.
"I should have been dead about 20 times over the past many days. How we are still alive at this second is a miracle beyond my wildest dreams. You got us into a bunker, Ted, an honest-to-God bunker built to withstand what's coming at us."
"I hope—" She shushed him again.
"Ted, I would fail at my duties as leader of the armed forces if I didn't make at least one promotion during this conflict."
They'd already talked about promoting him. He'd refused to allow her to bump him up multiple ranks because it simply wasn't possible, as per the rules of the United States military. He had his arguments ready to go, but she immediately zagged in a different direction.
"I want to advance you to the rank of First Gentleman."
He froze in his boots. Not because he was afraid to commit to the woman he'd spent every second of the last week with, but because it was an offer way too good to be true. He couldn't deny it had been on his mind a lot. In any other time, he might worry about moving too fast, but under the circumstances, he had a strong argument to say he'd been moving far too slow.
"Are you going to say anything?"
She giggled in a girly and decidedly unpresidential way. The female computer interrupted again.
"Warning. Nuclear strike imminent."
On instinct, he got down on one knee. "Emily Williams." The ground rumbled, then went to 8.0 on the Richter scale. He rose off his knee, boosted by the kinetic energy of the nuclear blast. A second impact knocked out the lights, adding to the shaking ground. They fell flat on the concrete, but he didn't let go of her hand. A third blast came in, then a fourth. A voice yelled in his ear, but it sounded as if they were inside a rock tumbler. The mountain itself seemed to hop around.
Emily shouted.
"What?" he screamed.
"I said I do,"
she yelled an inch from his ear. They pawed at each other until they fell into a kiss. He figured it wasn't the worst way to go out, married to the President of old America. The fifth impact came in a second later. NORAD Black Site Sierra 7, Colorado, a.k.a. Reboot Legion Headquarters. The chill of a tear cooled Tabby's cheek as it rolled down her face. After the man apologized, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He hunched over, clearly in a lot of pain, simply so his bird could walk up his arm. She found it endearing he would sacrifice himself to take care of his little friend.
"She's really a beautiful bird. I swear if I would have known what she looked like, I would have helped you find her."
To herself, she wondered how anyone could have missed such a large, colorful bird, but there were many things she didn't understand about the underground bunker. Looking for a bird seemed crazy. The door shut, but the man inside threw himself against it, shouting.
"I can't hear you,"
she cried out. For a few seconds, the guy tried to mouth his words, then he pointed to his bird. Thinking there was nothing she could say he would hear, she gave him a thumb up, to show approval. His eyes lit up, and he said more words, but then the light came on, forcing her to avert her gaze. When she looked up, the light was gone, as was the man. "You're next, Missy." The guard roughly separated her from Victor.
"Hey, let us say goodbye,"
Victor complained. "You two lovebirds want some more time together?" She was torn between saying yes or no. There were arguments to be made either way. It didn't matter, however. The guard closed the door before she could respond. To her, It was simply an event over which she had no control, but Victor seemed to take it personally. He lunged at a guard.
"Oh, shit!"
she blurted. Victor slammed the guy against the outer wall of the cube, causing him to drop the tablet that controlled the white light. A second guard closed in, but the tank of a young man swung his arm and practically decapitated the hapless guy. Two others moved in, blood in their eyes. It became a free-for-all as Victor fought off both attackers. She and Victor were the last two in the line, so many of the guards had already left the room. However, several came rushing back in at what must have been the sound of cussing and shouting by the fighters. Victor managed to put down the two original guards and got the better of the second two, but those coming into the room were a lot warier. They came in with rifles at the ready. Tabby noticed the first guard struggling to get to his feet.
"Hey, Victor, he's behind you!"
The guard spread out in front of the kid dressed in the blue jumpsuit, but he waved them toward him as if still willing to fight, guns and all. It was an impressive display, if misguided, but she cheered him on. However, the man who'd fallen against the cube was almost on his feet. She banged on the clear wall.
"Victor!"
The injured guard wiped blood from his mouth, leering at her the entire time. He worked some controls on his portable tablet, and she heard a hum begin. Frantically, she pounded the wall. Victor did turn around. They locked eyes for a split second before the onrush of men took him down. A white light flicked on and off. The brightness overwhelmed her for a few seconds. When she blinked the glare away, she found herself in the box, but Victor and the guards were gone. However, the room was not empty. A man in a white and orange prison uniform ran up to the cube, surprising her. He had a tablet, same as the other man, and he tapped it, so it released the door.
"Come on, get out of there," he advised in haste. "Go to the wall."
The line of prisoners she'd seen go into the box were now lined against the wall of the auditorium. They all sat next to each other, hunched over with hands over their heads, as if participating in a tornado drill.
"What's going on?"
she asked.
"There's no time," the guy shouted. "You have to get against the wall."
He rushed her to the end of the line. On the way, she passed Peter and Audrey. Audrey glanced up and smiled when she heard Tabby's voice. Tabby tried to stop and hug her, but the guy yanked her rudely to the rear.
"You'll understand in a second. A voice on the PA system said we don't have much time. Were you the last one, or was there one more in the line after you?"
She was fairly sure it was only her and Victor.
"Victor's the only one in the gym, but he was in a fight." "Sit down."
The guy showed her where to go, waited for her to sit, then flung himself into the next spot. He tapped his tablet once he was down. Tabby craned her neck to see up the line. She was so happy to see her friends. It also surprised her to see the man with the bird already sitting next to her. He cradled his green and red friend in his arms, as if protecting it. "Good to see you again," the man said, sneaking a peek. His sores seemed to be gone.
Yeah, you too. What's going on?"
He laughed and touched the macaw on his shoulder. "My bird is real now. I think we died." People had lost their marbles. A woman's voice came on a speaker system as the man had said.
"Warning. Nuclear strike imminent." "Seriously? We're in a nuclear strike?"
Tabby looked up, intending to get feedback from the bird man, but the lights flickered off. In the same instant, the floor seemed to drop out from below her, leaving her hanging a foot off the ground. She bounced off the rear wall, then dropped back to the hard floor. A thunder-like clap reverberated around the giant room. Red emergency lights blared from several fixtures near the doors.
"What the hell?"
she screamed, falling out of crash position. Everything vibrated. The walls, the floor, her teeth. In the middle of the chaos, Victor appeared inside the cube. A white beam of light illuminated the dark room for a split second. Before it went dark, she saw a snapshot of the boy's shape on the floor of the machine. Tabby crouched in fear as 4 more impacts shook the foundations. Each one was felt as much as heard, making her wonder if David's fortress had, in fact, been targeted. Those men at the exit of the bunker acted like there was no threat. Maybe her people had outsmarted them after all and sent a nuke right in those open front doors. She waited a full minute to see if a 6th impact would happen. People seemed to claw their way back to the wall from wherever the vibrations had moved them. It seemed funny to think tucking her head would do the slightest to help her survive an actual nuclear blast. It was the rock above her doing all the heavy lifting. The PA system woman came online, somehow with less stress in her mechanical voice. Advisory. Outer door offline. Inner door secure. Early warning systems online. 0 incoming airborne threats. Reminder. Radiation protocols recommended. What the heck is going on? She finally asked. Tabby! Audrey called out. She jumped up and went over to her teen friends. Do you know what this is all about? There was no one in charge, as best she could tell. Audrey shrugged in her frumpy white prison suit. I've no freaking idea what's going on here, but I see you're still looking good in your hot pants. Tabby sensed her cheeks light up. I'll be happy to trade with you. They hugged again. She hugged Peter, too. Nice to see you. Same. Are we free from those guards? He kept one arm wrapped around his girl, but had the look of someone who'd been crying a lot. Tabby shrugged. The guards are gone. I say we make a break for it, unless that radiation warning is for us. Audrey and Peter shared a look, then started walking toward the front door. She went over to the cube to collect Victor. Several men were already standing around the box when she arrived. The man with the tablet saw her approaching. I'm so sorry. Your friend didn't make it. He wasn't my... she started to say, before seeing Victor's bullet-ridden body inside the machine. A small note with the word traitor had been attached to his shirt. Friend, she finished glumly. Tabby's feelings were as unsteady as the shaking room had been. She hated that the two of them had been forced together, but she couldn't quite muster the energy to hate Victor anymore. In retrospect, he'd been on her side almost from the beginning. He went out fighting against men with guns like he was in a movie. That was how much he wanted to prove himself to her. Thank you, hero, she whispered. She caught up to Audrey and Peter, who watched her come over. Did you know him? Audrey asked, looking around Tabby to see Victor. After a brief pause, she told the truth. Not really, but I kind of wish I did. Minutes later, after a walk up a few flights of stairs and a stroll down a big tunnel illuminated by those same red emergency lights, she came to the conclusion she didn't know where she was. It wasn't the same layout as David's base. Something isn't right. There should have been an elevator outside the room with the white cube. We should have been able to use it to get to an exit door. Well, where the hell are we? Peter asked. And what the hell is that? Audrey added, pointing ahead. A huge metal 3-story office building sat inside a cave-like vault. It wasn't built on the ground, however. The entire edifice sat on top of dozens of coiled springs. A set of yellow steps led up to the front doors. There's your answer, Tabby declared, not sure what it meant. 3 giant logos adorned the outside wall of the structure, announcing they were indeed inside NORAD's Cheyenne Mountain facility. They were overtaken by the man with the tablet. You've just seen David's technology in action. The David Cube transported us here because this facility was about to be nuked. I think we were supposed to die in those blasts. The guy with the bird walked by next. When he saw her looking confused, he stopped. That was Jacob. He used to work for David. One time, he was even kind to me. He'll know what to do now. Jacob cackled. We've been transported 100 miles into a mountain bunker now glowing with radiation. I think we're safe in here for the time being, but as far as knowing what to do, I'm not your guy. A male voice spoke from the dark passage ahead. You people aren't with David? Tabby tensed up.
I'd sooner die than go back to him.
Audrey and Peter, plus some of the others, also replied in the negative. A man and woman walked out of the shadows, holding rifles. She had no idea who either of them were, though their black uniforms suggested they might have been part of the guard contingent. The man immediately recognized the fear in her eyes. "Don't worry, we're not with the invaders, I promise you."
"Who are you with?"
Tabby asked, still wary. The pair held their rifles low, not aiming at her or her friends. The man motioned for his partner to step closer. Then he spoke up. "I'm with the President of the United States, Emily Williams."
Author notes: E. Isherwood.
Written May 7th, 2020.
Thank you for reading. In the old days, when I told people I write post-apocalyptic books, they often gave me a polite nod and went about their business. Now, after the Wuhan virus affair, they spend time asking me questions, usually one of the following variants. Is what we're going through today anything like what you write about? Is this going to be good material for your next book? What advice do you have for us, since you're an expert on the apocalypse? That last one is funny. Even the toughest prepper in the deepest bunker of remote Idaho isn't truly an expert prepared for the end of the world. Anyone who tells you different is a showboating poser. Sure, they know more than most of us, but no one can see every possible risk, even when it's right in front of you. I could tell you to stock food, plant a garden, and carefully gather a small arsenal to help you defend it, but then we may get struck by locusts who eat absolutely everything you own. This is happening in Africa as we speak. I might recommend stocking up on food, water, and to buy a hardened shelter. Then you could hide in the woods when the aliens show up. But we might have an eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano instead of an invasion, making it a very bad day for humans and aliens alike. The truth is, it's impossible to prepare for the infinite dangers life poses for us. Even the relatively tame COVID-19 pandemic has ruined the global economy. Thankfully, the death toll has been a lot less than the experts forecast. Imagine what a more dangerous strain could be like. Or zombies. I will say I've been particularly interested in following different threads of this real-life viral outbreak. Some events mirror what I've written in my books. Some absurdities give me new avenues of chaos to explore in the future. News has been useless. In many of my books, information that comes down from government or news broadcasters has been notoriously unreliable. In my first zombie book, Since the Sirens, the government tells people to flee violence in the city, but then blocks all bridges to the outside as a safety measure. If you read any news article up through February, especially here in America, we were told COVID-19 was nothing to worry about. If you read any news article today, you'll think COVID is lurking on your front porch, ready to strike you down the second you walk outside. Government is its usual self. In almost every story I've ever written, the government is a bumbling behemoth incapable of doing anything right. Nothing in the COVID-19 response has changed my opinion. Each of us may favor certain political flavors, but there's no denying the government, comprising thousands of federal, state, and local elected officials, continues to foul the nest. They've wasted trillions in their relief packages, which are little more than pork-filled bills enriching themselves at our kids' expense. They sling mud at each other, apparently unconcerned there's an ongoing national emergency. They even put higher dollar values on COVID patients who die, which, to no one's surprise, means every death out there is now a COVID death. About the only thing they got right was to enact social distancing, though no one can agree on what threat is acceptable before we can all go back to work. Some states are already opening. Some states won't open until July. Bottom line, the government has no clue.
The American people are good-natured and compliant until they're not. One of my favorite stories was about a skate park being shut down when a city dumped tons of sand into the pits. It wanted kids to stay away from the park, but it didn't stop them. The clever kids cleared a portion of it by hand and used the rest of it as a BMX bike park instead. That's the American attitude. Peaceful protests at state capitals. Workers starting up their businesses to support their families, risking jail time or fines. Citizens breaking records for the number of firearms purchased. A healthy mistrust of the press and our political class. A respect for expert advice, but not a blind acceptance of their unproven results. People creating endless online memes about how government tyranny is against our DNA. That can-do spirit is one of the main reasons I wrote my Minus America series. Never, ever count us out of the game. Americans are kind, generous, and thoughtful. Discounting the nut jobs who go around licking ice cream lids at the store or who wipe their nose on employees who ask them to wear a mask, most local stories are heartwarming and uplifting. Birthday parties are now done via car caravans of honking and cheering riders. I've noticed more people wave at me from their yards as I ride my bike around the neighborhood. We're cheering for people who actually matter. Truck drivers, nurses, doctors, food store workers, and those in the trenches with them. I don't know if much of this will translate into future books. Maybe the shortage of toilet paper will show up at some point. It's the least controversial aspect of the last few months of 2020. Other parts of the Wuhan virus have the potential to be divisive. This is why you'll never see me explicitly name political parties, blame real-life people, or make statements hurtful to those I disagree with. It's not that I don't have my opinions, but I write books to bring people together. If there's one sad truth I've realized from watching and reading the news over the past few months, it's that this nation no longer truly unites in a time of crisis. That, more than any disaster, alien invasion, or plague, is what could finally end the great American experiment. I will not be part of that unfolding. You might be wondering about the name Two Wolves and a Sheep. It's a callback to a quote often misattributed to Ben Franklin. The saying goes that democracy is two wolves and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. Liberty is an armed sheep contesting the vote. In this book, the heroes are rising up against the tyrannical invaders ready to contest the takeover. The phrase also fits perfectly with our current reality and everything I've observed above. Contesting the vote remains at the heart of the American people. As long as we don't lose that spirit, we'll get through COVID-19 just fine. I'll get started on the next book, Hostile Shores, as soon as this goes off to the printers. With a little luck and American can-do attitude, the nation will be back to its old self by the time you read it at the end of the summer. In the meantime, I'd be honored if you signed up for the pre-order so you don't miss it when it comes out. As always, thank you for being a reader.